Chapter 11:17. The first time they failed to teach the children how to fish in the sea, Hong Wan and Xueqi didn't show any signs of anxiousness. Unlike the other eagles, they wouldn't give up after teaching once. Xueqi flew into the sky and drove the 11 children back to the mast. He called out and personally flew down to catch the fish. His actions were exactly the same as Hong Wan's. The only difference was that he went a little deeper into the water. When he came out again, he had a fish more than 3 meters long in his claws. The reason why it was so long was not because the fish he caught was big, but because he caught a hairtail. The hairtail twisted its body in the air, as if it was unwilling to be caught like this. Like Hong Wan, Xueqi threw the hairtail onto the deck. This time, the hairtail was a little stronger than the previous one. It didn't die and was still struggling. Zhang Xiaobao flicked his wrist and a knife flew out, nailing the hairtail's head to the deck and freeing it. Li Longji looked at Zhang Xiaobao in surprise and asked in puzzlement, "Where did you hide your knife? You're wearing short-sleeved clothes." "Around the waist." "I'm not wearing pants without a waist," Zhang Xiaobao said casually. Just like when Wang Wan asked him where he hid his knife, he said it was in his sleeve, as if no one should ask such a stupid question. "This sickle fish is big. I'm going to fry it. Xueqi and Hong Wan are really good. You should learn from your parents." Xiao Bei praised and encouraged the 11 little eagles. He ran to the side of the hairtail fish and squatted down to look. Hairtail fish in some places were called sicklefish, and in some places they were directly called bladefish. However, they were different in shape from the Yangtze River bladefish. A 3-meter-long hairtail wasn't small, but it wasn't too big either. At Zhang Xiaobao's time, there were people who caught more than 1,500 catties of big hairtail. No one ate it and it was put on display as an exhibit. "It's enough for the 11 of us." Xiao Bei measured the hairtail with his hand and turned to the other children who didn't go over. Pana ran over and kicked the hairtail, shouting, "Fish, fish!" The water cloud in the sky called out again, and the 11 little eagles rushed down again, going back and forth. Every eagle that caught a fish would be praised by the water cloud, and every eagle that didn't catch a fish would continue to catch one. There was an eagle that didn't dare to go into the water, but after being pecked by the water cloud, it finally went into the water. Xueqi was indeed not as foolish as other eagles. Furthermore, he was very strict. He knew how to ask people for cotton to make nests for his children. He also knew that when his children were still young, they needed to eat insects and so on. Because he and Hong Wan were too busy to raise all of them, he asked people for insects to feed them. They were even more aware of the various dangers that would appear during the process of children learning to fly. Therefore, they were willing to accept the arrangements and measures arranged by their home to protect children who could not fly for a while. However, he did not allow the child to shrink back again and again. That meant that it was fine if the child could not catch the fish and could practice more. However, it was absolutely impossible for the child not to go down and catch the fish. The eagles who had been in the water once were not so afraid when they went down again. They also became more and more proficient in catching fish. There were small fish and big fish. Every eagle caught a fish and threw it on the deck like Xueqi and Xueqi. They went back and forth again and again. Soon, there was a small mountain of various fish on the deck. The people on the ship also came out to watch the fun. When they looked at the 13 eagles, their eyes revealed envy. They also wanted to have one. One was enough and they didn't want to be greedy. However, they also knew that this wish could not be realized. Even if they got an eagle, it would absolutely not be as smart as the 13 eagles in their eyes. Moreover, it would be very troublesome to train them. Enough, enough, stop catching. Rest for a while. It's enough for us to eat. Not everyone on the ship will eat. If everyone eats, it won't be enough even if you catch for a day. Quickly stop. Don't tire yourself out. Xiao Bei was more than 10 meters away from the small mountain of fish and shouted at Xueqi. She ran so far because there was a little eagle that dared to catch any kind of fish. Like a newborn calf, it actually caught a small shark. It was about 80 centimeters long. It was small, but no matter how small a shark was, it was still a shark. Its back was scratched and a lot of blood flowed out, but it didn't mean that the shark couldn't move when it reached the deck. Some greedy sharks even rushed to the beach more than 10 meters away to eat people. Of course, the result was naturally that it was eaten by people. Xiao Bei was very clear about the power of sharks. When she was still in Jili province, she personally fed sharks. They were also raised in the zoo in the capital of the Tang Empire. She didn't think that she could fight sharks in the water with her swimming ability. If it was her brother, he might be able to because he was strong enough to go down with a weapon. Xueqi seemed to think that what Xiaobei said made sense. It was good that they learned it. After calling twice, the 11 eagles stopped and followed their parents to the railing of the ship. There, they panted and rested. Their stomachs were bulging. Obviously, they were very tired. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the shark and walked to Xiaobei's side. He said to the people behind him, "Kill the shark first to avoid hurting people. In a while, pull the net. Today, everyone will eat fish." Immediately, someone came over from behind with a fork and stabbed the shark. As for eating fish, no one was too excited. It seemed that they were tired of eating fish. After the shark was killed, except for the scratches on its body, the skin of the other parts of its body was still intact. People who often stayed at sea knew that sharks didn't matter, but shark skin was very precious. The belts and bags made by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Xiaobao could be sold for a lot of money. Xiaobei asked her brother for a knife and pulled out a fish from the mountain of fish. She waved the knife and cut the fish into strips. Seeing that there were no bones on it, she held it in her hand and came to the eagle standing on the railing. She raised her arm and said, "Eat the fish you caught. Eat first. Be careful. Don't touch my hand." Li Longji watched as the little eagles tilted their heads and slowly opened their mouths like their father. They bit the fish in Xiaobei's hand and raised their heads to swallow it. Li Longji couldn't help but ask Zhang Xiaobao, "For the next nest, shouldn't you leave 2 for me as well?" "That depends on how many there are in the next nest. If there are 5, you won't have a share. Xiaobei has a sister without ears. In addition to the 4 children in my mother's and my mother-in-law's womb, each of them can have 1. If there are 6, I'll leave 1 for you. If there are others that you can't refuse, I'll ask you. Since you've given them to them, don't think about it anymore." Zhang Xiaobao first ordered 5. Since he had already recognized a sister, he naturally had to leave 1 for her. He couldn't favor one over the other. Now, Xueqi and Hongwan's child could no longer be bought with money. Unlike the eagles in other places, no matter how good they were, if they spent enough money or if they had some other purpose, they would give the baby eagles away. "What if there are 4? Who won't you give them to?" Li Longji asked. What he meant was that if there were 4, there were 5 children in Xueqin's family. He couldn't give less to anyone, so he might as well give all 4. "If there are 4, I'll sell and auction them. The starting price is 1 million strings of coins. If anyone is willing to buy them, bid. I have to discuss with Xueqin's family first. When the eagles grow up, maybe there will be more intelligent eagles in the future." Zhang Xiaobao looked at Xueqin's family and said, "I'll buy each with a starting price of 1 million strings of coins. Let's see who dares to compete with me. After all, I'm an emperor, right? Do you lack a few million strings of coins?" Li Longji revealed his identity. "I plan to use a secret auction method. No one will know who paid for them. Is a few million too little? The landlord doesn't have any surplus." Zhang Xiaobao continued to bicker. While the 2 of them were enjoying a rare moment of peace and leisurely bickering, Wang Wan walked out of the cabin with a calm expression and a piece of paper in her hand. When Zhang Xiaobao saw Wang Wan's expression, he knew that something had happened, and it was not a small matter. He sighed helplessly and said to Li Longji, "Your Majesty, look. It's not easy to have a few days of comfort, but trouble has come again. Who's the troublemaker this time? It's better to live a good life, but they just have to look for trouble." Li Longji really didn't see why Wang Wan came out. Seeing that Wang Wan was holding a piece of paper in her hand, he guessed that it was a telegram. He asked, "Cuckoo, what's wrong?" "It's not a big problem. Something has happened in the southwest. According to the intelligence, the duo eaters have started to gather in the southwest since the day before yesterday. At that time, we didn't discover anything. Today, we found out that they are indeed gathering troops. There are already 2,000 of them. There are no women or children among them, only a few old people. Our initial guess is that they want to do something to show off their strength. Moreover, they plan to show off their martial strength. The old people should be leading the way and familiarizing themselves with the local environment." Wang Wan shook the piece of paper in her hand and handed it to Li Longji. Zhang Xiaobao didn't need to look at it. Since Wang Wan said that there were 2,000 people, it must be about 2,000 people. Li Longji took a few glances. There weren't many words on the paper, and the content was also very little. It only mentioned the situation that Wang Wan had just mentioned. Li Longji's face turned dark and sinister. Just like what Zhang Xiaobao had said, he had finally been able to enjoy life and live a peaceful life. But now, it was all because of Zhang Xiaobao. Riding a boat, looking at the blue sky and white clouds, watching the rolling waves, admiring the majestic appearance of Xueyun's family, chatting with the local people guarding the pagoda, finding a good island, standing on the beach, basking in the sun, swimming in the shallow water, bickering with Zhang Xiaobao with the children, how carefree. However, there would always be people who would come and cause trouble. His great Tang didn't attack duo eaters now, but duo eaters dared to make a move first. Even if they wanted to die, they didn't have to be in such a hurry. When the people on the other boats heard Wang Wan's words, they were all very angry. They were the navy. Although they couldn't help attack duo eaters, they were still soldiers. In their view, only the great Tang would take the initiative to attack others, not allow others to take the initiative to come and cause trouble. Although it was only a gathering of 2,000 people, it was a provocation to the great Tang's dignity. When they attacked, they would directly attack duo eaters and ask them if they still dared to do so. Yes, that was the way to ask. It was very satisfying to ask. After Cuckoo finished asking, the Tubo people at that time almost went crazy with anger. It was like when two people were fighting, one was put on the ground and the other was on top of him. Then, he was slapped continuously until his face was swollen. He thought that he would find a chance to repay him in the future, but in the end, the one who hit him pointed at him and asked if he still dared to do so in the future. Killing people was just a matter of time, but after hitting him, he was insulted. Li Longji also thought so, so he asked Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "Where are your soldiers? Why didn't the intelligence say that the cavalry should go and attack and scatter them? Don't tell me that your soldiers are in small numbers in the original Tubo and Qinghai Lake and have no combat power. I don't want to see how others provoke us and how our great Tang tolerates the information. What I want to see is that when others say something wrong, our great Tang soldiers have already settled the matter. What are you too busy with? Why didn't they attack when they gathered? Should we wait for them to attack first?" When Li Longji finished speaking, he was already shouting. He seemed very dissatisfied. Bei Bei was also very angry. Xiao Bei was also furious. He said, "Brother sister, let's hit them. They're too much of a bully. We're not the kind of people who can only return one slap when someone slaps us, but not two. We're the kind of people who can slap someone first. Let's not talk about fighting back. Even if he mutters a word, we'll kill him. How dare they gather here? They're looking down on us." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other and suddenly laughed at the same time. Before Li Longji got angry, Zhang Xiaobao quickly said, "Your Majesty, we must fight, but we can't attack the soldiers in Qinghai Lake who are under the jurisdiction of Cuckoo and me. It's meaningless. The soldiers there don't lack actual combat experience. Not to mention 2,000 people, even if they gather 20,000 people, we can immediately disperse them if we want to attack. However, the officer who will command the battle is from the inner court who has fought many battles there. Therefore, this order can't be given by Cuckoo and me. Your Majesty, you have to decide which army needs to be trained and which generals in the imperial court need actual combat experience. That's easy to handle, right?" Wang Wan chimed in from the side. "Xiaobao's opinion is the same as mine. It's too easy for us to defeat 2,000 of them now. Before we arrived in Hangzhou, we had already completed the logistics and assembly of the troops on the ship. However, our purpose was not to fight, but to intimidate. Now it's a rare opportunity. It's a small battle, which is about tactics and has nothing to do with strategy. Why don't we train the soldiers? Our weapons are advanced. Let the soldiers who usually just hit the targets kill people. When Xiao Bao and I go out next year, we don't have to worry about the imperial court not having more actual combat soldiers. Your Majesty, you can arrange it." Hearing their words, Li Longji was no longer angry. However, he did not agree with Zhang Xiaobao's statement that the Tang Empire soldiers near Qinghai Lake were under their jurisdiction. Were they really the Tang Empire's soldiers? They were the private soldiers of the two of them, okay? Li Longji had no time to refute Zhang Xiaobao's words, let alone argue with Zhang Xiaobao now. He turned his head and ordered Gao Li-shi, who was standing behind him, "Send an order to tell the civil and military officials in the capital to hold a temporary emergency court meeting. Go to Xingqing Palace. I'll communicate with them by telegram." Gao Li-shi took the order and left. Li Longji took a deep breath, thought for a while, and said, "We can't send soldiers from the south. It's too far away. It's better to send soldiers from Shannan or Jiannan. You two arrange the logistics." Chapter 11-18. Li Longji happily went to hold an instant telegram conference while Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan continued to play with their little brothers and sisters. The two of them were in no hurry to allocate the supplies. From the other party's actions, it seemed that Duoshi didn't want to start a large-scale war. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to gather an army right under the noses of the great Tang, let alone 2,000 people. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were very confident in this. The environment and terrain of that place weren't a place that just anyone could start a war with a large number of people. If it were that simple, the two of them wouldn't have needed to train in the Turkic lands for a year. It would have been much more convenient to just charge over. In Wang Wan's words, little Gao had once gone to fight, but due to various reasons, he had lost the war. However, the victorious Duoshi had not been able to attack the Great Tang's territory in one go. Similarly, even if little Gao had won at that time, he hadn't been able to bring his soldiers too far in. The climate wasn't suitable, and the supply route was too long. These were all crucial factors. At that time, Duoshi had been more formidable than it was now. It was just that Duoshi's political rule had been more stable than it was now. In that situation, they hadn't been able to invade, much less now. Wang Wan guessed that Duoshi had seen that they had increased the number of soldiers in Tubo, and used the excuse of disaster relief as an excuse. However, even though the disaster was over, the soldiers had not been withdrawn. Thus, he was a little anxious, or more accurately, afraid. Thus, he naturally had to do something to delay or stop the Great Tang's plan to invade. By bringing out 2,000 people, he was expressing his attitude. First, Duoshi wanted to use this method to tell the Great Tang that he, Duoshi, would not just wait to be beaten and not retaliate. He had his own soldiers. Second, he wanted to say that he didn't want to attack them. He didn't intend to start a large-scale war. He just wanted to protect his own position. This wasn't a provocation, but a helplessness. He was admitting defeat, but he wasn't directly saying that he couldn't do it. Instead, he was expressing it through actions. "I can imagine that once our soldiers go over, Duoshi will immediately send someone to contact us. To be more precise, they will question why we sent soldiers to their territory." Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan after he stopped his little sister from changing her clothes and jumping into the water. He sat on the deck and gave his little brother and sister the task of cleaning up the fish. Wang Wan nodded her head in deep agreement. "I think so too. Their purpose is not to question us. Their purpose is to make our people mention the Jiangnan Dao through questioning, so we can criticize or ask them about their cannibalism. As soon as our people open their mouths, they would immediately put on a, 'Is that really so?' look, and then say that they didn't know, and that someone had come to cause trouble in the name of polyphagy. They wanted to give it to them, or say that they had already killed the troublemaker over there. They even sent us a bunch of duo cannibals' heads to show us, saying that it was the responsibility of this group of people, but in fact, the heads were sent by the duo cannibal lord. In other words, they were the people who had been eliminated internally. They might even come to pay tribute." Unable to swim, Xiaobei squatted next to her brother and sister to clean up the fish. Her mind was not on the fish. She glanced at her brother and sister from time to time and listened to them talk. At this moment, she interrupted. Zhang Xiaobao and Wei Wei smiled and praised. "You can tell just by looking at Xiaobei, let alone duo cannibal." After being praised by her brother, Xiaobei became excited. She immediately put down the work in her hands and said, "I know what they are up to, so we must not ask them about the Jiangnan Dao first. Instead, we must directly ask them why they have stationed troops on the land of the Tang Empire. Then we will ask them to retreat. If they don't retreat, we will bombard them with cannons. We will attack them from the sky and on the ground. We will also ask Xueqi to be in charge of reconnaissance. What do you think?" Good idea. When the time comes, our Xiaobei will ask them in her own name." Zhang Xiaobao smiled and patted his sister's head. What he said was naturally a little perfunctory. The people in the past would not mention the issue of whose territory it was. If they really did, Duo Cannibal would definitely change the topic and start to argue with the Tang Empire about the issue of the territory. The Tang Empire did not have the time to play with Duo Cannibal. The purpose of the soldiers in the past was to fight and train them. Although they were good at training and had a high success rate in shooting fixed targets and moving targets. But in real life, the enemy wasn't a fool. They wouldn't just stay there and be a target for you. After suffering a few losses, they would also hide. The people on both sides could be considered a form of training. It was just that one side was very passive. Xiaobei happily continued to clean up the fish. When it was almost time for dinner, Li Longji, who had casually eaten something at noon, ended the instant telegram meeting. With a tired expression, he found Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He poured himself a glass of wine and added a lot of ice cubes in the wine, looking like he wanted to drink melted ice instead of wine. He raised his head and drank 2 mouthfuls of wine and chewed a piece of ice. After that, he let out a long breath of enjoyment and asked Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "How was the logistics arrangement? We can't wait for the soldiers to run to the front and end up with no bullets and no food to eat. We have discussed it. Cuckoo and I plan to give this difficult and glorious task to the logistics groups in Jianan and Shannon. We will find people in the form of a tender. Whoever performs well and provides the best conditions will be the one we will use." Zhang Xiaobao did not mention anything about logistics to Wang Wan. When Li Longji asked, he casually answered. Wang Wan nodded in agreement. It seemed like the two of them had really considered this for a long time before coming to a decision. Li Longji and Wei Wei paused and looked at Zhang Xiaobao in surprise. Then they asked, "Why is it not your family's people or the imperial court's people? Even if it is a small-scale war, it is good to train the soldiers. Logistics soldiers are also soldiers, and they are not inferior to the soldiers on the front lines. If our family and the imperial court's people are mobilized, the matter will become serious. It will give the impression that we want to start a large-scale war, and it will make them more vigilant. It will affect our training of the soldiers. If we send the local groups, it will give them a false impression. Our family's soldiers in the Tubo region will not be mobilized, and our logistics will not be mobilized. This will make the people of Duoshi think that we are going to fight them to put on a show for the people of Great Tang, and not really want to make the war as tragic as possible. Our people have other things to do. For example, when the railway is being built, they can help transport construction materials, organize meals, and so on. We can't spare any manpower. We have to develop the country's infrastructure." Zhang Xiaobao explained to Li Longji. After listening to his words, Li Longji felt that Zhang Xiaobao made some sense. However, when he heard the latter part, Li Longji felt that Zhang Xiaobao was talking in his sleep. What did he mean by developing the country's infrastructure? Not being able to spare any manpower? Not to mention the people of Duoshi, even he did not believe it. Knowing that Zhang Xiaobao was starting to scheme again, Li Longji did not intend to fall for Zhang Xiaobao's words. Instead, he turned his gaze to Wang Wan. Wang Wan was also in a daze. She had not discussed this matter before, so she had to think carefully about it. After a while, Wang Wan finally considered part of the matter. The reason why she only considered part of it was because she was not sure what Zhang Xiaobao wanted to do. Li Longji, who was standing there with an unhurried expression, said, "Zhang Xiaobao's meaning is that our and the imperial court's logistics troops will be used to build the railway. Not only will they be used for transportation, but our people will also have to participate in the construction of the railway when it is not too dangerous. In fact, during the transportation process, we will also have to repair the road to the railway line. Furthermore, the speed must be fast and the quality must be acceptable. We will also improve the training of the logistics troops in charge of roadbed engineering. In other words, we will strengthen the training of the engineers." After Wang Wan finished speaking, she looked at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao returned a look of certainty. "Why is that?" Li Longji could not guess. To be more precise, his mind was not completely on the current topic. He was still in the state of the telegram conference. Wang Ju, who had also followed Duoshi, thought of something and said, "Your Majesty, I think that Xiaobao and Cuckoo are doing this to make it more convenient for them to fight Duoshi in the future. The current conflict with Duoshi is a small-scale battle. There is no need for the road to be too good, especially now that the road in contact with Duoshi is almost done. After all, Xiaobao and Cuckoo consider that area to be Tang Empire's territory. Letting the logistics companies in those two places be in charge of the logistics task now is not a big deal even if there are some mistakes. However, when we fight Duosher in the future, the logistics must follow up. The road is the most important thing. Now, let Xiao Bao's people cooperate with the people of the imperial court to do this. While saving the cost of other people's manpower, it also has the effect of training the troops. Oh right, I was thinking about the matter of the meeting just now and was confused for a moment. Li Longji blinked twice and finally came out of the state just now. He naturally admitted that he was not focused enough. Then he continued, in that case, we will follow Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's plan and let the people of the civilian logistics company go over to help. As for the cost, Xiao Bao, how do you think the cost is going to be? What cost? We will buy all the things. We don't need the people of the logistics company to manage. They just need to do the transportation. Zhang Xiaobao replied. I am talking about the cost of transportation. We can't let them do the work for free. Li Longji said. At the same time, he glared at Zhang Xiaobao, meaning to not beat around the bush. I don't believe that you don't understand what I mean. After being glared at, Zhang Xiaobao understood and hurriedly said, the problem of cost is easy to solve. When they ship the things to the place and come back, they will usually have empty carriages or horses. Since they have nothing to do, it is better to carry some things back. They can carry whatever they have over there. After they are done, they will ship it back. We don't want the things and they will sell it themselves. No matter how much they sell it for, it will be their own. It will be considered the cost of transportation. If they are willing to spend money, we can even sell the Duosher slaves to them at a low price. In the future, when we need to build roads or something, we can have them send the slaves over. We can give them some money as a form of employment. Isn't that good? Oh, you don't plan to pay? That's good. If we give them money, it will be hard to measure the amount. If we give them more or less, they will always think that it is worth it. They will consider whether it is worth it or not. If it is not worth it, they will not accept this job. Li Longji agreed with Zhang Xiaobao's idea. Usually, when merchants go over, they will also do business. When they go, they will load the goods, and when they come back, they will not be empty-handed. But to buy things over there is a cost. Now, they will use the cost when they go over to cover the cost. Merchants will know what to do. Li Longji thought it through. Wang Ju, who was once the Minister of Revenue, still does not understand many things. Seeing that the emperor understood, he asked Zhang Xiaobao, Xiaobao, if the war lasts for a long time and only let the logistics people of the two places be in charge, they will make more money. Will other people have opinions? They will also join in. But when they form a joint lineup and plan to invest in it, the war will be over. It will have an impact on the logistics industry of the two places. At least, it will make people's hearts waver. How should we solve this? Wang Ju thought about it thoroughly. He knew that his grandson will not refuse the people who came later to join. Otherwise, the two places will become the dominant force, which will not be good for the balance. Any person in the imperial court will consider this point. He was afraid that the war will end as soon as other people join in. After all, the other side only has 2,000 people. They will not need to hide for too long. Cuckoo, you tell them. I will go and cook. It's almost time to eat. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the sky and felt that eating is more important. Answering questions is a small matter. He said to his grandfather, smiled at him, and got up to go to the ship's kitchen. Wang Wan had to take over the task. She said to Wang Ju, Grandfather, you don't need to worry, because the war will not end. Although there are only 2,000 people in Duosher now, there are still people behind them. Our army also takes turns to fight with them. The purpose is to train the soldiers. The scale is not big, just a few hundred people. A few hundred people will go to the front and train to search, and then train to adapt to the climate, as well as to shoot and command in this climate. There is no need to fight so fiercely. After achieving some results, the body and spirit will enter a period of fatigue, and the next batch of people will go to take over and change the guard. Similarly, even if Duosher is always in a weak position, they will constantly send troops to rotate. Unless their people are stupid and wait for all 2,000 of them to die, they won't care. They are clearly suffering losses. Why do they still send troops? Wang Ju did not understand. Gao Lisher thought about the reason and explained to Wang Ju, it's very simple. Duosher also needs to train the soldiers. Even if they suffer losses, they cannot stop. Otherwise, Tang can continue to push forward and make their people feel fear. Of the 2,000 people, it was estimated that when half or one-third of them died, they would withdraw and replace them with a new batch of people to try their best to defend that position. As for the people who were replaced, they would be responsible for explaining the battle situation to the other people when they returned to their places. For example, what kind of terrain was better, how to react when the enemy charged, and what methods to use to achieve the goal of killing the enemy. Of course, the soldiers we train with will also suffer casualties. After all, they are soldiers who have never fought in a real battle. They need a period of adaptation. The difference is that our losses will be very small. We won't even need to use a ratio of 10-1. Li Longji followed up with an analysis. If the commander is not greedy, the loss ratio should be between 20 and 30-1. That is, if the enemy loses more than 20 people, we can have one dead or injured person. After all, we have medics following us, but they don't. After hearing Gao Lishur and Li Longji's analysis, Wang Ju was silent for a moment. He lowered his head and pondered for a while. After thinking for a while, he said, "One person in exchange for 20 of them is a little heavy for us. Cuckoo, you have to think of a way to talk to the previous commanders about how to avoid large numbers of casualties. It would be best if the ratio is 1:100, or even to fire more cannons and let fewer people charge forward. What you're saying is that we'll just keep fighting like this and wait until you and Xiaobao are ready before we start the final large-scale battle to deal with Duoshe, right? But when that time comes, Duoshe will have trained many veterans who can adapt to our offensive style. It won't be easy for you to catch the enemy off guard, and the casualties will increase." "The casualties won't increase." Wang Wan and Wei Wei shook their heads. She knew very well what Zhang Xiaobao meant. When they really fought a large-scale battle, the casualties on their side would be reduced. Without waiting for others to ask, Wang Wan said, "Now that we are fighting with Duoshe, we will slowly increase our forces as we grow, forcing Duoshe to increase their forces as well. Every time we add a few hundred people, we will fight for 10 days. After a year, we will have tens of thousands of people. Fighting with Duoshe will force them to fight even if they don't want to fight. But the battlefield is close to us and far from Duoshe, so they will be fighting a long-distance battle. More of their people will die, and more of them will be captured by us. After a few months of fighting, when they feel that they have enough veterans, they will send them to the front lines again. So now, we will try our best to not fire as much as possible and wait for their veterans to come up. We will really catch them off guard. Moreover, if we fight slowly and drag it out, not only will we be exhausting their military strength, but we will also be competing with them in terms of logistics. They need manpower and livestock for transportation, and so do we. However, we can continuously push different logistics groups to the front. The division of labor in our country is very clear. Those who do transportation are responsible for transportation, and those who do farming are only responsible for farming. No matter how many livestock and people are needed for transportation, it is only the needs of the industry itself. It can be adjusted slightly. But Duoshe is different. They have to eat, raise livestock, and then let the livestock help transport supplies. We need weapons and they also need weapons. But we have a strong foundation, and they can't. Their smelting technology is far worse than ours. In addition, we also have new weapons that the research department comes up with from time to time. Through war we can take them out for testing. After collecting data, we can go back and update and improve them. Record down every small and classic battle. Even if it wasn't done well, record it down and use it as teaching material for others. I believe that Duoshe will definitely not gain as much as us in the process of war. They can only keep on giving. When Xiaobao and I start a large-scale war, they will no longer be able to organize a better resistance." After saying that, Wang Wan sighed helplessly. She didn't like to fight all the time. Although she majored in this field, there were bound to be deaths in war. No matter how advanced the weapons were, there would still be casualties. There were even situations where non-combat casualties occurred. But in this world, there was absolutely no relationship with the word peace. Commercial means were not omnipotent. If the other party didn't want you to mine, you couldn't do it even if you talked. So you had to solve it through force. If they invaded more people now, they would get more resources and develop more technology. In the future they would have to pay less. No one was willing to die, but almost everyone wanted to live a better life. Usually, there were people who risked their lives to commit crimes, Not to mention this kind of war where killing was not illegal. Now that Great Tang had the absolute advantage, if they didn't take advantage of it, would they have to wait for others to develop and pay a higher price to fight for resources? Wang Wan thought so, but Li Longji and the others didn't consider this problem. They only thought according to what Wang Wan said and analyzed in their hearts. If they were to fight like this, how much would the other party expend and to what extent? The three of them were not unfamiliar with war, and they knew about economic matters. In the past they had fought many wars, but the difference was that it was different from now. In the past, when they fought, they were always giving, and the benefits in terms of resources were far less than the benefits in terms of status. They fought Tubo time and time again, but the result was that Tubo submitted to them in name. In reality, the land that they won was still Tubo. In fact, the bigger the land, the more stable their rule was. Many people from both sides died, but the result didn't change. At the same time, after each war, the economy of the country would be greatly affected, especially in terms of food. It wasn't just the consumption of food, but also the loss of labor that would result from the deaths in war. But now, there was no need to worry about the economy of the country being shaken. The resources consumed in war were only a small portion of the Great Tang's resources. The true source of consumption was steel. Steel was very important, and the Great Tang used the majority of it to make weapons and train tracks. In some areas, people even used wood for farming. But this didn't mean that the Great Tang didn't have any steel. On that new island, Xiaobao and Xueqi had their people increase the mining efficiency. It was hard to say how the two of them were so formidable that their predictions were so accurate. If they said that there were iron mines below, there would definitely be iron mines below. Once they were done fighting Duoshi, even if they couldn't immediately subjugate Duoshi, they could still force them to give up their land. At that time, Xiaobao and Xueqi would be able to immediately say that there were no good mines in the land that Duoshi was occupying. Thus, the Great Tang didn't care about fighting a war of attrition with others. If anyone tried to fight a war of attrition with the Great Tang, they would end up dragging their own country down. The three of them calculated the cost and began to feel sorrow for Duoshi. If we were the emperor of Duoshi, we would immediately withdraw all our people and give up a large portion of the land for the Great Tang to occupy. This would allow us to organize our people and continue to push in other directions. It's better than fighting a war of attrition with the Great Tang, and then using this opportunity to attack them from other directions. Alas, their ambitions are too great, but they don't have the strength to support them. I estimate that in a few years, this religiously based country of Duoshi will be finished. Li Longji spoke as if he was thinking for the sake of others. From his words, it seemed that he was speaking with the pride of someone who could judge the country, not truly bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying the fate of mankind. Wang Ju and Gao Lishir nodded in agreement. The two of them also understood the final result. Xiaobao and Xueqi's model was war, plunder, construction, development, technological improvement, and continuing the war. If their plans were truly too large, then under the protection of military force, they would cooperate with the other side, trade, scheme, and wear down the regime. In any case, no matter which model it was, they were all expanding outward. This was especially true for Xiaobao's non-military methods under the protection of military force. He was clearly scheming against others, and while others might know that they were being schemed against, they couldn't refuse. It was like poison mixed with honey. As one ate, one would be poisoned, drinking poison to quench one's thirst. Xueqi, do you and Xiaobao have any other plans? Gao Lishir felt that the plan that the two of them came up with couldn't be so simple, so he asked. Even if she didn't, he felt that it was enough. He just felt a little lucky. As soon as he asked, Wang Wan nodded and replied, "Yes, war is not the goal. War is only a means. The goal is to improve the lives of the people. Otherwise, who would want to fight a war? Right now, Tang's development has reached a bottleneck. To be more precise, it's because Tang's civil technology has fallen behind, and the new technology has not been fully developed yet. Although Tang is also undergoing changes in production relations, the speed of change can't keep up with the speed of the people's pursuit of resources and culture. Therefore, conflicts are about to erupt. At this time, the first to erupt is definitely the issue of resources. Because our movie hasn't been produced yet, the propaganda and education can't keep up. However, the appearance of all kinds of resources allows the people to see a better life. At the same time, it also widens the gap between people. Our education, childbirth, medical care, and retirement can be free, and the people will have to pay less. However, this doesn't solve the problem. As the channels of information transmission become more perfect, the people understand more about the situation outside. The more one understood, the more one would naturally compare. With comparison, what followed would be pursuit. Pursuit was a better word than comparison. As such, money becomes more important, and other aspects will start to gradually give way. Fortunately, it won't be too serious. At least there is a good emperor, Xiao Bao and I, suppressing them from a very high moral point of view. However, some people are smart and some are stupid. Naturally, their income will be different. There is a lack of production technology, and it can't be completely transformed into productivity. Therefore, the internal conflicts of the country will gradually intensify. Even if no one rebels, there will be hidden dangers. What should we do? It's war. When there is a war, the people will temporarily put aside their comparisons with the people around them and focus on the survival of the country. Even if they bully others, the people will take it seriously. At the same time, in the process of war, many industries will be affected. These industries will require more manpower, or more industrial workshops. The income of the people will increase, and the number of jobs will increase. When there are more people, there will naturally be people who can think of other ideas to increase productivity. Therefore, new production technology will appear. Not only can it be applied to the industry, but it can also be used in more industries. Then, doesn't this mean that the production technology will catch up with the people's demand for resources? After a series of tongue-twisting words, Wang Wan gasped for breath. It seemed that she was also very tired. After Li Longji and Gao Lishe heard this, they nodded vigorously. They had already heard Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan talk about some of the related matters. However, they didn't expect that the two of them didn't choose to start a war casually. They did so in order to prevent the people from being in a bad mood. After Wang Ju heard this, he was also shocked. After all, he didn't know much. He didn't expect that his grandson and granddaughter-in-law would want to coordinate the lives of the people in the country when other people didn't want to start a war because they were afraid of wasting money and manpower. They were too knowledgeable. Whether to fight or not and when to fight, there were so many things to pay attention to. Cuckoo, according to what you said, as long as we continue to fight, we will never have to worry about the people in the country rebelling, right? Wang Ju asked. Wang Wan shook her head and said, "We can't always carry out large-scale expeditions. We need to cooperate with Xiao Bao's economic plunder. From time to time, there will be a small-scale battle. It's easy to control, and we can always win. At the same time, the casualties must be very, very few. Otherwise, the families of the soldiers who died will gradually dislike the war. Also, every time we start a war, we have to find an excuse. It's an excuse that is specially made for the people in the country to see. We have to let them think that the Tang Empire is so powerful and so peace-loving, but there are still people who cause trouble, and we have to teach them a lesson. For example, we can't destroy Duo Shi in just a few years or a dozen years. We can destroy their power and political system, but we can't kill everyone and occupy all the land at the same time. In the end, we will achieve our strategic goal and then let Duo Shi split into many small countries. At this time, we will not attack them, but the countries around them, the countries with resources. How do we fight? Tell the people that while we were fighting against Duo Shi, that country was not cooperating and kept trying to stab us in the back. There were several times when we almost lost many good men because of this. This is too big of a threat to our great Tang. Perhaps they will learn from Duo Shi and come here to cause trouble. Do you want to fight and nip the danger in the bud? Wang Ju was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Yes, we have to fight. If we don't fight, how will the resources come? If we don't fight, they will think that we are weak and will come back to kill more people of the Tang Empire. Good, I have also thought of a good idea. Let the people of the Tang Empire go to the countries we haven't attacked. They can travel, play, or buy some specialties there. Then things will be easy. It is impossible for there to be no conflicts between people, especially between two different countries. As long as our people are wronged, we will have an excuse to go to war. What do you think? Grandfather is indeed amazing, Wang Wan said cooperatively. As they talked, it was time for dinner. The ship was still sailing, and they couldn't reach the island with the beach tonight. They had to wait until noon tomorrow. This was because the wind was good and the ship was fast. During dinner, A large group of people gathered together and there was no need to keep silent. Xiaobei and the others chattered about the fish and what to do tomorrow. After eating a few mouthfuls, Li Longji stopped and said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "When we were discussing matters with the officials of the court, we discovered that the telegram is very useful and fast. It is so far away from the capital, but it takes less than an hour to send a message back and forth. To be precise, it takes slightly more than 3/4 of an hour. Compared to the previous 800 Li emergency report, it is dozens of times faster, perhaps even 100 times faster. Even Xue Yun can't compare to this speed. During war, using telegrams to send a message back and forth takes at least 1/4 of an hour. This is the speed of an immortal." Li Longji sighed. He felt that this telegram conference was the most fun thing to do today. Zhang Xiaobao expressionlessly nodded, meaning that he was right, the speed of an immortal. Wang Wan held back her laughter and lowered her head to eat. "Xiaobao, what do you think can compare to this speed?" Li Longji asked again. However, when Zhang Xiaobao heard his tone, he understood what he meant. He was not asking him but asking a rhetorical question. What he meant was that there was nothing faster than this. As such, Zhang Xiaobao continued to nod. Perhaps there isn't any now. What he meant was that there might be in the future. Furthermore, he used an uncertain word to answer. However, Zhang Xiaobao was cursing in his heart. If this kind of telegram was really useful, why would he and Wang Wan still need to use a satellite phone back then? It actually took 3/4 of an hour to send a message back to the capital from here. If it were a real war back then, 3/4 of an hour would be enough for the other party to launch an air attack. Furthermore, there would be paratroopers landing. The surprise attack, rescue, revenge, and retreat would all be completed. Furthermore, the paratroopers would fly several hundred li away. There was no doubt that the other party could achieve this kind of speed. What will happen in the future? Li Longji noticed Zhang Xiaobao's perfunctory attitude and felt that he was being a little arrogant. As such, he asked humbly. In the future, there will be people speaking from here. When the people in the capital listen, they will feel that there is no delay in time. In fact, they will even be able to see the people in the capital from here. It will be like watching a movie. If our great Tang has a batch of geniuses, and Cuckoo and I teach them the general theory, they will still be able to see it in their lifetime as long as they don't take any detours. However, at the same time, there will be a need for a line. Just like telegrams, if we don't use a line, then it will still be similar to telegrams. Every set distance, there will be a place to receive and transmit the message. As for a place that doesn't need to be changed between the line and the ground, but directly through another channel, it will probably be very difficult for them to survive until then. Zhang Xiaobao thought about it for a while, and then selectively said it. Sigh. Li Longji sighed. He really wanted to see more advanced technology, but he also knew that time waits for no one. If Xiaobao and Cuckoo were to research a certain technology on their own, they might be able to get it done very quickly at the beginning. However, when they needed other technologies to help them, it would slow down. At the same time, the two of them didn't have the time to research technology. There were more important things waiting for them. We don't expect to be able to see people anymore. We hope that when we are alive, we will be able to see the people of Great Tang. Every family will be able to use a tool that saves time compared to telegrams. Telegrams are fine too, but not telegrams are probably too difficult. Li Longji lowered his expectations and appeared very sad. It was as if he would lose his life tomorrow. As he spoke, other than Xiaobei, Zhang Xiaobao, and Wang Wan, the others also revealed sad expressions. Who didn't want to live a little longer and see more of the world? Xiaobao, is there no way to live forever? Wang Ju asked Zhang Xiaobao in a very low voice. Live forever? Perhaps there is. The development of science is always denial, not acknowledgement. Acknowledgement is temporary, while denial is eternal. However, denial is not the unknown, but something that is already known. It is still too early to talk about it, too early, too early. Zhang Xiaobao couldn't give a more definite answer because he himself didn't know what was going on. This was the development of science. The more one knew, the more one would realize that they were ignorant. Let's eat. Let's not talk about it anymore. Life and death are fated. Riches and honor are up to the heavens. Li Longji used this sentence to end the topic that made him feel depressed. It was better to live one day at a time. It was not worth it to live with worry and not be able to enjoy anything at the end of the day. The next afternoon, on an island that was 3 square kilometers in size, Li Longji and the others changed into their swimsuits and sunbathed on the beach. He finally truly felt the comfort of the beach. As for whether or not his skin would be exposed to the sun, it wasn't something he needed to consider. This was much better than staying in the artificial sea and beach when he was in the capital. Xiao Bei and the others cleverly asked someone to set up a shed for them. They went under the shed and stayed there. When they were in Jili province, they had been injured more than once. Although there were ways to prevent injuries, such as being exposed to the sun every day, like the fishermen by the sea, they would naturally get used to it. However, when they saw the fishermen's dark and rough skin, they decided to hide from the sun as much as possible before they developed sunscreen at home. Xiaobao and Wang Wan also hid. They did not want their bodies to be in pain. If Li Longji was in pain, there was medicine. If they applied a cooling medicine, it might be able to relieve the pain. Empress Wang and Wu Huifei stayed by Li Longji's side. The two of them each had an umbrella on top of them. Beside them was a table with fruit and wine on it. The two of them were also afraid of being exposed to the sun. Li Longji stayed on the recliner for a while, then picked up his binoculars and looked at the sea. He planned to go swimming, but after changing his clothes, he didn't go into the water yet. He was worried that there would be sharks here. Although there was a boat docked at sea and it might serve as an early warning, he was still worried. After a while, Xiao Bei and the others went swimming. Li Longji finally mustered up his courage and waved at Zhang Xiaobao. "Xiaobao, I'll accompany you for a swim." Zhang Xiaobao was eating when he heard Li Longji's call. He felt helpless. He knew that Li Longji was afraid of sharks and was always worried about the dangers under the water. Seeing that he was being called over, no matter what the reason was, he had to go down. Zhang Xiaobao and Li Longji entered the water one after another. When they entered the water, there was a circle of people around them. Some of them were holding spears, while others were holding crossbows. The crossbow bolts were very thin, like chopsticks. The main purpose was to make Li Longji feel more comfortable and less worried. There were waves on the beach, but they weren't big. They rose and fell in waves, making people feel very comfortable in the water. Li Longji swam for a quarter of an hour, then suddenly stepped on the water and came to Zhang Xiaobao's side. He held Zhang Xiaobao's arm with one hand and gently moved the other hand in the water. He said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, you better think of a way. I think this place is not bad. It can be used as a tourist hotspot in the future. It can attract more rich people to spend their money here. I think it's cheap to spend 100 strings of coins here. Not only is the water good, but the scenery is also beautiful. The buoyancy is also not small, and there are small fish below. It's like a fairyland. What do you think?" Li Longji was full of confidence when he spoke. His voice was steady, and it didn't feel like it was difficult for ordinary people to speak while swimming. It seemed to be related to the fact that the buoyancy was not small. Zhang Xiaobao's body was currently shorter than Li Longji, and only the part above his collarbone was above the water. It couldn't be helped. As a part of the buoyancy, he naturally had to be pushed down. Hearing Li Longji's suggestion, Zhang Xiaobao thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, "The island is too small, and it's easy to disturb the rest of the people guarding the lighthouse. But we can change to another place, which is the end of the world. When your majesty is tired of staying here, we can go to the end of the world." "Oh, that's fine. Are there sharks there?" Li Longji asked. "In theory there are, but there aren't many. It's not like other places where there are more sharks." Zhang Xiaobao answered. He didn't understand what Li Longji meant. "Let me test you. Can you make it so that sharks can't get close? In a situation where you don't need a lot of people to protect you, you can't send a large number of people to surround the sea when other people go sightseeing, right?" When Li Longji talked about sharks, his eyes warily looked into the distance. It didn't matter if he could see them or not. In any case, it was for psychological comfort. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao understood. Li Longji wanted to find a way to prevent sharks from biting him so that he could swim to his heart's content. It was mainly because he was swimming with Empress Wang. Otherwise, it would be uncomfortable to have so many people watching them. In the end, he didn't say it directly. Instead, he asked in the name of thinking of a way for himself. Chapter 11-19. Facing Li Longji's expectant gaze, Zhang Xiaobao was very afraid that if he said no, Li Longji would put more weight on him, the person who provided the buoyancy. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaobao said to Li Longji, "There is a way. However, when the time comes, not only will the sharks not be able to come over, but the other fish that are slightly bigger will also be unlucky and die." "What's the way? Are you going to use cannons? Don't distinguish between each other?" Li Longji asked. "Just set up a few nets around the outside. When the time comes, not to mention sharks, other fish will also come over. Moreover, if they are not careful, they will hit the net and be entangled in it and die. Therefore, under normal circumstances, it is better not to use it if possible. After all, many fish will die, and they are very innocent." Zhang Xiaobao said the way. When he said it, he was still thinking about what people said about shark nets in the past. When he finished, he realized that people nowadays did not care about whether other fish would die or not. Their realm was not that high. Sure enough, when Li Longji heard that only nets would work, he immediately became happy and said, Good idea. Let's do it this way. Arrange for people to find a suitable place to swim around the ends of the earth, and then set up a few more layers of nets around the outside. Once I am done here, I will go and play immediately. You must do it well." After Li Longji gave the order, he was finally in a good mood. He raised his hand and gave up on Zhang Xiaobao, the one who provided the buoyancy, and swam towards the shore. Soon, he stepped on the sand and came to Empress Wang and Wu Huifei. He smiled at them and said, "It won't take long. I will protect you and go into the water together. You don't need to worry about sharks anymore." Empress Wang and Wu Huifei looked at each other. At this moment, they had the same thought. His Majesty was really good at talking nonsense. Who was afraid of sharks? Although they thought so, they said at the same time, "Thank you, Your Majesty." "It's nothing. When I was in the water just now, Xiaobao told me about a place with good scenery. He was worried that the tourists would be bitten by sharks, so he asked for my opinion. I thought of a good idea for him. Guess what it is?" Actually, it was very simple. Sharks were also fish. What should he do with fish? Other fish can be caught, so can sharks. Other fish can be caught with a net, so can sharks. Since that's the case, why don't we set up a net around it? Li Longji was in a good mood, so he deliberately raised his voice. His purpose was to disgust Zhang Xiaobao. "So what if I made your idea mine?" Zhang Xiaobao raised his hand in the water and gave Li Longji a thumbs up. His meaning was, "Your Majesty, you're really amazing. You're not just reversing black and white anymore. You've already reached the realm of deciding the universe with a single word." Li Longji would give Zhang Xiaobao a smile with many meanings, just like a smile of some sort. Wang Wan also heard Li Longji's words and couldn't help but laugh. She said to Xiao Bei, who was building the Great Wall on the beach, "Look at how smart your Uncle Emperor is." Xiao Bei didn't pay attention to other people's matters. When he heard his sister's words, he raised his head and looked around blankly. After thinking for a while, he said, "That's right. I'll go ask Uncle Emperor how to preserve the sand on the beach. When the tide rises, my Great Wall should be gone." As he spoke, Xiao Bei really did find Li Longji to ask for a solution. This time, Li Longji didn't need to ask Zhang Xiaobao. He said to Xiao Bei, "It's very simple. You just need to get people to set up a wall around it, so it won't be washed away by the water." "Right. Put your Great Wall inside. Remember, the wall has to be waterproof." Xiao Bei nodded his head. "Thank you, Uncle Emperor. That's a good idea. If I build a shed on top of it, I won't have to worry about it being washed away by the rain, right?" Xiao Bei is so smart. "Go ahead." Li Longji patted Xiao Bei's head and encouraged him. Xiao Bei pouted and came back. He said to the other children, "Actually, I thought of a better idea. We can bring the sand home and put it in the house. That way, we won't be afraid of the tide." While Li Longji's group was enjoying their leisurely days, some people were extremely anxious. It turned out that Takashita Junichiro was the only one who was anxious. He was the first to gather information. When he realized that things were going to be troublesome, he chased after Li Longji and the others. He met with Xiao Bei and reached an agreement. He was still in Japan and hadn't returned yet. However, he probably wasn't too happy about it. Other than him, there was also Duosher. The reason he gathered 2,000 people there was to find an excuse to talk. In the end, they didn't know that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't want to listen to their plan. Even if they weren't involved in this matter, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan still wanted to attack them. Since they were involved, there was no need to say anything. All kinds of excuses would be useless. Other than Duosher, there was also the original Tubo people who didn't agree to surrender and started to flee. They didn't need to worry about them. The moment they were captured, everything else was over. Tubo wouldn't worry about them being captured. After all, they were still wanted by Tubo. Tang would not blame Tubo for this. The other people who were worried were the small countries or tribes in the southwest. They received the news late. When they found out that their people and the people from other places joined forces and failed, they began to feel anxious. Initially, they thought there was no big problem. Fortunately, they received the news a little late. However, they still knew that the Emperor of Tang, Zhang Xiaobao, and Wang Wan were heading to Luzhou. Hence, they sent their men to the seaside. They boarded boats and hurried toward Luzhou at the fastest speed possible. At the same time, they brought along precious gifts in hopes of meeting the Emperor of Great Tang. Then, they would think of a way to absolve themselves of their responsibility and prevent the Great Tang from sending troops to attack them. The leader of this operation was someone who had been to Tang before. He was also the representative of one of the tribes. He could not care less about the other tribes. All he wanted was to remove his tribe from the blame. His name was Li Jianqing. Naturally, his surname was given to him. His original name was not important. What was important was that since he had a name given to him by the Emperor of Tang, the chances of them meeting would be higher. Perhaps, the Emperor of Tang would forgive his tribe. With this thought in mind, Li Jianqing did not rest much along the way. He wanted to reach Luzhou as soon as possible. Otherwise, what if the Emperor of Tang returned to the capital? In the end, Li Longji was very fast. When he arrived at Luzhou, he did not return to the capital. Instead, he was on a ship that was heading to the ends of the earth. The net to trap the sharks was already set. Li Longji wanted to go and pluck a few coconuts himself and drink the water inside to see if it was as delicious as the legend said. When he was in the capital, he could drink and eat the coconut meat. However, the distance was too far. When the good stuff was shipped over, the taste would change. It was not as good as the local ones. If he had Xueqi deliver the coconuts, he might be able to eat some fresh ones. However, no matter how much Li Longji wanted to eat, he could not bear to let Xueqi do this. However, this time, he could finally taste it. Although he was anxious to stay on the boat, he did not order the fleet to speed up. It was not that he did not want to, but he could not. There were not many ships in the fleet. There were 2 gunboats, a troop transport ship, and a supply ship. There were 4 ships in total. However, there were many ships following behind the 4 ships. These ships were equipped with a telegraph system to prevent Li Longji from being unable to contact other places if he was too far away. Hence, they had to know where Li Longji was going to go next before they could make preparations. This was why Li Longji did not dare to rush them. He did not mind if they slowed down. It was better than losing contact with the royal court. What if something urgent happened? He was not anxious to stay on the boat. However, Li Jianqing was anxious. He hurried to Luzhou. The people of Luzhou did not do anything to him. They did not even treat him with hostility. They treated him normally. However, when he wanted to see the emperor, the people were powerless. The people from the Chamber of Commerce told him that the emperor had gone out. He might take a long trip before returning to the capital. Li Jianqing, naturally, had to ask about the emperor's general location. Usually, it was dangerous for him to ask about the emperor's whereabouts. He could easily be arrested. Was it his place to ask about the emperor's whereabouts? However, the people from the Chamber of Commerce were hinted by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan when they came over. Hence they were easy to talk to. They told Li Jianqing that the emperor had gone out to sea with the young master and young madam. They were heading west, but they did not know where they were heading to. Li Jianqing was smart. When he heard that the emperor was heading west, he asked if the emperor had brought an army with him. However, the people from the Chamber of Commerce smiled and said, "His Majesty is going out with so many important people on board. How can he not have an army with him?" Not only did he have an army, but they were all elites with outstanding combat prowess. They were not ordinary people. Hence, the smart Li Jianqing made the same mistake as Takashita Junichiro. He thought the emperor was not going out to play. Instead, he thought the emperor was going to attack his own tribe. Of course, Takashita Junichiro was able to deduce that the great Tang was going to attack Japan because of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. However, what Li Jianqing thought of was something that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not consider. In their view, there was no need to send an army to scare those small factions in the southwest. Moreover, the goal was not to make them surrender, but to make use of their people. When the time came, they would just send someone to inform them that the emperor was very angry and put forward conditions that seemed to be beneficial to them. They would happily agree. How could Li Jianqing know that he would be treated differently? Seeing that the great Tang emperor had gone out, he was worried. Hence, he began to bribe the people from the Chamber of Commerce. He liked doing this. Initially, he was worried that the people from the Chamber of Commerce were from the Zhang family and the Wang family and would not accept his gift. He did not expect the other party to accept the gift so easily. He even opened the gift and looked at the large pearls and jade inside. He kept nodding his head, looking very happy. When Li Jianqing breathed a sigh of relief, another thought rose in his mind. He looked at the people from the Chamber of Commerce opposite him and wondered if he could find a breakthrough through them in the future. At first, he thought that the people from the Zhang family and the Wang family would not accept any bribes. After all, the main family was powerful. However, he guessed that they were far away. In Lu Zhou's opinion, the main family was in the capital and the northern part of Hebei province. Since he could bribe the people from the Chamber of Commerce, could he bribe the people from the Zhang family and the Wang family who were closer to him? This was the most profitable place. Although he was close to the Chamber of Commerce, his income was far less than Lu Zhou's. The same gift should be more valuable to the people from the Zhang family and the Wang family. Therefore, Li Jianqing asked someone to take out another gift and give it to the people from the Chamber of Commerce. Then, he asked the people from the Chamber of Commerce if they had any good ideas to catch up with the emperor. It would be best if they could slow down the emperor a little. The people from the Chamber of Commerce accepted the gift and helplessly told Li Jianqing that they had no way to stop the emperor. However, the madams of the Zhang family and the Wang family were in Lu Zhou. If they spoke, it was possible to ask the madams of the main family to cooperate with them. For example, they could ask the emperor to play somewhere for a few more days. After that, the people from the Chamber of Commerce looked at Li Jianqing and said that they were willing to help introduce the emperor. However, it was not easy. It was not easy to introduce an outsider to the madams of the main family. Li Jianqing understood as soon as he heard that. The other party still wanted something, so he had to ask someone to bring another gift and give it to the people from the Chamber of Commerce. He also told them that if they succeeded, they would be rewarded handsomely. When the people from the Chamber of Commerce came back an hour later, they told Li Jianqing that the madams of the main family would come out for a walk shortly after lunch. This was the best opportunity. Li Jianqing began to despise the Zhang family and the Wang family who were worshipped like gods by the people of Great Tang. If it had been anyone else, they would have definitely been beaten to death. Everyone said that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were frightening, but they were only so. If they couldn't even teach a single servant, how could they hope to govern the entire Great Tang? Li Jianqing cursed in his heart and began to wait anxiously. He waited for noon to come. Then when the madams of the Zhang family and the Wang family came out for a walk after lunch, he went up to them and took out more gifts, asking them to do him a small favor. When it was almost noon, the people from the Chamber of Commerce came back and gave Li Jianqing a lot of food. They said that with his status, he could go to Hai Yunjian restaurant and order whatever he wanted. It did not matter who ate, so there was no difference. They ordered a table of good food and wine. When he saw the food and wine, Li Jianqing was not in the mood to eat. He did not dare to drink, nor did he dare to eat. Instead, he went to take a bath and put on incense. He was afraid that his body would have a different smell and make the madams of the Zhang family and the Wang family feel disgusted. But when he saw the food and wine, he was even more relieved. At this rate, it would not be long before the Zhang family and the Wang family rotted from the roots. No matter how rich they were, they could not afford to squander like this. Noon slowly passed. Li Jianqing, who was anxiously waiting, finally received a signal from the people from the Chamber of Commerce. He went alone with many precious gifts and headed to the place where the madams of the Zhang family and the Wang family were going to stroll. He had to go there first so that he could wait for them to arrive. When he arrived, he found a gazebo. According to the people from the Chamber of Commerce, the two madams would be resting in the gazebo. But contrary to what Li Jianqing expected, there was already a person in the gazebo. Li Jianqing leaned over in surprise and took the initiative to ask, "May I ask who you are?" "This official is the provincial governor of Luzhou." "Who are you, and why are you here?" The person looked at Li Jianqing warily and asked. Chapter 11:20. After Su Mingyang asked the question, he stared at the person with a puzzled expression, wondering the purpose of the other party's visit. At the same time, he was very vigilant and faintly afraid. He was not afraid that the person would steal anything from him, but he was worried that his whereabouts would be exposed, which would attract people with ulterior motives. If that was the case, he would rather go back and continue to eat rice with salted vegetables than wait here and look for an opportunity. Li Jianqing was also puzzled. He came here to meet the madams of the Zhang family and the Wang family to discuss the matter over there, hoping to get a chance to repent. Why was there another person here? It was the provincial governor of this province. If it were the provincial governor of other places, he might be a little worried, but it was Luzhou. Luzhou had never had any power in the past few years, so there was no need to be afraid. Therefore, Li Jianqing puffed out his chest and said to Su Mingyang, "I'm the president of the Nanzhao office in the Great Tang Nation. I'm here to discuss national affairs. It's not convenient for me to tell you the details. It's best for you to go back and continue to recuperate, so as not to ruin the important matter." Su Mingyang was shocked at first, but then he was relieved. He was shocked because he thought that the people of the country who caused trouble in Great Tang had been arrested in the news he received 2 days ago. There were still people who did not give up and wanted to continue to assassinate the madams of the Zhang family and the Wang family. This was what he was afraid of just now. It was not easy for him to contact the people of the Chamber of Commerce. He even said a lot of good words to get a chance to meet the madams of the Zhang family and the Wang family. She wanted to say something soft and let her off. Otherwise, she would have to continue eating. She couldn't buy anything else except for salted vegetables. Ever since she went out to buy things twice, her method had been seen through. There were people watching every door in her residence. Every person who went out to buy things was followed all the way. When he said that he wanted to buy something, the person who followed him would immediately tell the identity of the person in the mansion to the seller. As a result, he could not eat the dishes cooked by others. He planned to wait for the emperor and then plead with him. Who would have thought that the emperor would go to sea and not return for a few days? He could not stand it anymore. Apart from the children in his family who could go out to buy candy, no one else could eat anything. It was precisely because there were children who were able to buy candy that they deduced that the Zhang family and Wang family were lenient and did not intend to exterminate them. Otherwise, why would their precious candy house sell candy to their own children? After racking his brains, he contacted the people from the Chamber of Commerce and said that he would wait here today. If someone came to harm the madams of the Zhang family and Wang family, the madams would naturally not be in any danger. No matter how powerful a person was, they would not be able to break through the defense line formed by the guards. However, he would definitely be crippled. Everyone would think that he was the one who leaked the news. At that time, he wouldn't be able to explain himself even if he had a mouth. Fortunately, the person who had come was from Nanzhao and had already stated his identity. There would probably be people who would specifically investigate. He seemed to be very familiar with this name. However, there was a slight difference. It was different from what he remembered. After thinking about it, Su Mingyang finally knew what the difference was. He asked with uncertainty, "You said your name is Li Jianqing? But why have I only heard of the name Zhang Jianqing? You came to the Great Tang before? Are you sure you're not a spy?" He only asked Li Jianqing about this matter and did not ask about the office. Now, the names were all messed up. There were all kinds of names that he had learned from the Zhang family and Wang family. For example, if a business had to be called a group, how could a person who sold breakfast in the county have a group? The name was impressive, but the problem was that his strength was not up to par. If he were to talk about Xiao Bei and the other children, it was still acceptable to call his precious candy house a group. After all, they opened many shops. People were really hard to understand. Su Mingyang shook his head helplessly, but he had no intention of leaving. He was not allowed to listen to what national affairs. Nanzhao could be considered a country. In the past, it was a very honest place, unlike other places. In the past, it was always flirting with Tubo. But now it had changed. They actually joined forces with other places and came to the Great Tang to cause trouble. Were the Zhang family and Wang family so easy to deal with? He was just disrespectful with his words, and as a result, he was facing the situation of starvation. You came to cause trouble, and now you dare to be so self-righteous? How could Li Jianqing know how much this provincial governor, who had no actual power, was thinking? Seeing that the other party had no intention of leaving and asked if he was a spy, he puffed out his chest and replied, Zhang Jianqing is me, Li Jianqing is also me. Names are just names. I am still me. Is the surname Li not good? Today, I want to see the madams of the Zhang family and Wang family. Do you want to steal information? Don't set a trap for me. Why do you mention the surname Li? Is the surname Zhang not good? If you insist on changing it, I will steal information. I am an official of the imperial court. Who am I stealing information for? When you see people coming, stay 50 steps away from them. You are not allowed to come closer. Otherwise, I will arrest you on the spot. Su Mingyang was not fooled. The emperor's surname was Li. Who dared to say that it was not good? Li Jianqing glared at Su Mingyang but did not say anything else. He felt that the other party did not have any power and he could not use him. It was not worth it to waste time on the other party, let alone give him a gift. For a moment, the two of them fell silent at the same time. Both of them had thought of what was going on. The madams of the Zhang family and Wang family had probably arranged the time of the meeting at the same time. Who told the other party to be so heavy? Once he came out, he had to solve two problems at the same time. The two of them waited for a while. The sun seemed to be shining brighter. Although it could not shine on the pavilion, it was still stuffy and unbearable. Just as the two of them were thinking about whether or not they should find a place to drink some water, a group appeared on the main road that they had just passed through. Some of them were riding horses, some were running on the ground with weapons, and some were in charge of drying water on the road in front. There was no smoke or dust at all. At this time, apart from the madams of the Zhang family and the Wang family, there was no one else in Luzhou. Not to mention that they could not command the army. Even if they pretended to be dressed in the army's uniform, they would not dare to put on such a show. That would be a provocation to the Zhang family and the Wang family. Without the Zhang family and the Wang family, the local people would tear them apart. As expected, when the group got closer, the flags could be seen clearly. It was the group of the two madams. After a while, the people in front of them came to the pavilion and said to Su Mingyang and Li Jianqing, "Search them. When there is no danger, step back 20 steps and talk to the madams. Don't look up and don't take a step forward. Otherwise, you will be suspected of having the intention to harm the madams." As soon as the voice fell, a few people came over and began to search them. The two of them were prepared. They did not bring anything with them. They even took off all their decorations, afraid that they would be misunderstood. After they were searched and confirmed that there was no danger, the two of them retreated from the pavilion. As expected, they stood 20 steps away from the pavilion and basked in the warmth of the sunny afternoon. When everything was ready, the two madams of the Jiang Wang clan, with their big bellies, entered the pavilion with the help of the maidservants. However, they did not hide in the shade. Instead, they sat in a spot where the sun shone in slightly and covered their heads with a thin layer of gauze. It was sunbathing. A pregnant woman could not stay in a cold place for too long. Otherwise she would get sick. Jiang Wang clan whispered a few words to Madame Wang. Madame Wang sat at the side and listened attentively. She could only watch the Jiang Wang clan deal with matters related to the country and learn from them. Jiang Wang clan turned around and looked at Su Mingyang. She asked softly, "Lord Su, why are you looking for me?" Su Mingyang watched as Jiang Wang clan's mouth moved. He tried to guess what the other party said. 20 steps was not far, but it was impossible to hear if they spoke in a low voice. Fortunately, he did not have to guess blindly. Someone passed the words to him and repeated what Jiang Wang clan said. Su Mingyang felt very sullen. The current situation was that he, a third-rank official, was not treated as a third-rank official. It was as if he was a seventh-rank official. Even a woman could step on his head. Dissatisfaction rose in his heart, but he tried to suppress it. He was afraid that someone would see through it. He put on a respectful expression and said loudly, "This official has a request. When Madam came, this official's words offended you. Now, I can't spend money to buy food. If you don't let this official go, this official's family will starve to death. This official also knows that this matter has nothing to do with Madam. It was the people who acted on their own initiative. Please help me say something. Sigh, this official really has no other choice. When Su Mingyang spoke, his face was red. Even his neck was red. Of course, it had nothing to do with the hot weather. It was because he was begging for help. Moreover, it was too embarrassing to lower his status. However, even if it was embarrassing, he had to say it loudly. It was not only for the Zhang clan and Wang clan to hear, but also for the people of Luzhou. Otherwise, even if he survived the current crisis, the people would still hate him after he left. The people's hearts were too powerful. He could not mobilize the army to help him. He did not have the authority. The only people he could order around were the Yamen runners. However, he could not do that now. The Yamen runners were recruited from the local area. Moreover, when he thought about it, it was not too embarrassing. Even if other people bowed to the madam of the Zhang clan and Wang clan, it was normal. After all, their son and daughter were powerful and influential. Jiang Wang clan did not know that Su Mingyang, the provincial governor of Luzhou, was almost starved to death by the people under his rule. It was hard to believe. Even the informant did not tell her clearly. He only said that Su Mingyang wanted to see him. It was not a big deal. He just wanted to see him. At this moment, both Jiang Wang clan members knew about it. They felt helpless and touched. As expected, Luzhou was their Luzhou. Their efforts in the past were not in vain. The people were always supporting them. I see. I'm sorry to have troubled Lord Su. When I return, I'll talk to the person in charge of Sea Cloud sect. How could they treat an official of the imperial court like this? I'll ask them to prepare a special banquet for Lord Su as an apology. Since it was not a big deal, Jiang Wang clan did not plan to say much. She had no intention of continuing to be close to Su Mingyang. She did not expect him to be grateful. After she finished speaking, Jiang Wang clan looked at Li Jianqing again. She studied him carefully. In her mind, she was going over the things she had thought of earlier. She wanted to see if there was anything she had missed out. Her son and daughter-in-law wanted to temporarily let go of the power in the southwest. If that was the case, she had to be careful when she spoke. She could not let the other party think that it was impossible, but she could not let the other party feel too relaxed. After all, she had done something wrong. While she was thinking, Su Mingyang knew that it was time for him to leave. He immediately said something respectfully and left. As soon as he left, the guards who belonged to him came over. They looked very loyal and protected him. When he came here, he was alone. The guards would not follow him. He did not dare to bring his own family members with him. It was better for him to be humble. Now that he saw the guards appear again, he knew that they came with the madams of Zhang clan and Wang clan. Su Mingyang did not even feel angry. He sat back in the carriage that he came here personally. Without saying anything, he ordered the guards to go in the direction of the mansion. Li Jianqing lowered his head. He wanted to raise his head to look at the madams of Zhang clan and Wang clan. However, he was worried that if he raised his head, he would not be able to lower it anymore. Or rather, his head would fall to the ground and he would never need to raise it again. Yes, that was very likely. Therefore, he could only tilt his head slightly to the side and look at them from the corner of his eyes. However, he could not see anything clearly. It was just a blurry image. He only knew the general location. He waited for Jiang Wang clan to ask him. As he waited, he felt that time passed very slowly. It was only a few seconds, but it seemed like he had waited for a long time. He was anxious and worried that he would not be able to achieve his goal. Li Jianqing? From Nanzhao? What is it? When I was in Hangzhou, I heard a lot about you. Finally, Zhang Wangshe spoke. As soon as she spoke, she had the intention of condemning him. Li Jianqing directly knelt down. The guards who were staring at him were shocked. They thought that he was going to do something. Replying to Madam, my tribe did not intend to offend the great Tang. Instead, there were various people who acted on their own initiative and were deceived. They came to the great Tang and colluded with people from Japan, Duoshi, and other places to harm the great Tang. At this time, my lord has already learned of this and will severely punish them. This lowly one has come this time to ask for punishment. Li Jianqing did not dare to say that he was not guilty. Instead, he explained what he had done. When Jiang Wang clan heard this, she did not immediately say anything. Instead, she stretched her hand to the side. Immediately, a maid beside her brought over warm water. After drinking 2 mouthfuls of water, Jiang Wang clan said to the sweating Li Jianqing, "They did not intend to hurt the Tang Empire, but they have already caused the Tang Empire to suffer heavy losses. Besides direct economic losses, they have also caused the Tang Empire to lose many lives. They have also disrupted many of our arrangements, making it impossible for us to make timely adjustments. Logically speaking, we should have sent soldiers, but His Majesty was soft-hearted. My son also felt that Nanzhao was not easy, so this matter was delayed. You do not need to worry too much right now. As for how to deal with this matter, you just need to wait patiently." Jiang Wang clan deliberately said this. She already knew why Li Jianqing had come. Her son and daughter-in-law had accompanied the emperor to play, but they had been misunderstood. They did not intend to send soldiers to the southwest, and they certainly did not intend to scare them now. However, the emperor's every move affected the hearts of many people. As expected, when Li Jianqing heard Jiang Wang clan's words, he was even more skeptical. He believed that they were delaying and deceiving him. Then they would not agree to anything and would only let him know when someone really went to fight. He wanted to wait, but did he dare to continue waiting? If he waited, he would probably receive news of the country's destruction. Although he was anxious, Li Jianqing did not dare to say that they had sent soldiers. He had no evidence. Since they had said that they were going out to play, he could only hint at them indirectly. After thinking hard, Li Jianqing carefully said, "Many thanks for Madam's information, but this lowly one is unable to calm down and is panicking. On the way here, my lord repeatedly told this lowly one that this lowly one must not forget to tell the people of the Great Tang that we, Nanzhao, will do our utmost to compensate the Great Tang. If we hurt the common people and need to use blood and human heads as consolation, my lord's head can be offered at any time. There is no need for the Great Tang to send soldiers, and it will be even more costly and costly. This lowly one does not dare to forget." Li Jianqing's meaning was very clear. He meant to say, "Don't hit me. I'm already willing to let you kill me, so what's the point? In any case, I'm just lying down and waiting to be slaughtered, so please be merciful." Jiang Wang clan yawned and thought about it again. She felt that she should give Li Jianqing some hope. Otherwise, the plans of her son and daughter-in-law would be easily disrupted. If the Great Tang had other ideas, it would be troublesome if it was always trembling and could not cooperate so well. She then said to Li Jianqing, "I already know about this matter. How about this? I'll lend you a telegram. You can go and contact His Majesty. At the same time, rest more and wait for the future." "Many thanks, madam. This lowly one is very grateful." "Many thanks, madam." Li Jianqing began to kowtow and thank her. He was afraid that he would not even have a chance. Now, he was a little relieved. "Go and talk to the provincial governor. The provincial governor will arrange for you. You can stay in the residence for the next few days. Think of a way to contact your side so that the other tribes will not be too worried." Jiang Wang clan wanted to lean back, but immediately, someone blocked in front of her to block the sun. This was considered an audience. The reason why she did not use her identity to send the telegram was because she did not want a woman to be involved in politics at this time. Li Jianqing also knew this reason, but he did not agree. There was no need to worry about the madams of the Zhang clan and Wang clan. He thanked her again and got up to chase after Su Mingyang. But at this time, Jiang Wang clan suddenly spoke again. "Logically speaking, we should kill a few more people to appease the public. But us 2 sisters are pregnant. It is really for the sake of the child." Yes, it must be a blessing from the heavens," Li Jianqing hurriedly said. He already knew what to do. After compensating for the loss of the Tang Empire, they would have to take out more things to give the 2 pregnant women. The value of the things could not be lower. Perhaps they would have to take out a few years of the clan's savings. Thinking about how to give out the things, he walked around the outside and looked in the direction of the state capital. He found that Su Mingyang's group had become a black dot. He sighed helplessly and chased after them. If he knew it would be like this, he would not have let Su Mingyang leave first. He was clearly tormenting him. Sigh, tormenting him is better than not giving him a chance to torment himself. After Li Jianqing left, Jiang Wang clan revealed a smile. She said to Wang Shi. Sister, that's good. When the child is born, there will be a lot of toys. I still remember that Xiao Bei used pearls to hit the marble floor like a rubber ball. It was so fun. Sister, you're right. We need to save some extra money for our children. Wang Shi paused for a moment and immediately followed up. She did not expect that her in-law would learn from Xiao Bao and start to calculate other people's money. Who would believe her if she told others? Li Jianqing found Su Mingyang. Soon, he contacted Li Longji in the name of the provincial governor. When he contacted him, Li Longji was swimming with his 2 women. He kept playing in the water as if he had never seen water before. The people around him all stayed far away. In order to not let Li Longji drown, they even sent people to spread sand under the area where he was swimming. Unless he put his head in the water himself, otherwise, when he stood up straight, the water would only reach Wu Huifei's neck. She was the shortest person. When the telegram arrived, Zhang Xiaobao took it to Li Longji and ruined his happy mood. What made you come in such a hurry? Li Longji asked unhappily. He had already seen the paper in Zhang Xiaobao's hand. Needless to say, it was a telegram. Zhang Xiaobao had already strolled over. When he heard Li Longji's words, he knew that he was having a good time and had disturbed him. But to what extent could he do? Could it be that Li Longji dared to have sex in broad daylight? What a joke! Zhang Xiaobao cursed inwardly. He shook the paper in his hand and said to Li Longji, Your Majesty, Luzhou sent a report saying that a man named Li Jianqing from Nanzhou has arrived in Luzhou. However, when he heard that we were here, he thought that we were secretly sending troops to attack Nanzhou. Hence, he looked for my mother and asked her to plead for mercy. He's currently in the mansion worried. Why did you come to me for such a small matter? Didn't you and Cuckoo already make arrangements? Why bother me? Li Longji was surprised to hear that Li Jianqing was here. He remembered that Li Jianqing's surname was Zhang when he first arrived. Hence, he came to deal with Li Jianqing. However, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo had already made the decision. Zhang Xiaobao was not anxious, nor was he angry. He acted as though he already knew what was going on. He said, You're right, Your Majesty. Cuckoo and I have already discussed this. Hence, I wanted to speak to you about it. Speak, speak. I'll listen and see if you can tell me anything. What I mean is that if there's anything you need to do in the future, just do it. There's no need to talk to me about it, especially under such circumstances. Understand? Li Longji sighed and walked out of the water. He knew that things would not be simple. Otherwise, the 2 of them would have made arrangements immediately. Zhang Xiaobao waited for Li Longji to come up. He hastily brought a bucket of fresh water to Li Longji so that he could rinse himself. This was to prevent the seawater from drying up and the salt from damaging his skin. It's like this, Your Majesty. The result of my discussion with Cuckoo is that Your Majesty will personally issue an edict and order the leaders of the Southwest Zhao to personally come here and ask for forgiveness. Then you can talk to them about cooperating with them. That is, helping them develop. Anyway, this place isn't too far from there, and you'll arrive in a few days. It just so happens that you can also play some other things there and walk around more. If you want to come back again in the future, who knows when it will be? Zhang Xiaobao waited for Li Longji to finish rinsing himself. As he spoke, he passed a towel to Li Longji. Li Longji took the towel and paused. Not too far? It'll take at least a month to come here from Nanzhou, right? Can we play for that long? Why are you tormenting them? Just tell them that you're scheming against them. Oh, I mean cooperating with them. The sooner we cooperate, the sooner we'll have more resources to use. Besides, it's not certain if they'll dare to come. They'll have to be worried that they won't be able to return alive. Do you think they'll be able to live if they don't come? Their life or death doesn't depend on where they are. It depends on whether we want to kill them or not. A month is a month. It's not that long anyway. Cuckoo and I aren't in a hurry. Your Majesty, you don't have anything else to do in the capital, right? Zhang Xiaobao continued to persuade Li Longji. Li Longji, indeed, wanted to play more. However, he had a feeling that Zhang Xiaobao's motives were not as simple as they seemed. After mulling over it for a moment, realization dawned on him. I get it now. You want to stay here until your younger brothers and sisters are born. If I'm not here, you're worried that I'll have to look for you on my way back. You're worried that I'll ask you to go back and discuss it with me. So, you want me to stay here so that you won't have to worry about me, right?
Not at all.
Zhang Xiaobao shook his head vigorously. He firmly denied Li Longji's words. This subject is wholeheartedly serving the country. How can I not know my priorities? Besides, this subject is not a doctor. Even if there's a need for surgery, this subject can't personally perform it. Hence, this subject has never considered my own interests. This subject's loyalty. All right. You don't have to continue. I'm getting goosebumps from listening to you. If your words came from Xiao Bei and the others, I might be able to believe them. As for you, you know what I mean. Give me 2 more reasons. I'll listen to them and stay. Otherwise, I'll leave immediately and take you with me. Li Longji did not wait for Zhang Xiaobao to finish his mushy words. He hastily interrupted him and took the piece of paper from Zhang Xiaobao's hand. Without looking at the contents, he folded the paper twice and fanned it like a small fan. When Zhang Xiaobao saw that Li Longji did not believe him, he had no choice but to explain, this subject wants them to come over. When they come, they can't cross mountains like the special forces. At the very least, the roads have to be repaired. Even if they're close to the sea, they can't possibly arrange for their accommodation to be near the sea. If they repair the roads, it'll save us a lot of trouble. When they see you, you can tell them the benefits and the importance of transportation. When they return, they'll carefully repair the roads. Even if it takes a long time, it won't be a waste of our time. Isn't that a good thing? That's it? Li Longji asked again. He did not believe that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's plan would be so simple. In addition, you can put on a show for the Japanese to make them feel that the pressure is great. This isn't something that can be resolved with a simple compensation. You can have the Japanese send their own ministers over to ask for punishment, just like what happened in the Southwest. With the people in the Southwest serving as an example, and you not doing anything to them, instead giving them benefits, the Japanese will be much more at ease after hearing this news. I can also speak to them indirectly and ask them to send someone over. When the time comes, the matter with my mother will be more or less resolved. Zhang Xiaobao passed another cup of wine to Li Longji as he explained his other objectives. Li Longji narrowed his eyes and thought hard. What did he mean by having the Japanese come over? Did he really not punish them for their crimes? And give them benefits? That didn't seem right. Back then, they had agreed to give the Japanese a serious blow, not use a soft knife to stab them like they did in the Southwest. As he pondered what benefits the Japanese would bring to the Great Tang, Li Longji stared at Zhang Xiaobao's face as if he wanted to see the answer from Zhang Xiaobao's face. At this time, Wu Huifei had also finished showering and came over to listen. When she heard this, she clapped her hands and looked at Zhang Xiaobao and praised, "Xiaobao is so smart. Indeed, if we want the Japanese to come over without worry, it has to be someone designated by us. As for how they'll be treated once they arrive in the Great Tang, isn't it still up to your Majesty to decide? We agreed that they would ask for punishment, and the people from the Southwest would be sent back safely. Does Japan have to do the same?" Li Longji felt that he had become stupid, so he could only ask Wu Huifei, "Beloved consort, do you know what's going on?" Wu Huifei smiled and said, "Last night, Your Majesty said to this concubine that not everyone in Japan is so obedient to our Great Tang. Even if they're captured this time, some of them will think of ways to prevent our people from going over and taking advantage of us. They'll find all sorts of reasons to delay our arrangements in Japan, and it won't be that easy for our people to move around in Japan. Last night, Your Majesty said more than once that those who are hostile to our Great Tang should come to the Great Tang and take drastic measures against the Japanese. By the time they return, our arrangements will have been made, and they'll be powerless to reverse the situation. We can even keep them in the Great Tang for a year. The rest of them will be much easier to deal with. Isn't that right, big sister?" Wu Huifei asked Empress Wang, who had also come over. Empress Wang Weiwei was taken aback, and then she nodded. "Yes, Your Majesty has already thought of this. Right now, we're testing Xiaobao." When Zhang Xiaobao heard this, he didn't need to think too much to understand. Li Longji didn't say anything at all. Wu Huifei had just thought of it, but she gave the credit to Li Longji. It wasn't surprising that Wu Huifei could think of this. She was of that bloodline and was very proficient in scheming. Zhang Xiaobao showed a look of admiration and said to Li Longji, Your Majesty is still the best. It can be said that you're far-sighted. This subject really didn't think of keeping the Japanese in the Great Tang. I just thought that if they came, we'd have to spend some money and increase the Great Tang's income. Now that Your Majesty has said it, this subject is suddenly enlightened. Your Majesty is indeed extraordinary. This subject has learned a lot. Li Longji sighed helplessly. He really didn't know what to do with Zhang Xiaobao. When other subjects said these words, he could feel that at least there was a trace of sincerity in their words. But when these words came out of Zhang Xiaobao's mouth, he felt like they were mocking him. You didn't think of it? You didn't think of it. So now you're spouting nonsense. This is too much of a coincidence. Okay, Xiaobao, don't continue to belittle us, or else we will punish you. Look at that exaggerated expression of yours. It's too fake. I don't know how so many people were fooled when you opened a braised food store in Hangzhou. This expression of yours doesn't qualify at all. Li Longji waved his hand and interrupted Zhang Xiaobao's disgusting words. At the same time, he also mocked Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao readily agreed. Yes, this subject isn't pretending, but that's because this subject isn't pretending. Everything I say comes from the bottom of my heart. Your Majesty, please test me again. Okay, I'll test you. Tell me, what other reason do you have for having all the people from the southwest come here? We already have a plan in mind. We just want to see if you can think of it. Since Zhang Xiaobao had already said so, Li Longji might as well hit the snake with the pole. It didn't matter how thick-skinned he was. Zhang Xiaobao cooperated and pretended to be deep in thought. After a while, when Li Longji felt that his skin was about to be burnt, he finally said, "This subject isn't sure. It's just a guess. It's like this. In the past, the people of the 6th Zhao in the south were always flirting with Tubo. Now that we're playing with duosher and training the troops, it's likely that there will be times when we'll shift our strategy and avoid the enemy's limelight to reduce casualties and try not to meet force with force. So if some of them feel that an opportunity has come and want to calmly arrange things and play some small tricks, it won't be good. If we call them over now, they won't have time to make any arrangements. At the same time, once they leave their own places, their local people will become active. We'll immediately send people to contact them and foster and divide them. At the same time, it's also an opportunity to win over the local people. Once benefits are given, because they're not in the local area, the people won't think that they're getting benefits because of their relationship. This will reduce their trust in them and affect their status as spiritual leaders. This subject can only think of this at the moment. I don't know if it's right or wrong. Please enlighten me, Your Majesty." Li Longji understood. It turned out that even in such a situation, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan still maintained the necessary caution, not giving the other side any opportunities so that their plan could be carried out smoothly. Yes, very correct. This is what we thought. However, there are still some shortcomings. Think carefully again. What other aspects are there? If we don't plan more, wouldn't it be a waste of our time? Li Longji felt that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan shouldn't have only done this. There must be more, but he couldn't think of anything, so he continued to ask questions. Zhang Xiaobao and Wei Wei opened their mouths and frowned slightly. Your Majesty, there's more? No more, right? This subject really can't think of anything else. There is. This emperor's plans are flawless, strategizing and deciding victory from 1,000 li away. How could there not be? If there isn't, why would I ask you? Li Longji said very roguishly. There really is? All right, let me think about it. Your Majesty, your consideration is really too thorough. Your Majesty, it's beyond the reach of ordinary people. I'll think about it. Zhang Xiaobao said helplessly. He looked like he was thinking about something very hard. After thinking for a while, he finally said, "This subject has thought of something else. This subject hopes that Your Majesty can point it out. That is, the 6 Zhao were originally not a harmonious group, each with their own interests. Thus, when providing them with assistance, we should do our best to minimize the conflicts and secret struggles between them. This should allow them to focus their energy on the happiness of the people of the world, and not on scheming and plotting against one another. Otherwise, many places would be owned by several tribes, and in the future, the products produced might have to go through other tribes in order to be sent to the Great Tang as quickly as possible. Call them over in advance and give them a heads up. At that time, they will naturally listen to your Majesty's words and not do anything else to delay others. Isn't that right? After saying all this in one breath, Zhang Xiaobao felt that his throat was uncomfortable, so he poured himself a cup of wine and began to sip it. Li Longji nodded. Yes, very correct. You finally guessed a little of our thoughts. Not bad. Continue. This subject truly cannot think of anything else. Your Majesty, why don't this subject go back and ask Xueqi and see if Xueqi can cooperate with this subject and guess your Majesty's plans? There is no need to guess all of them. Even 10 or 20% will be enough for this subject to use for a long time. Zhang Xiaobao himself couldn't think of anything else, so he could only find an excuse to leave. He was afraid that Li Longji wouldn't stop asking. Coming up with a plan was already very tiring, and explaining it to Li Longji would be even more tiring. Moreover, Li Longji didn't need to know too much. He just needed to keep up with his train of thought. Li Longji clinked his cup with Zhang Xiaobao's and downed the wine in one gulp. Since that's the case, you should go back and discuss it with Xueqi. After you've finished your discussion and guessed our intentions, you can come back. We can give you a reminder. Besides the things you've guessed, there are at least 3 other uses. You must think carefully. There are 3 uses, not one less. If you can't think of all 3, don't come looking for us. If we tell you the answer directly, it will be detrimental to your growth. Come, let's continue swimming. Li Longji turned around and walked back into the water. Empress Wang and Wu Huifei naturally followed behind him. Zhang Xiaobao pursed his lips. Seriously, all I did was disturb you. Is there a need for you to think of 3 more ways to get back at me? You clearly don't want me to disturb you again. Swim, swim, swim. Try your best to interact with your 2 women and start a fire. I'll put laxatives in your food tonight. Let's see what you can do then. Humph. Zhang Xiaobao's mood improved after he was done with AQ. He finished the wine in his cup and walked toward Wang Wan in a relaxed manner. He wanted to tell her about Li Longji's shamelessness and treat it as a form of entertainment in his spare time. While Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were in charge of Li Longji entertainment, they sent the decision back to Lu Zhou and asked Li Jianqing to make the decision. They believed that Li Jianqing was capable of handling this matter well. The tone of the message was very firm. It meant that if the people who were called did not show up, they did not need to show up. When the time came, the emperor would personally visit. When Li Jianqing received the news, he felt relieved. Then, he felt anxious again. He did not know what the emperor of Great Tang, Zhang Xiaobao, and Wang Wan were thinking. If they were planning to lure the people here and cut off their heads, it would be troublesome. At that time, the clan would definitely be in chaos. If it was only the death of a clan leader, it wouldn't be a big deal. Chaos would only be within the clan. As long as an external enemy appeared, such as a few other clans joining forces to annex the clan would immediately unite. What he was worried about was that if all the leaders died, the tribes would fall into chaos. Then, there would be continuous annexations and battles in their original territories. However, he had no choice but to come. After all, the people who were sent to cause trouble in Great Tang were caught and their plan failed. Since they had done something wrong, they had to do as they were told. Otherwise, Great Tang's army would arrive soon. Unfortunately, if the people who went to cause trouble were not caught, not only would the invincible status of the Wang and Zhang Xiaobao families in the hearts of the people of Great Tang be shaken. Even if Great Tang knew who was the culprit, it would not be able to organize an army immediately. If the people who went to cause trouble were to carry out the plan, it would still cause great damage to Great Tang. Li Jianqing considered the gains and losses and calculated the various consequences. He could not calm down. He ordered his men to rest and return early the next morning. At the same time, he was thinking about who to ask for help. While he was feeling sad, Su Mingyang, who was also helping him receive and send telegrams, ordered a lot of food and wine from Hai Yunjian. This time, they did not have to worry about Hai Yunjian's attitude. Since the madam of the main family had spoken, they did not dare to starve themselves. The food and wine were soon delivered. Su Mingyang invited Li Jianqing to eat with him. To be precise, he planned to drink with him. Today, he could finally let go of one of his worries. As for the rest of the family, they would eat the apology banquet prepared by the Zhang Xiaobao clan. Li Jianqing really did not have any other place to eat. Since he was in contact with Su Mingyang, He felt that they were in the same boat. After happily agreeing to the invitation to drink with him, he drank 3 cups of wine in a row. Then, he had a flash of inspiration and asked Su Mingyang, "Brother Su, I want to ask you something. I wonder if you can tell me? This is very important to Nan Zhao. In the future, we will definitely repay you. We will not let you down. We will get more than the people of the Chamber of Commerce from the Zhang Xiaobao family." Li Jianqing thought that since the people of the Chamber of Commerce had received the money, Su Mingyang should be easy to talk to. Moreover, he did not want to inquire about any confidential matters. Who would have thought that after he said these words and told Su Mingyang the tempting conditions, Su Mingyang did not show a happy expression. Instead, he was very vigilant. He lowered his voice and said to Li Jianqing, "I don't dare to accept anything from you. Otherwise, once it is discovered, I still have something to do with it. It is very likely that the things I receive will become my death warrant. It is not easy for you to save up these things. It is better to save them for critical situations. I am not short of money. I appreciate your kindness, but I must warn you, the people of the Chamber of Commerce are not people you can bribe with small gifts. They are all inner court members of the Zhang Xiaobao family. Can't be bribed? If someone has already taken benefits from me and helped me complete the task, Brother Su, do you think it is possible?" Li Jianqing thought of the bribery before. It was very successful. How could he say that it was useless? Su Mingyang heard Li Jianqing's certainty and shook his head with a smile. "Brother Li, you have been fooled. Even if they accept the things you give them, they have to file a record with their main family. They can't keep it and not report it. Otherwise, how many people of the Zhang Xiaobao family have been bribed? Can our great Tang be as stable as it is now? In fact, even if you don't give the people of the Chamber of Commerce any benefits, as long as you tell them your purpose, they will arrange for you to meet with the madams of the 2 families. That is why they dare to accept the money. If you really give me something and I take it, I also have to give an explanation to the Zhang Xiaobao family. In particular, not only can I not use the things myself, I can't even sell them. I need to wait for His Majesty to come back from his trip and give an explanation to Xiao Bei and the others in the group. Otherwise, not to mention my official position, I will not even be able to keep my life." Chapter 11:21. Su Mingyang's words made Li Jianqing feel a trace of fear. He asked with certainty, "Is that true?" He was still thinking that the inner court of the Zhang family and the Wang family was only so. They would help with something just because they were given something. It was not like the rumors said that they were stubborn. He thought that as long as they were willing to spend money, there was nothing that could not be done through the people of the Zhang family and the Wang family. Why did the meaning change when it came from Su Mingyang's mouth? Su Mingyang did not even need to ask what Li Jianqing was thinking after he gave the gift. He had already guessed the judgment in Li Jianqing's mind. He shook his head helplessly again and said, "Brother Li, I'm telling the truth. I can guess that the gift you gave to the people of the Chamber of Commerce is worth hundreds of strings of coins or even thousands of strings of coins. Am I right?" Li Jianqing nodded. "Then, do you know how much the person who took your money from the Chamber of Commerce is worth? Let me tell you, it's at least 10,000 strings of coins. Moreover, it's the kind of person who doesn't have much power. If the person took your money and immediately did the thing for you, then his net worth is more than 50,000 strings of coins. Do you think they would care about a little gift from you? There are 2 more important points. First, once they are found out, not only will they be kicked out of the main family and become free, but they may even be executed by the Zhang family and the Wang family. They still have relatives, and they are all under the protection of the Zhang family and the Wang family. Second, they have their own pride and glory. In their opinion, being able to become the inner court of the Zhang family and the Wang family is like renting a grave and smoking smoke. Not everyone can be the inner court of the Zhang family and the Wang family, and they have to go through layers of selection and continuous tests. Let me tell you this. The few men who followed the madams of the 2 families today are the inner court. They are the servants of the 2 families, but they are different from the servants of other families. They are much stronger than me, the provincial governor. Now that I've become the provincial governor, I don't care about Lu Zhou anymore. Even if I do, the Zhang family and Wang family won't care. I've been controlling Lu Zhou's affairs all this while, but I've suddenly stopped. Well then, any one of the men we see will take over my work in a very short time, as short as an hour or 2, and nothing else will be delayed. This is the foundation. But they would rather be in the inner courtyard of the Zhang family and Wang family than change positions with me. This is because they can continue to learn from us, and their children in the future will also receive a good education. They actually look down on officials like us who are not outstanding. As Su Mingyang spoke, he drank with all his might, as if he wanted to use the wine to suppress the stuffiness in his heart and get drunk to solve his 1,000 worries. Li Jianqing put down his chopsticks and asked in surprise, "Really? Are the rumors true?" "What rumor?" "Let's drink." Su Mingyang raised his wine cup. It said that Tang has 2 systems of officials and the military. One is in use, and the other is in the Zhang family and Wang family. The original system can be replaced at any time. Therefore, there is no need to worry that the officials will collectively quit, and there is no need to worry that there is no official to take over when something happens. Li Jianqing told him the rumor he heard. Although it's not entirely true, it's not far from it. If all the officials in Tang quit at the same time, the Zhang family and Wang family are still not strong enough to support them. However, if 60% of the officials quit at the same time, His Majesty will directly kill them, and then ask Xiao Bao and Cuckoo for manpower to fill the vacated positions and support the administration. They don't need to arrange the same number of people for every position. They have people who can do the work of several people. In fact, there are also many idle people in the government. Because of this, many officials in Tang who know the situation now don't dare to threaten the imperial court with their local affairs. It's the same in the military. The only thing I don't know is if the people who can participate in the court session quit at the same time, will the Zhang family and Wang family be able to replace them? After all, there are still many situations where experience is needed. Such a thing has never happened, so I don't know. Just tell me, how can such people be bribed by you? Their pride is in their bones. As for me, I want to accept some bribes, but I don't dare to. Besides, how much can you give me? If I work honestly for a year, I won't get less money. This is the high salary that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo proposed to His Majesty. If an official did a good job, when he finished his position, he would get a sum of money calculated according to how much tax he raised and how the local people lived. It's a shocking amount of money. But at the same time, if he made a mistake, and he did it knowingly, he would get a good punishment. A few days ago, His Majesty issued a decree saying that if an official deliberately cheated and destroyed the local people to raise tax, even if he was promoted, in a few years, if there were problems in his original place, he would be in trouble. Let's stop talking. Let's drink. When winter comes, I'll leave Luzhou. Although Luzhou is good, it's too suffocating. The people don't treat me as an official at all. When Su Mingyang drank, he obviously became more talkative. Moreover, the frequency of drinking began to increase. It seemed that the wine had no alcohol content. There were complaints, helplessness, and a hint of awe in his voice. Li Jianqing drank a lot as well, and he was a little confused. Suddenly, he remembered that he should not let Su Mingyang get drunk. He still had some things to ask, and he seemed to be in a good state now. Therefore, he did not care if Su Mingyang thought he was dirty. He used his chopsticks to give Su Mingyang a few dishes and said, "Eat the dishes and drink slowly. Otherwise, you can't continue to drink when you are drunk. Brother Su, do you know that the emperor of your country is here? Did he tell you what he wants from me? I'm worried now, and I can't calm down. I'm worried that the emperor will be angry and send a mighty army. If that happens, the people will have no way to make a living. Eat you eat too. Let me tell you, you are not afraid of His Majesty being angry. What I'm afraid of is that if Cuckoo is angry, His Majesty will be angry. If he wants to beat someone, he will have to discuss it with Cuckoo and Xiao Bao. If they agree, he will beat them. If they don't agree, His Majesty will have to listen to them. After all, they have a bigger plan, and they can't destroy it casually. Cuckoo is different. If she wants to beat someone, Xiao Bao will find a way to support her. Of course, she will not beat them casually. Are you worried that they will beat you? Don't worry, I'm telling you they won't beat you. Your country is not that important. Moreover, if they really want to fight, Luzhou will not be like this now. The provisions have not been gathered yet. How can they fight? If they want to fight you, they will not only need the navy to help them transport the troops, but also an army that is specially adapted to mountain warfare. Although the protection team of the Zhang family and the Wang family can start a war directly, it is not to that extent yet. The protection team is not easy to fight. If they really want to fight you, they will have to transfer the troops again. There has been no transfer of troops recently. Don't be fooled by the fact that the Tang Empire takes turns to guard various places. They are preparing to fight Duo Shi. A few days ago, when I was waiting for His Majesty's news at the place where the telegram is sent and received, I received news that Duo Shi had gathered 2,000 troops. My Tang Empire's troops have probably set off for a few days now. The next day after receiving the news, they must be ready to go. Think about it. Will the Great Tang fight on two sides? If it is really a two-sided war, it will be against Japan. It has nothing to do with you. Believe me, especially when the madams of the Zhang family and the Wang family are still waiting in Luzhou to give birth to a child. Even if Xiao Bao and Cuckoo want to fight you, they will not come over themselves. It is not good to kill too many people. Besides, they have Xiao Bei and the others. Have you ever seen anyone take care of children in a war? Listen to me. His Majesty has sent back an order. Do what he wants you to do. Don't take any chances. Go back and call your leader of the South Zhao over. As for the other people of the 5 Zhao, if they don't come, they will be in trouble. Drink. Su Mingyang raised his cup again. The wine in the cup had spilled out uncontrollably, but he still tried to send it to his mouth. Li Jianqing really did not know so many things. Seeing Su Mingyang drunk like this, he was afraid that he would be drunk soon and could not ask anything. He quickly stopped the wine that was going to be sent to his mouth and asked, "Brother Su, how do you know so much? Don't they avoid you when the imperial court is fighting?" Avoid me? Avoid me for what? I didn't betray the interests of the Tang Empire. I offended the Zhang family and the Wang family with my words, but I didn't do anything else. So what if I saw the information? I can't spread it out. If I want to spread it, at least I have to use a telegram, right? Once it is spread, I will be arrested first. Then it's really over. No one can save me. Look, I offended them. I just have to admit my mistake and give in. Everything will be fine and I can eat. The one who's in a bit of trouble is Xiao Bei. When they come back, I have to apologize to Xiao Bei and the others in private. Children need to be coaxed, unlike adults who beat around the bush when talking. But I am not very afraid. It's just that in the past, I always felt embarrassed. Besides, when the telegram was sent and received, I was there to listen to the news. I didn't deliberately inquire about the secret. Also, I can't participate in the decision-making, so I don't know the details. Now I know that the Tang Empire wants to fight Duo Shi, and Duo Shi himself knows. As for how to fight, I don't know. After all, I am a third-rank official. A third-rank official can participate in the decision-making of the imperial court. I guess it's because I didn't ask. If I asked, I would ask His Majesty, Xiao Bao, and Cuckoo. They can also tell me some things. I am not stupid. Others may be jealous of people who offend them because of some personal matters, but the Zhang family and Wang family will not kill people. They always give people a chance, and it's fine as long as they grasp it. But if what I do is to harm the Tang Empire, it's over. They will kill people. They are wholeheartedly for the public. Speaking of which, I am not as good as them. Drink, why are you shaking? Drink, don't shake. You are making me dizzy. One of Su Mingyang's eyes couldn't open, and the other was squinting. His body kept swaying, but he didn't see any double images. It was very difficult to see double images with one eye. If that's the case, I will listen to you and go back quickly? Li Jianqing stopped drinking, put down the wine cup, and asked again. Go back. You must go back. The sooner the better. You can't delay. Go back tomorrow, right? I will send you back. Let's drink. Haha, the wine of Hai Yunjian. Good. Drink. As Su Mingyang spoke, he slid under the table. Li Jianqing hurriedly helped him up and dragged him to the mat at the side. He called out twice, but the response was to continue drinking. He helplessly shook his head, let out a long breath, tidied his clothes and walked out of the door. He told the people outside that he was leaving, and that he would let Su Mingyang know when he woke up. He said that there was no need to send him off, and that he would leave immediately today. Thus, Li Jianqing left the Wang residence. As the wind blew, he was also confused. He unsteadily gathered his subordinates. He did not care about the change in the order of leaving tomorrow and leaving today. Because his subordinates were not used to the situation, he threw all the things he had prepared to bribe the people of the Chamber of Commerce, and had them pass them to the madams of the Zhang family and Wang family. Then, he gathered his subordinates, prepared food for the journey, and hurriedly left. 5 days after Li Jianqing left, he encountered Li Longji's group on the road. However, he was not in the mood to stop and see the Emperor of Great Tang. He directly greeted the people in the group who came to investigate and continued to rush home at the fastest speed. A few days later, Li Longji, who had not had enough fun, decided to return. It seemed that he could not have enough fun at the seaside during this season. However, he could not delay any longer. He still had not visited the 100,000 mountains. He could visit Luzhou at the seaside in the future, or he could take a stroll on the way back. There were many sceneries in the 100,000 mountains that he had not seen, especially the unique flora and fauna. Seeing them in the capital was not as good as seeing them in person. Xiaobao, come to me. I have something to ask you. On the way back, Li Longji still liked to sit on the deck at the bow of the ship, enjoying the sea breeze and watching the undulating waves. However, it was drizzling today. He asked someone to set up the shelter and sat down below while he ate spicy soup. It was all seafood. While he was eating, he saw Zhang Xiaobao coming out to check the various spots. Hence, he beckoned him over. A slightly stronger gust of wind swept over with the rain. Zhang Xiaobao shuddered. He rubbed his arms together and walked under the shelter. He sat opposite Li Longji and picked up a piece of squid that Li Longji had boiled for him. He brushed a layer of chili sauce on it and took a bite. The steam from the squid felt good. He looked at Li Longji and waited for him to speak. Li Longji had no choice but to put 2 more skewers of squid into the pot. He looked at Zhang Xiaobao and asked, Xiaobao, what if this thing grows up? Will it capsize the ship? Zhang Xiaobao looked at Li Longji in confusion. He was puzzled. Why was Li Longji suddenly asking about this? However, he nodded and said, It said that there are some big ones that can capsize the ship. With our current ship, we can't deal with them at all. However, I've never seen one before. In that case, do you think we can train more sea creatures like how we train dogs and eagles? For example, sharks? For example, we can raise more octopuses like the ones we're eating now. When the time comes, we can use them in naval battles. Li Longji gestured as he asked excitedly. Zhang Xiaobao was rendered speechless. He did not expect Li Longji to have such foresight. He continued to nod. We can raise more sea creatures, but it's best if we raise dolphins. Dolphins are obedient, but they can't be used in naval battles. When Your Majesty mentioned it, I thought of something else. It's military dogs that can be used to bombard the enemy's important places. Unfortunately, the enemy doesn't have tanks. It's a waste to use dogs to bombard the enemy's fortifications. 2 days ago, I heard that something had arrived at Luzhou. I think it's my hand-guided tractor. When we return, I'll show it to Your Majesty. It's fun. It feels good to sit on it. Chapter 11:22. Li Longji's group finally returned to Luzhou's harbor. This time, there was no welcoming party at the harbor. However, it seemed very busy. People were constantly moving goods onto the ships, and from time to time, people were leaving with goods that were transported from other places. It was a bustling scene. Su Mingyang was the only one who came to welcome them. He did not even bring a page boy or a yamen runner with him because everyone in the mansion was busy. This year, it suddenly rained in Luzhou. It had been raining for 5 consecutive days, and the water level of the 2 main rivers was gradually rising. Those who were free were busy keeping an eye on the river embankment. As for the sea embankment, they did not pay much attention to it. They had never heard of a heavy rain causing the water level to rise unless it was an earthquake or a typhoon. It was raining today as well. The rain was not light, and it smashed onto the concrete floor of the harbor like beans. Water droplets splashed everywhere, and the air was filled with mist. On the way back, they were very worried about a storm. In the end, the old men said it did not look like it. Hence, they carefully sailed along the shore, avoiding the reefs, and returned in the rain. Su Mingyang was already wearing a straw raincoat and a bamboo hat. He did not bring an umbrella with him as it did not seem to be useful in this weather. When he saw the emperor's group arriving at the harbor, Su Mingyang hastily walked over. His main purpose was not to look for the emperor, but to talk to Xiao Bei and the others. As long as they spoke, he would feel relieved. He did not believe that the emperor did not know that he had gone to meet the emperor's mother. Now, he wanted to confirm if the emperor still hated him. As for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he did not think that they would hold a grudge against him. He had already expressed his attitude and apologized. Based on the two of them, they would always leave a way out for others. He did not continue to oppose them. Moreover, he had arrived just in time, so there should not be any major problems. Sure enough, when Su Mingyang went up to greet them, he spoke to the emperor. When he looked at Xiao Bei, who was also wearing a special straw raincoat, Xiao Bei glared at him and snorted, "You're smart." These 4 words were like the sound of nature to Su Mingyang's ears. After greeting Li Longji, they didn't dare to continue following behind him. Instead, they went to a tea stall at the docks and asked for a pot of tea. After gulping down 2 mouthfuls of tea, they heaved a long sigh of relief and felt completely relieved. "I'm still the smart one. I know when to advance and when to retreat. I'm more than twice as smart as the Ning family. A real man knows when to yield and when not to lose face." "You didn't lose face in the slightest. You schemed against them once, and you actually used your intelligence to reconcile with them." Su Mingyang held a bean in his hand and whispered to himself, praising himself. "I don't feel comfortable letting him go just like that," Lil Bei said to Li Longji and the others as they sat in the car. She pouted, looking very dissatisfied, but there was nothing she could do. Her brother and sister had already said it was okay, so she had to listen to them. Hearing Xiao Bei's complaint, Li Longji chuckled and said, "Could it be that you want to kill everyone who offends your family? Or even a search and seizure?" "If that was really the case, then if someone deliberately offended you today and you killed them, then when you killed too many of them, someone might offend you unintentionally. When that time comes, other people will already know your way of doing things and will think that you still want to kill them. So before you say anything, they will help you deal with them first. When that time comes, do you want to deal with the people who help you? If you really deal with them, they will think that you are temperamental and hard to talk to. If you don't deal with them, they will think that you are conniving. When you kill too many people and someone accidentally blocks your car one day, you might not care anymore and just kill them. Habits are slowly formed, and they will become more and more serious. As time goes on, you will get lost in them. When that happens, it will be time for your brother or sister to personally deal with you. I didn't say that I was going to kill them. Can't I let them eat salted vegetables for a few more days? They already bought their own rice and noodles. Even if they don't have salted vegetables, can't they go to the beach to cook salt and catch some fish to make salted fish? Salted fish can be eaten with rice and noodles. It tastes pretty good, but my brother won't let me eat too much. It's addictive. Xiao Bei found excuses for herself. In fact, she really couldn't bear to kill them. It wasn't that she was soft-hearted, but because she had an unborn child in her mother's womb. It wasn't good to kill too many people. Li Longji chuckled. Now, you can let them eat salted vegetables for a few more days. They won't dare to disagree. If you don't believe me, you can try. It's not fun if I don't try. If the opponent doesn't resist, what's the point of bullying them? It's not like it's for the country's benefit. There's no point in bullying them to death. I'm going back to sleep. Sleeping on a rainy day is the most comfortable. I don't want to get up once I lie down. Xiao Bei felt sleepy as she spoke. She yawned and narrowed her eyes, looking like she could fall asleep at any moment. Looking at Xiao Bei's appearance, Li Longji seemed to be infected. He also fell into a trance. He was sleepy, and the sound of the rain outside was like a lullaby. A cold wind blew in from the half-opened window, making him shiver. He suddenly remembered what he had been thinking about along the way. He stared at Zhang Xiaobao and said, "Where's your tractor?" "The hand-guided tractor." Li Longji actually did not know what a hand-guided tractor was, but he could guess that it was something that the Ministry of Works had developed from the diesel engine. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. He had spent a lot of money, and now, it was finally time to reap the rewards. What exactly was a hand-guided tractor? Why was it called a tractor? Could it be because of its sound? Ever since Zhang Xiaobao mentioned it, Li Longji had been thinking about it. He hoped that the Ministry of Works tractors could be used in the military and the people's livelihood. But now that he had disembarked from the ship, He was still sitting in the carriage. He did not see what the tractor looked like, which made him angry. Zhang Xiaobao also narrowed his eyes and leaned against the wall of the carriage to rest. He was actually more anxious than Li Longji. Li Longji just wanted to see something new, but Zhang Xiaobao knew what the tractor's appearance meant. This was the progress of an era. Even though it could not be mass-produced now, it provided a series of theories and practical data for scientific research. Even if it broke down after a few days, it was still a huge gain. In any case, the thing was there. If there was steel, they could just throw it in. No matter how much money they spent, it was worth it. One day they would be able to create something better. The only pity was that the gasoline engine had been produced first. But because it was not good in a certain aspect, the diesel engine had been produced first. This made him speechless. If only there were more advanced smelting and forging technology. This thing was much more convenient than the steam engine. It burned for a long time with the same volume of fuel as coal. It was also small in size, and the speed at which it provided power was much faster. The pollution it caused. Putting the pollution aside, would the Environmental Protection Organization be able to pursue it to Great Tang? Their heads would be chopped off. Xiaobao, we are asking you a question. Li Longji saw Zhang Xiaobao leaning against the wall and telling Wei Wei not to speak. He glared at him and asked another question. Ah, tractor? All right, let's wait until we get back. There are too many people now, and it would not be good if a spy saw it. Your Majesty, let me introduce the hand-guided tractor to you. First, you need to know what a tractor is. The so-called engine refers to the diesel engine. As for dragging, it is naturally like a carriage. Dragging, pulling, how does it drag? Zhang Xiaobao explained to Li Longji in a daze. But before he could finish his words, Li Longji interjected, I don't want to hear it. I want to see how you procrastinate. I've seen it with my own eyes, so I'll naturally know. The more you speak now, the more anticipation I feel. You should sleep. Thank you, Your Majesty. Zhang Xiaobao leaned his head against the wall of the carriage. Li Longji sighed. He had asked for nothing. The carriage swayed as it moved forward. Just as Li Longji was about to fall asleep, they arrived at their destination. It was very uncomfortable. Uncle Emperor, do you feel very uncomfortable? When you want to sleep but can't? Xiaobei looked at Li Longji sympathetically. Uncomfortable? Have you had such an experience before? Not letting you sleep? Li Longji rubbed his eyes and asked. Yes. I was about to sleep, but suddenly, delicious food was delivered. Should I sleep or not? This is a problem. Let's get off the carriage and look at the tractor. Xiaobei said what he had experienced and jumped off the carriage. How fortunate. I can choose between eating and sleeping. Sometimes, even if I don't want to eat, I can't sleep in peace. Let's see how much the tractor can drag. Li Longji sighed and also got off the carriage. The rain didn't stop, and it didn't seem like it was going to let up. It was still pouring down, but Zhang Xiaobao couldn't care less. He took off his shirt and went to the place where the tractor was. There were people guarding the tractor. There was even a shelter on top of the tractor. It was like a treasure. Zhang Xiaobao also treated the diesel tractor as a treasure. He stretched out his hand and gently stroked the head of the tractor. His movements were very gentle, as if he was afraid that he would damage the diesel engine. Li Longji and the others also saw the tractor. To them, this tractor was something they had never seen before. They looked at it curiously. This tractor had 3 wheels. It looked better than the wheels of a carriage. In front of the tractor was a big rectangular head. The most eye-catching part of the head was the eye. Then, there were 2 bicycle handlebars connected from the bottom of the tractor. They looked like they were connected to the wheels. They should be used to adjust the direction of the tractor. At the back of the tractor was a metal bucket. It was fixed to the 2 wheels at the back. The saddle was very high. If a person sat on it, they would feel like they were looking down from above. Other than that, there was nothing special. Oh, there was also a large chimney. There was also a hat on top of the chimney to block the rain. This thing is the walking tractor that the Ministry of Work spent countless amounts of money and effort to develop? The highly skilled people in the Ministry of Works have spent countless amounts of money and energy to develop? It is clearly another type of bicycle. I finally know what a hand-guided tractor is. A hand-guided tractor is a handlebar that is connected to both sides of the tractor. Is the string connected to the handlebars of the tractor? A tractor is a tractor with something loaded at the back. Is this tractor worth nearly 10 million strings of coins? Li Longji roughly sized up the tractor and shook his head. He said to Zhang Xiaobao, who was still touching it. Zhang Xiaobao stopped and brought over a wet towel. He wrung the water and wiped his hands. He replied, "Your Majesty is wise. It is indeed this tractor." "Good. This tractor shall be this tractor. Let me use it. I will see if it is worth 10 million strings of coins." Li Longji was slightly disappointed. The hand-guided tractor's appearance was not very good. It was not as elegant as a sedan. Zhang Xiaobao took a deep breath and stretched out his hand. The person next to him was stunned for a moment. Then, he reacted and handed over a curved metal rod. It was actually the starting handle. Zhang Xiaobao received it and was about to start it when Wang Wan walked over worriedly. She was afraid that Zhang Xiaobao would not start the engine and instead break his arm. It looked a little scary, especially when it had not been scientifically proven. "Xiaobao, do you know how to drive?" Wang Wan asked worriedly. She wanted to say drive a tractor, but she also wanted to say ride a tractor. In the end, she chose to say drive. Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand confidently and said, "No problem. Didn't the letter say that our hand-guided tractor is very powerful? It only needs 2 gears. 1 front gear and 1 reverse gear. The rest of the time, it uses a stepless speed change and a manual brake system. There are even shock-absorbing springs under the seats. Not to mention anything else, look at its chimney. Did you notice? It is completely different from the cars you used to sit in. Your car is 1 meter deep. Can it cross? This tractor is fine. Do you understand?" "What nonsense. Just because the chimney goes up, you think it can be used as a submarine? What's with the manual brake system? Just say that the manual brake is not enough. 2 gears, front and back, stepless speed change. Because it is too difficult to put more gears, we directly use the accelerator to control it. If there is more fuel, it will go faster. If there is less fuel, it will slow down. If there is no fuel, it will stop, right?" Wang Wan was really worried about letting Zhang Xiaobao drive such an advanced thing personally. What if it suddenly exploded? Other people's explosions were just cracks or burnt parts. This tractor could easily escalate to the level of explosion. Yes. We are still in the early stages of entrepreneurship, so we can only deal with it like this. However, it will not affect our testing and future development. Trust me, there will be a steering wheel, and there will be a car air conditioner. Now, we can also make a better shape for the exhaust pipe in winter and walk next to the driver's seat. It will become a heating system, but it cannot be too waterproof. Just watch me," Zhang Xiaobao said as he inserted the rocker handle into the tractor. He waved to the person beside him and asked him to press the oil supply system. It is the thing that looks like a manual brake. Wang Wan took a few steps back and sneered. "You think waterproof depends on how tall the exhaust pipe is? If that is the case, any tractor factory can build a submarine. Tractor factories can build tanks. When I am done with the tests, it is just a tank. When the time comes, we can just put a layer of metal on the outside. Can we change the exterior and make a beautiful cover? For example, a Mercedes-Benz. Who cares what is inside, right? Help me open the decompression valve. I was wondering why I could not shake it." Zhang Xiaobao tried to shake it with all his might and realized that he could not shake it with all his might. Then, he remembered that there is still one thing he did not touch. If he can manually increase the pressure to the point where the diesel can burn, he might become a god. The person beside him wanted to laugh but did not dare to laugh. He helped to open the decompression valve. Zhang Xiaobao started to shake the tractor faster and faster. After shaking it to a certain extent, he suddenly pulled out the handle. The diesel engine finally started. It sounded like a continuous drum beat in the rain. Billowing black smoke came out of the tractor. Success! It was too easy. In the past, when he started his own car, it was not so easy. He still had to open the door, get in the car, and close the door. Under everyone's gaze, Zhang Xiaobao turned over and got into the tractor. With one hand on the handle, he released the clutch and stepped on the accelerator. Then, everyone saw the hand-guided tractor chirping cheerfully as it moved forward. Fortunately, the condition of the road was not bad. It was a cement field used for drying grains. This was a big field. Now that it was sealed, outsiders were not allowed to enter. Zhang Xiaobao could use all his strength to speed up the tractor. 30 kilometers per hour was too easy for him to reach. Even if it was a truck full of people, it would not be a problem. Li Longji looked at Zhang Xiaobao driving the tractor in circles around the field. He was puzzled. Didn't Xiaobao say that there was a shock absorber? Why was the tractor still shaking up and down? The smoke is too thick. It will smell when the wind is against us. What is the reason? Li Longji turned his head and asked Wang Wan. It is because of the oil. We have a different type of diesel here. Moreover, the refined diesel seems to be different every time. We need to see what the crude oil is like. It is not a big problem. Now we need to see how long the diesel engine can last. Wang Wan felt helpless about the development of technology. Li Longji nodded in understanding and said, "It's fine. If you really can't handle it, wear a mask. Wear a few layers, or a gas mask with charcoal inside. It should be able to last for a long time without fainting." Zhang Xiaobao did not care about the smoke. It could be seen, but it was uncomfortable to breathe in. In the past, there were many smokes that could not be seen. In fact, it was more harmful. The Chinese people's bodies were very tough. They could eat, drink, use, and breathe in poisonous things. They could still achieve the dream of a strong country. Along with the sound of the tractor, Xiaobao drove around the crowd twice before stopping. He said to the crowd, "Come on up, let's go for a spin. I'll show you what speed is." Li Longji was not a coward. He held the edge of the back of the tractor and jumped in. He stood behind Zhang Xiaobao and held the railing that was specially placed there. He looked into the distance, as if he was ready to fly. Xiao Bei and the others also climbed into the tractor one after another. They each found a good posture and position. Some were squatting, some were standing, and some were sitting as they waited for the ride. Zhang Xiaobao started again and led everyone around the grain-sunning field. It had to be said that the effect was not bad. Other than Wang Wan, the others felt very comfortable, fresh, and excited. For a moment, they felt that the bumpiness was not as big as before. It was much less than riding a horse. After one round, Zhang Xiaobao pressed the accelerator to the limit. The speed of the tractor suddenly increased. On the flat concrete ground, it made the people in the back of the tractor feel as if they were riding a horse. The raindrops fell on their faces. It was as if they were facing an army of thousands. How is it? Is it fast? Does it feel good? Isn't it much better than a normal horse carriage? As Zhang Xiaobao drove the tractor, he kept turning his head to look behind. He also shouted loudly to suppress the sound of the engine. Li Longji did not know if it was because of the smoke or the rain, but he felt as if he was riding a cloud. When he heard Zhang Xiaobao shouting, he also shouted, "It's so fast! Awesome! It's only a little slower than a horse sprinting. But when a horse is tired, it has to stop to eat grass. This thing is good. It only uses that diesel. It has a lot of strength too. It can still run so fast while carrying so many people. If it's equipped, it will be invincible on flat terrain." Xiaobao, why are you always biased? If you are more upright, I will be scared. Why do you need such a long handle? A bicycle is also shorter. Let the people from the Ministry of Works think of a solution. They are not doing their best. Li Longji thought of the war chariots used in war. Chariots were good, but they needed horses to pull them. How much protection did the horses need to be able to block the enemy's attack? Compared to the tractor, the chariot was much worse. In the future, they could really make a chariot and add layers of armor. They don't even need to put any soldiers in the chariot. They only need a driver. They can put long swords around the chariot and charge forward. The enemies will fall one by one. Flesh and blood will not be able to stop the chariot. When they thought of this, they wanted to high-five each other, but they were afraid of being jolted off the chariot. Zhang Xiaobao kept making the chariot deviate because he kept turning back. He had given up looking at other people's expressions. Zhang Xiaobao steadied the handle and shouted, "The people from the Ministry of Works are too stupid. They can't do a good job in the steering system. They should have fixed the rearview mirror for me. So stupid." Zhang Xiaobao stopped the chariot and wiped the rain off his face. He said to everyone, "Let's go back first. Take a shower and change our clothes. When the weather clears up, we will run a few more laps. I will get someone to install a shed on the chariot." Li Longji also climbed out of the chariot and stood on the firm ground. He realized that his legs were a little weak. Xiaobei and the rest of the children were jumping up and down. Their eyes were shining, and it was obvious that they did not have enough fun. "Brother, can you remove the chariot at the back and change it to a house? It will be fun inside. After a few jolts, I will fall asleep." Xiaobei thought of the house she had in the beginning. At that time, she was pulled by a horse. Now that there was a tractor, she could just put the house up. When the time came, she could travel very far in one breath. Zhang Xiaobao waved his arms and said, "Sure, when the shock absorber technology improves a little more, I'll make a house for you. The front of the car should also be changed to 2 wheels, or else it'll be easy to overturn. The horse is not tired, but the driver is. My arms are sore. Can't the handlebars be shorter? I've already said so." When Li Longji looked at the tractor again, his gaze was different from before. He finally realized the great use of this thing. The simplest use was to transport goods. Zhang Xiaobao gave it some thought and nodded. "Yes, you can use the steering wheel without the handlebars. However, you need 2 wheels in front. The structure isn't difficult. You don't have to tell me about the structure. I don't want to learn it. I know that it may seem simple, but it won't be easy to grasp the theory behind it. It'll be best if the weather clears up tomorrow. We'll try again." Li Longji circled the tractor twice. Then, he waved his hand and walked toward his home. He looked up at the sky and grumbled inwardly. The main reason was that Luzhou's roads were too good. The roads were wide and flat. Some were made of cement, some were made of crushed stones, and some were made of pure sand. If it was a sunny day, Luzhou would be able to take a good look around on the tractor. It was much faster than a carriage. Moreover, there was no need to stop occasionally to let the horse rest when it was moving at high speed. This thing did not seem to know the concept of fatigue. After the excitement subsided, the group of people went back to bathe and sleep. When it was midnight, they woke up to eat. "Xiaobao, I've seen it. It's not bad. Although we've invested quite a bit of money, I know that it's only because we've spent a lot of money on research and experiments. When the technology gradually improves, the Ministry of Works won't need to invest more money in this area. We can even start to earn money. 1 year. Can you do it in 1 year?" Li Longji was still thinking about the diesel engine when he ate. He had just taken a sip of his soup when he made a request to Zhang Xiaobao. In his opinion, since the engine was produced, with Zhang Xiaobao's ability to make money, he would be able to break even in no time. Then, he would be able to generate profits. Zhang Xiaobao put down his chopsticks. After giving it some thought, he shook his head. "I can't do it. This thing won't be able to generate profits in 5 years. It's not that it's impossible. I'll take it out and make a beautiful box. I'll put people in it and build a better road. For example, from the capital to Luoyang, I'll board a boat when I cross the river. I'll collect money from the rich and take 20 people with me. The trip will cost 100 strings of coins, and the round trip will cost me 4,000 strings of coins. However, I can't do that. Every time a diesel engine is produced by hand, research needs to be done. There will be lathes, boats, lifting equipment, and other things. Also, it doesn't mean that there won't be any more investments after the diesel engine is produced. This is the first-generation diesel engine, just like the steam engine. In the future, there won't be many developments in the steam engine, especially for small boats. But the diesel engine won't do. It needs to be updated generation after generation. Don't think that there are only 2 types of diesel engines in the future. The technology needs to be researched, and it's not that simple. We still need to invest more. The diesel engine has just been produced, and it will generate profits in a year. To be honest, I don't even dare to think about this." After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, he took a bite of his mantou and did not say anything else. He really admired Li Longji for having such thoughts. Li Longji frowned and sighed. "Are you worried that the diesel engines produced now will always have problems?" Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. "Why is that? Every year, We spend a lot of money on the Ministry of Works. Some of the officials in the imperial court are always complaining. It's not good. If we keep suppressing them, they won't have the mood to do anything else. Li Longji felt that the Ministry of Works was a bottomless pit. There were many things that needed to be researched, but they cannot be converted into money in a short period of time. What if they only research on one aspect? After researching on one aspect, they can start to research on the next when they can make money. Wang Wan seemed to have guessed Li Longji's thoughts. She stopped eating and said, "Your Majesty, we really need time to settle down. There are many technologies that cannot be researched by just anyone. They need to be researched as a whole. For example, the people in charge of the diesel engine research cannot do it. They also need to follow up on smelting, forging, and other aspects. Furthermore, even if they can produce a lot of diesel engines now, they cannot use them to make money. Who can we earn money from? Earn money from the imperial court? Earn money from the military? At most, we can only earn money from these two aspects. We cannot earn money from the rich. When the military is equipped with more equipment, including small boats, land transportation, and cannons, we will need to wait until the second generation. Only after researching on the second, third, or fourth generation can we bring out the first generation to use on the people's livelihood. We need to have some trump cards. Once we use it on the people's livelihood, others will know. I know that you want to use it as a machine for farming, water utilization, electricity generation, transportation, and so on. It does have these uses, but we need to wait." Li Longji had thought of this problem even without Wang Wan saying it. No matter what technology it was, as long as it was produced, its first application would be in the military. However, there was indeed pressure in the imperial court. Not everyone was so smart. Some people knew what was going on, but they could come up with a different theory that sounded convincing. Thinking about how some people were targeting the Zhang family and Wang family, Li Longji felt vexed. He said to Zhang Xiaobao, "If the Ministry of Works uses the National Treasury's money for research, there will be officials who will be unhappy. Even if they use my own money, in their eyes, my money is Great Tang's money. They will always feel that we don't have enough money, even if our current income is a few dozen taels of decibels. After all, we also have other expenses. If we encounter some special situation and don't have enough money, they will panic. If we don't use the National Treasury's money and only use your family's money, they will object. The Ministry of Works is Great Tang's Ministry of Works. If we keep using your money, won't it become your Ministry of Works? If you directly donate it to the Imperial Court, the officials in the Imperial Court will redistribute your money. They are willing, but if you directly put your money into the Ministry of Works, that won't do. Sigh, I can't do anything about the issue of status." Zhang Xiaobao looked at Li Longji and realized that Li Longji did have a helpless expression. However, he felt that Li Longji wasn't as helpless as he said. It seemed like he had some ulterior motive and wanted to use him as a scapegoat to kill his enemies. This person was too unrighteous. He rushed forward when there was something good, but he insisted on letting him and Xueqi deal with offending others. There were indeed officials in the imperial court who were against the Zhang family, but the ratio didn't exceed those who supported the Zhang family. Who would dare to stop the research of the Ministry of Works? If there was one, they would kill one. If there were two, they would kill a pair. There were indeed people in the imperial court who didn't allow the Zhang family to spend money. However, that was in the beginning. Later on, didn't they set up a company together? Furthermore, they had invested a lot of money. After the company was set up, the money had to be spent by the Ministry of Works. At the same time, "Oh, I get it now." Li Longji must have seen the results, so he wanted to take them out first to shut the mouths of those who opposed him. He wanted to let them see hope and at the same time, prove how prescient Li Longji was. However, he and Xueqi had objected to taking out the diesel engine. If that was the case, wouldn't it mean that Li Longji's opinion was wrong? So that was the case. He thought that it was something big. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaobao's eyes turned. He smiled and said to Li Longji, "Your Majesty, I just remembered that our investment group needs some results to boost the confidence of the people, right?" "There's such a thing? If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten." "Yes, how do we boost the confidence?" "Xiaobao, do you have a good idea?" Li Longji suddenly understood. At the same time, he was very satisfied and pushed the matter to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao pouted. He was almost speechless. Li Longji, can't you just say it directly? Why do you have to beat around the bush? Sigh. Your Majesty, this matter is simple. If we want them to earn money, it won't be possible in a short period of time. However, if we want them to enjoy it, it won't be a problem. To be honest, the wind turbine in their house and the hydropower station by the river are too lousy. Not only do those things always have problems when they are used, but the wind and water are also very convenient. The electricity generated is very small and can't be considered stable. Many people use it to show others that they have it in their house to show their status. However, now that we have a decent diesel engine, we can ask the Ministry of Works to build a few more and send electricity to their house. They can use it however they want. It's just a waste of diesel. If they were to count the cost of the diesel fuel as part of the group's profits, they would be able to use the electricity whenever they wanted. Once the electricity was used, they would not be able to keep it. It would be a waste if they did not use it. If there is excess electricity, we can use a wire to give to the rich. The profits will be used to maintain the generators. This way, they will be overjoyed. The company will give them some electrical appliances like electric furnaces. This is not a problem. We can try all kinds of materials to see which is more heat resistant and has higher resistance. They can use electric furnaces to cook, and the food should be very fragrant. At least, those who invite guests to their house will feel that the food is very fragrant. These electrical appliances will also be considered as part of the company's profits, and I believe they will be willing. What do you think? Zhang Xiaobao suggested as he looked at Li Longji, waiting for his decision. Good. It's good to be able to generate electricity. I agree. When we return to Beijing, the Ministry of Works should be able to produce a lot of diesel engines. I will show them how good this thing is. Li Longji praised. He had finally achieved his goal. Wang Wan, who was beside him, added. Also, we can build a few more tractors and cover the diesel engines in front. No one can see what is inside, and we will not have a bucket at the back. We can just use a shiny metal sheet to pick them up in the morning and at night. We can arrange according to the routes and let them enjoy riding on horseback. The bumpy ride is also a form of enjoyment. At least, others will not be able to ride on the bumpy ride. But this way, people from other places will know about Great Tang's new products. Hence, the speed of the tractors must be slow. Even if they know about it, they can still hide some of their strength. This is the best solution. When Wang Wan said that they can let others see the diesel engines, Li Longji hesitated. Let's put aside the tractors for now. We will see what they think. If they are satisfied with the electricity, we will not let them see the tractors. Based on what you all said, we can save money by not letting them see the tractors. Can we stop them from talking? No. Not only that, I think the diesel engines will break down very quickly. After all, they are being used 24 hours a day. Just the wastage alone is not a small sum. Zhang Xiaobao poured a bucket of cold water on Li Longji. This time, Li Longji hesitated again. After thinking for a while he said, since that is the case, let's consider other methods. Xiaobao, you are smart. Think of a few more ideas. It is not worth it to waste the diesel engine manufacturing materials for them. Your Majesty, don't worry. It's worth it. Very worth it. In fact, even if we don't generate electricity for them, the diesel engine has to be used in other places and not left idle. The purpose of the work is to see the extent of the diesel engine's wear and tear, so that we can determine where the material needs to be improved. Using the diesel engines on them is killing two birds with one stone. Now it is decided. Not only the diesel engines, but also the wastage of the wires and transformers. To be honest, when we use electricity now, the voltage is not stable. We use the electricity directly on the electrical appliances, so the light bulbs will always break down. We cannot continue to do this in the future. Now, let's treat it as giving them some benefits during the experiment. Who asked them to spend money? Yes, we can also use the diesel engines to make popcorn. The other type of popcorn is a long stick. Basically, any kind of rice will do. If we really sell it, we will not be able to sell it for much money. But we will not sell it and give it to the people who invested the money. Tang Dynasty only has one batch of popcorn, and other places will not be able to eat it. They will not be able to measure the value of the popcorn directly. As long as it is not too overboard, We can just give them whatever they want. If their families want to earn more, they can sell the popcorn, and the money will belong to them. But there is a limit to the amount we can give them. If they want more, they will have to spend their own money. We will give them a price that is more suitable for the cost. Ha! Zhang Xiaobao finished and laughed. If they do as he said, the Ministry of Works can put the experiment in a way that will make them unable to refute. Good. Li Longji continued to praise without holding back. Xiaobao, get someone to make the popcorn first. I will personally name it and set the cost. Good people, we are all good people. We will sell it at the cost. Li Longji narrowed his eyes. He knew that Zhang Xiaobao was lying about the cost. Anyway, the popcorn was in the Ministry of Works, and they can't just casually go over to check the cost. At the same time, the most important thing is that they want to live a better life. Seeing that they can't take out the money they invested and can't even get dividends, they can only do business. This way, when they are free, they will not spend their time finding fault with the Zhang family and Wang family. All right. Since Your Majesty has agreed, I'll get someone to make a machine that can make popcorn when we return. It's not difficult. We'll use a diesel engine. One is for crushing, and the other is for heating. Speaking of popcorn, it's delicious. Children will definitely use that stick as a weapon to compare it. At the mention of popcorn, Zhang Xiaobao was reminded of the past. Back then, the lives of the common people were relatively good. However, not only was popcorn not eliminated, but it was even more popular. It was cheap and tasted good. The matter was settled during mealtime. The next day, the sky finally cleared up. The common people who were looking at the river sighed in relief. They did not have to waste any more time. Li Longji sat on the tractor driven by Zhang Xiaobao again. In the beginning, they drove the tractor around the grain sunning field. However, they felt that the place was too small. After discussing it with Zhang Xiaobao, they sent soldiers to keep an eye on the people who came from other places. They avoided them and drove the tractor deeper into Luzhou. The sound of the tractor rang throughout the entire journey. When the common people of Luzhou saw this, they were only curious. However, they did not ask about it. After all, they were familiar with Luzhou's situation. There were many things that they were curious about. Every time they tested the weapons, they would be curious. However, they had developed the habit of keeping it a secret. They would not tell outsiders. Even if they were from Great Tang, as long as they did not belong to Luzhou, they would not tell them anything related to intelligence. Jiang Wang clan's duo saw the tractor as well. Initially, they wanted to give it a try. However, they found the ride was very bumpy. Moreover, the sound was uncomfortable, so they gave up. Moreover, they did not allow Zhang Xiaobao to drive the tractor closer to Luzhou. They did not want to hurt the child in her womb. For the next few days, Li Longji would go out and ride the tractor every day. After 6 days, Li Longji lost the novelty of riding the tractor because he could not drive it himself. After sitting for a long time, he found that he would get carsick. Hence, he suggested riding the tractor for the last time in the next few days. After that, he would not ride it for the time being. The last time Li Longji would ride the tractor was when he asked Zhang Xiaobao to bring a group of people to the foot of the 100,000 mountains to take a look. He wanted to leave the tractor at the foot of the 100,000 mountains for the time being. There were many man-made roads in the 100,000 mountains. Although they were not wide or flat, it was not a problem for people to walk on them. Even if the terrain was dangerous, there were various safeguards. Li Longji's purpose in entering the tractor was to shoot at the prey. He no longer used a bow and arrow. Instead, he used a rifle. Although he did not usually use rifles, he was better than most soldiers who had undergone shooting training. His hands were steady, and his eyes were accurate. When Zhang Xiaobao saw Li Longji killing the 2 rabbits with a single shot, he could not help but feel impressed. The 2 rabbits were not standing still. Instead, they were moving without any pattern. In the end, Li Longji found an opportunity and fired. The 2 rabbits were killed at the same time. Zhang Xiaobao sighed inwardly. This was an awesome person. He did not lose his reputation at all. Wang Wan had said before about Li Longji's talent. No matter how muddle-headed he was in the later stages, he was still very impressive in the early stages. He learned things quickly and he was very good at them. At the same time, he was able to govern the country and scheme against the various prime ministers. No one could be the left prime minister for too long until he became arrogant. After that, the great Tang started to go downhill. Chapter 11:23. Li Longji did not know what would have happened to him if he had not met Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. What would have happened to Tang dynasty? He also did not know what Zhang Xiaobao thought of him. At this moment, he was competing with others in spear techniques. There was Gao Lishir, Wang Ju, and Lu Zhou's provincial governor, Su Mingyang. As for Empress Wang and Wu Huifei, they stayed at home to accompany Jiang Wang clan. They did not want to waste time, especially when they were going into the mountains. If there were too many people, they would not be able to hunt. The entire mountain was filled with people, especially many maids and eunuchs. The group was too big. If there were too few people, it would be inconvenient for them. They had to control their bathing and other things. Hence, they decided to stay. This was especially true for Wu Huifei. She did not like to fight personally. Now that she was in Luzhou, she could go to the Chamber of Commerce every day to observe and learn. She wanted to see if she could catch up with other people's thinking. She could even find loopholes in their thinking and help to fill in the gaps. It was a very fulfilling thing for her. Empress Wang liked martial arts. She was born in such a family. Under the circumstances that she did not want to go into the mountains with others, she would take a gun every day and go to the dock to practice target shooting. She would shoot at the targets on a small boat that was prepared for her in the water. Empress Wang found that the moving targets she used to shoot at in the palace could not be compared to the moving targets that moved up and down in the waves. There was almost no pattern to it. Seeing the small boat being pushed up by the waves and then falling, when he opened fire, he found that he missed because before the small boat could fall, the hidden force in the waves changed its position, or it was immediately pushed up again. This made her feel that she should take advantage of this time to practice her spear techniques. When she returned to the palace, she could show off her skills to the palace maids who did not follow her. Without them, Li Longji's group had an easier time in the mountains. Empress Wang and Wu Huifei did not come, but Pan'er and her sister came with Little Bei. They could not shoot yet, so they could only watch anxiously as others shot. From time to time, they would point at certain animals and shout at the adults who were hiding and preparing to launch a sneak attack. In the end, before the adults could react, the animals they pointed at first became alert and then ran away. The two of them had done such a thing countless times, but they still enjoyed it. To them, it didn't matter if they hit animals or not. As long as there were more people and it was lively, it was enough. Especially when they could follow Xiao Bei and the others, they could listen to stories before going to bed at night. Xiao Bei had just discovered a deer and was preparing to shoot when she got closer. Her gun's recoil was small, and the power was also small, so she had to get closer. In the end, just as they were about to reach the shooting position, Pan'er cheered the deer on, causing it to take large strides and run. "Little Yuan, don't you think we should talk to Big Brother and Big Sister and ask them to give us a few rifles? Our shitty handguns are too close, and Pan'er and the others want to help so much, so we can't hit them." Sigh. Today was probably the day with the least harvest. It had been a few days already. The 11 of us can't even compare to one of them after a day of fighting. That hateful Su Mingyang can actually shoot more than us. Outrageous. After Xiao Bei saw that they couldn't catch up to the deer, she complained to Little Yuan. Of course, she didn't say that Pan'er and the others were bad. They were still children, so they couldn't treat them as burdens. If there was no more prey, they could think of a way, but they couldn't hurt the hearts of children. Little Yuan hesitated for a moment and said, "I think Big Brother and Big Sister can't agree. The recoil of the rifle is strong, and it can easily hurt us. It's better to continue shooting with the handguns. If it really doesn't work, we can go to a place with water and wait. Animals need to drink water after all. It's all the tourists' fault. I heard from Big Brother and Big Sister that the animals in the mountains didn't know how to be afraid when they saw people, and they didn't run. In the end, because of the tourist hunting, they made the animals smart. They ran away as fast as they could when the wind blew and the grass blew." Sigh. Thinking of this matter, Little Yuan was indeed helpless, but she also understood. Guns were not allowed in other places, no matter how rich you were. In the entire Tang dynasty, other than the soldiers who specialized in training guns, only the 100,000 Mountains tourist area to the north of Luzhou could use guns. The tourists needed to rent a gun first. According to the gun, the cost was different. Handguns were cheap, rifles were expensive, and machine guns. There were no machine guns, but there were several kinds of rifles and handguns. They could choose their guns according to their height, body coordination, and habits in their daily life. Of course, the bullets were the same. It was impossible to make many kinds of bullets. That would be very disadvantageous to the army. Then those people could play with guns. As long as they had money, and they didn't hold a gun alone, and there was someone watching over them, they could play with guns as they pleased. Bullets were not very expensive as well. Usually, it cost 3 rounds. How many people who could travel to the 100,000 mountains north of Luzhou would care about this little bit of money? Although the cost of bullets was very low, 60 to 70 rounds of bullets could be made with a typical amount of money. The result was that the animals, who were supposed to be slightly closer to humans, became smarter. It was no longer like the beginning. When you held a knife, the animals would look at you blankly, just like many animals in the commander-in-chief's mansion in Bohai Sea. Xiao Bei also sighed and said, "There are many animals in the 100,000 mountains. With the people here now, it's impossible to kill all of them. It doesn't even have much of an impact. After all, everyone is here to play. There are many bullets, but more people can't catch any prey. More importantly, if they catch too much prey, they need to spend more money to buy the prey back. It sounds unreasonable, but people still come. Little Yuan, let's give it a try. We're not as young as we were a few years ago. We don't lack any nutrition, and we can play all kinds of games to train our bodies. We're bigger than ordinary children of the same age. Tell big brother and big sister to let us try shooting a few rifles. If it's possible, ask for a few. We'll take turns to shoot and take a break after 2 or 3 shots. It's better than not being able to hit anything now. It's a pity that our marksmanship isn't good enough. That Su Mingyang is too hateful. Yesterday, he actually managed to stun a wild boar. Wild boar, big guy. With his marksmanship, how could he possibly shoot a bullet into the wild boar's eye? It's too unreasonable." After Xiao Bei's persuasion, the 11 children decided to change their guns. They headed toward Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were accompanying Li Longji. The two of them basically did not shoot easily. Their guns and bullets were specially made for sniping. They did not shoot to protect Li Longji. If they hit a few wild boars and then the wild boars found their location and rushed over, the two of them would be responsible for taking down the wild boars on the road. Otherwise, they would have to use the machine gun. The sound of the machine gun was annoying. "Look around for me and see if you can find a tiger. Xue Yun and the rest are too lazy." After they came over, they ran to the trees to rest. They didn't work and specifically waited for us to catch prey to feed them. If they don't have the ability, I won't say anything. But their family is in the 100,000 mountains. How can they catch food to eat? After Li Longji shot another rabbit, he decided not to shoot any more rabbits when he saw one in the future. There was no sense of accomplishment. He complained that Xue Yun's family did not help him find powerful prey. Yesterday's harvest was quite good, but it was not as impressive as when Su Mingyang hunted a wild boar. An excellent hunter can find and kill powerful wild beasts even without the help of any assistance and without a sword, spear and bow. Zhang Xiaobao climbed on a relatively high terrain and aimed his gun in several directions. He heard Li Longji's voice. It sounded like he was talking to himself, but it also sounded like he was talking to Li Longji. Li Longji coughed. "But I don't have time to contact the tracking system. It's already very good that I'm able to practice my spear technique to this extent. At the very least, I'm better than Wang Qing." Li Longji wanted to say that he was better than Su Mingyang because Su Mingyang had never touched a gun before. Although he was a 3rd-grade high official, he was a civil official. Whether it was before or after he came to Luzhou, he had never touched a real gun. Su Mingyang's shooting was indeed inaccurate, but he wasn't stupid. His luck was good. Yesterday, he had shot a wild boar, and the day before that, he had killed a python. The python was originally coiled on a tree, but he had aimed at a fox about 20 meters away from the tree. He was about 100 meters away from the fox. When he suddenly fired, the python was unlucky. Its head was smashed, and it fell from the tree. Since it was his trophy, could he have been any further away? For the past 2 days, he was the one who had the best kills. The main problem was that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not take the initiative to attack. They were responsible for the losses. Hence, Li Longji could not say that Zhang Xiaobao was not good enough. He could only say that Wang Ju, who had not fired a gun many times, only had a chance to touch a gun after Zhang Xiaobao and the others arrived in Hangzhou. Let's go somewhere else. I think the animals nearby heard the gunshots and ran away in fear. This time, we're not allowed to fire when we're traveling. We'll talk about it when we reach the next place. Li Longji had no choice but to pull the safety pin. He put the gun behind him and headed to another place. The place he was referring to was a house specially built for people who came here to have fun. If the people who came here to have fun and spend money were unlucky and did not kill anything, they could enter the house specially prepared for them to eat the food left behind by others. They did not need to follow the rules. After eating, they had to replenish the food. They only needed to spend money. Naturally, there would be others who would help to replenish the food in the house. Master Su, I don't know if you can kill a powerful guy today. It would be better if it was a bear or a tiger. Wang Ju followed the group and said to Su Mingyang, who was also carrying a gun, with jealousy. Su Mingyang smiled embarrassedly. I'll try my best. I was lucky yesterday and the day before yesterday. Anyway, these few days have been good. I don't think I can do it today, but I don't expect to. It's best if I can kill something. Even if I can't, I won't starve. After saying this, Su Mingyang still had a trace of pride. He did not need to kill anything today to eat. His harvest the day before yesterday and yesterday had already given him the qualifications to eat here for half a month. This was the rule set by Li Longji when they came. Lord Su, you should shoot as many as you can. If you shoot more, not only will you be able to eat, but you will also be rewarded. I'm impressed. I can't do it. Although I touched the gun a few days earlier than you and practiced on the boat, I'm not as accurate as you. Wang Ju emphasized again. What he meant was that if Su Mingyang decided which animal to shoot, he would definitely not be able to hit it. He guaranteed that he would miss. He had touched a gun before Su Mingyang, so how could his marksmanship not be as good as Su Mingyang's? Su Mingyang did not say anything this time. He just smiled. He admitted that his marksmanship was not good. What was good was luck. He was always able to find a dead mouse. However, he also liked guns very much. In the past, he only knew that some of the Tang army could use guns, which were more powerful than crossbows. It was a pity that he had never touched a gun before. He could not even see one. This time, the emperor allowed him to come, and he finally got to try it. It was really addicting. At such a long distance, he did not need to use too much strength. He only needed to hook his finger to kill the other side. There was nothing more addictive than this. If he could stay a few more days, he would definitely be able to practice his marksmanship. Even if it was a little worse than the emperor, it would still be better than other people. The only pity was that he did not see Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's marksmanship. It was said that the two of them were the ones who could be called accurate. They basically shot wherever they pointed. However, since entering the mountains, the two of them had only fired a few times. Moreover, they were not shooting at animals. They just randomly shot at a place. Of course, they did not admit that they were randomly shooting. Instead, they said that the places where they shot were all places where there might be an ambush. When the bullets hit, they would know if there was anyone hiding there. How was that possible? If someone was hiding and you hit them, if someone was really hit in the head, they would die. There would not be any other movements. How could you tell if there was someone or not? Until now, they had not found anyone lying in ambush. In fact, if it was him, he could also do this. If there was really someone there, they would be scared out of their wits. Could it be that the two of them were not as powerful as others said, and their marksmanship was just mediocre? While Su Mingyang was silently cursing, Xiao Bei and the group of children ran over under the protection of the guards. Once they arrived at their destination, Xiao Bei made his request while following the team in another direction. Hearing that Xiao Bei and the group of children wanted to play with rifles, Su Mingyang shook his head. He felt that it was absolutely impossible. When he was shooting, he felt that his shoulder was very uncomfortable. How could the children bear it? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not think like Su Mingyang. The two of them looked at the rifles in other people's hands, then looked at their younger brothers and sisters. They looked at each other and Zhang Xiaobao opened his mouth. You can try, but after shooting once, you have to let me check if you are injured. If you are really injured, don't shoot. If you are not injured, I will allow you to change guns. That's great. Su Mingyang. If we change guns, do you dare to compete with us? Xiao Bei cheered happily and turned his head to Su Mingyang to ask for a competition. Chapter 11:24. Xiao Bei's form of address made Su Mingyang frown slightly. It was very impolite to call others by their surname and first name. If it was an ordinary person living at the bottom of the society, it would still be okay, but they were all officials and literati. Literati? Yes, you are literate, so you are considered literati for the time being. As if he didn't see Su Mingyang's unhappy expression, Xiao Bei still asked happily, "Do you want to compete? There can be a prize. If you win, we will give you 1% of this year's Baby Candy House's net profit. Okay?" Su Mingyang was unhappy just now, but now his eyes widened. How much would 1% of Baby Candy House's annual income be? How many baby candy houses in the Tang Empire? More than 4,000. It wasn't difficult for each branch to earn 20 or 30 strings of coins a day. Even if it was 20 strings of coins, it would be more than 30 million strings of coins a year. After deducting the cost of candy and pastries, as well as the one-time investment of various equipment, and deducting the share given to others, and deducting the dam fund for the Tang Empire's children, there would be at least 5 or 6 million strings of coins left, right? Damn, I only heard that Xiao Bei's group of children worked with various rich people in the Tang Empire to do business, but I didn't calculate how much money they could earn in a year. They actually made so much money. Yes, they didn't pay taxes. As for the money given to the children, they were willing, and no one forced them. Su Mingyang thought very unreasonably. He didn't consider that if Xiao Bei's group of children didn't take out the money and didn't have any support for the place, no matter how much Li Longji doted on them, it would be impossible to give them tax exemption. The tax exemption would never be more than what the candy house paid. Su Mingyang was thinking about 1% at the moment, which was at least 50,000 strings of coins. 50,000, he wouldn't be able to earn that much even if he became an official until he died. Damn businessmen, damn officials and businessmen as one, they should be confiscated. Okay, I'll play a game with you and see who's the best. Su Mingyang, who couldn't resist the temptation, finally agreed shamelessly. He didn't forget to secretly look at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, afraid that they would object. Really? Xiao Bei asked again happily. Really? Su Mingyang didn't want anything for money. Okay, let me ask first, do you have money? Xiao Bei looked up and asked. Su Mingyang was stunned. What money? Wager, we'll take out 1% of the net profit. What will you take out? Xiao Bei asked with a puzzled look on his face. It was as if he was saying, "You're so stupid." It's such a simple logic. Naturally, both parties have to offer a stake. Don't tell me you want to gain something without risking anything? Ha ha ha. Li Longji laughed heartily. Wang Wan pursed her lips. Zhang Xiaobao looked down at his feet. Gao Lishir also chuckled and instantly put on a straight face. He said to Su Mingyang, "Governor Su, do you think Xiao Bei and the others are fools?" I wouldn't dare. I wasn't thinking about the prize just now. I was just thinking about playing with Xiao Bei and the others. Yes, playing. Su Mingyang broke out in a cold sweat. His whole body felt much cooler, and the stuffy heat in the forest was immediately reduced. He had indeed forgotten about the fact that the stakes were equal. He had only thought about the 50,000 strings of cash. The main reason was because of jealousy. When he thought about how a group of children could earn so much money in a year, his heart felt unbalanced. Why could they do it? Didn't they have a good brother and sister? He definitely wouldn't take the initiative to think about how the good brother and sister came about. He also wouldn't consider what the starting point of the group of children was and how much effort they had put in. Do you remember now? Wang Chu asked coldly. A provincial governor who was almost 40 years old actually didn't care about his face for a bit of money. Do you think you can fool my grandson and granddaughter? Your IQ is really too low. Su Mingyang's face suddenly turned red. He nodded shyly. I remember now. I don't have the money to gamble, so I might as well not ask for a stake and just shoot a few shots. It's my fault. He once again displayed his ability to be flexible. I'll apologize, okay? In any case, you don't have any evidence to prove what I was thinking. Xiao Bei sighed regretfully. She thought that Su Mingyang would take out the money and win it. She was still very confident in her team. Although Su Mingyang was an adult, he hadn't been holding a gun for long. We are children, but we have practiced many times. Although it's a small gun and isn't very powerful, we still need to consider the wind direction and recoil when practicing. Especially Xiao Nan. He is the most accurate. On a 50-meter target, every shot has 10 points. On a 100-meter target, every shot has hit the target. The main reason is that the bullets are not powerful, so they will drift after hitting that distance. If it was a 30-meter shooting duel, Su Mingyang would be beaten into a beehive. Talent, this is talent. Who told you to not develop your talent when you were young? Xiao Bei, who found that she couldn't make much money, rolled her eyes. She pulled the other children together and began to mutter. Pan also squeezed in and called out. It seemed that she wanted to help but couldn't think of a good idea, so she was anxious. Li Longji and the others didn't rush them. Especially Li Longji. He really wanted to see what kind of bad idea the little brats came up with. He understood the abilities of the little brats very well. They were different from ordinary children. Of course, their education methods were also different. Take his own daughter Pan for example. Along the way, he saw that when Pan saw others boiling water, she always wanted to reach out and try. If he were to teach her, he would definitely tell Pan not to reach out. The water was hot and could burn. If Pan still didn't understand, he would say it over and over again until she remembered. However, Xiao Bao boiled a pot of water. Using a thermometer, when the temperature reached 70 degrees, he prepared a basin of cold water mixed with vinegar. He had Pan and the equally curious June put their hands into the 70 degrees water. When Pan and June cried out because they were scalded, he immediately put their hands into another basin. Then, he said that the water would burn people when it was heated to a certain point. Furthermore, he took out water of various temperatures under 70 degrees for the two to try. He didn't get tired of it. In the end, after trying for an hour, Pan and June actually understood that when they put their hands into the hot water and then into the cold water, they would feel that the cold water was even colder. They couldn't help but be impressed. Who in a normal family would specially boil water of various temperatures for their children to try for such a thing? However, Xiao Bao was able to do it. He even said with conviction that this was called direct experience. It was the fastest way for a person to accept and understand experience. Indirect experience was a bit lacking. So, when the conditions were right, they had to give their children as many opportunities to gain direct experience as possible. The prerequisite was that there was no danger. It was likely that Xiao Bei and the others had received a lot of direct experience education. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so smart. The group of children didn't know what the adults were thinking. After muttering for a while, they still let Xiao Bei handle the external matters. How about this, Su Mingyang? We're talking about money. We're all officials of the same court. Money is just a worldly possession. How about we use other things as wagers? Xiao Bei said to Su Mingyang with the appearance of an adult. Su Mingyang was almost driven crazy by Xiao Bei's words. This was what a child would say? Since they could say something like an adult, how could they not know that directly calling someone by their name was rude? It seems that the children were still worried. That's fine. Whatever you say, it's what it is. As long as I can do it, Su Mingyang said magnanimously. Now that there were other people present, he had to put on an act. I'm an adult. I won't argue with you children. I'm competing with you in shooting to play with you. I don't have any other thoughts. Since Su Qing said so, this one will vouch for you. Li Longji and Wei Wei nodded. They gave Su Mingyang face and admitted that he wasn't doing it for Xiao Bei and the others' money. Xiao Bei raised his head and asked, "Really?" Su Mingyang trembled. He was already afraid that Xiao Bei would ask these two words. Now, he really wanted to ask first. What was the bet? But he was afraid that if he asked, the emperor and others would look down on him, so he could only nod and say, "Really?" Well, I'll believe you this time. In fact, it's very simple. We won't gamble with money. As I said just now, it's not good to talk about money, and we won't gamble with things. Things are bought with money. You can rest assured. We won't say that whoever loses will resign. This position is given by Uncle Emperor. It's solemn, sacred, and can't be blasphemed, right? Xiao Bei's mouth became nimble again. Su Mingyang nodded, but he secretly cursed. You still know what's solemn and sacred? Uncle Emperor, these 4 words go against what you said. If you want to resign, I won't agree. If I resign, I won't have an official position. After you resign, you might turn around and get another official position. I'm not that close to your Uncle Emperor. Xiao Bei did not consider what Su Mingyang was thinking. He continued to say, Su Mingyang, we won't be able to leave Luzhou for the time being. You haven't completed your year yet. There are still a few more months to go. You can only return after spring next year. So we're relatively free and have nothing to do. Of course, compared to you, we're slightly busier. We have to study, teach Pan and listen to stories. As for eating and sleeping, there's not much difference, right? Hurry up and tell me what's the bet. I'm still worried. How can you say you're relatively free? You're a child, so you're naturally free. I'm the provincial governor of a province. And my day? Yes, I'm also relatively free. I don't have any real power as the provincial governor. The people don't need me to take charge. They just need me to be obedient. Su Mingyang thought about it and nodded again. You admit it, don't you? I'll say our bet. If you win, we'll cook for you for 2 months. The food we cook is something ordinary people can't even dream of eating. For 2 months, we're not afraid of hard work, but we can only cook 1 meal a day. If you lose, you'll work for 2 months at the docks with the people of Luzhou. No matter what the work is, you'll do it. You only need to cook 1 meal. As a local official, you should share the joys and sorrows of the people. What do you think? Xiao Bei told him the bet they had discussed. When Su Mingyang heard this, he was a little hesitant. He quickly glanced around and saw the emperor looking at him. He thought that even if he lost, he would work with the people at the docks for the emperor. Moreover, it was only for 1 meal. It did not matter. It was not shameful. If he won, he would not eat the food cooked by Xiao Bei and the others. He would have to show generosity and treat it as coaxing the children to leave a good impression on the emperor. So he said, Okay, I agree. Ha! Xiao Bei cheered. He turned to his brother and sister and said, Actually, we've always wanted to cook for you, but we don't know how to. Great, now that we've lost, we'll use Su Mingyang as a test subject. For 2 months, we'll cook the same meal for him every day. I believe he'll be able to master it. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had a blissful expression on their faces when they heard this. Su Mingyang was dumbfounded. Ha ha ha, Xiao Bei. There's still your Uncle Emperor. Li Longji chuckled as he reminded. That's right. There's still Uncle Emperor. When we're done with our training, we'll cook for you. Su Mingyang, you have to practice seriously and win against us. Otherwise, we won't have the chance to cook for you. After promising Li Longji, Xiao Bei encouraged Su Mingyang again. Su Mingyang finally admitted that children were not ordinary when it came to scheming. 9 long guns were sent over. Xiao Bei gave one to each of the 9 people. Before the competition started, they each found a few targets that were far away and near to them to test the guns. After firing a few shots and familiarizing himself with the guns in his hands, Xiao Bei rubbed his shoulders and said to Zhang Xiaobao, Brother, it hurts a little. It feels like my bones are falling apart. Zhang Xiaobao squeezed Xiao Bei's shoulders and arms. He asked again and ordered someone to bring over 9 things that were torn from the bedding and tied them to his brother and sister. He said, Now you can shoot a few more times. Rub it with medicinal wine before going to bed at night. You'll be fine after a few days of familiarizing yourself with it. Can we always use rifles in the future? We'll also carry pistols, but we'll have to change them to stronger ones. Xiao Bei asked expectantly. Okay. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and agreed. But you'll need to make a new one for you. The rifles have to be folded and shock absorbers have to be added. Xiao Bei cheered and ran to find Su Mingyang for the competition. Zhang Xiaobao rubbed his arms and turned to Wang Wan and said, Shooting a few less times a day is not bad for health. Wang Wan said, But you can't let them wear cotton wool on their shoulders. It will affect their accuracy. If they lose, do you really have to cook for Su Mingyang for 2 months? It's okay. When they encounter prey, the 9 of them will shoot together. Even if they can't hit the head, they can still hit the body. Su Mingyang's marksmanship is even worse. If he can get lucky with 1 shot, Can he get lucky with every shot? When he loses, let him work at the dock for 2 months. Just treat it as helping him to train his body. Zhang Xiaobao said indifferently. What's the use of doing such a small amount of work for 2 months a day? Xiaobei and the others are really too much. After muttering and muttering, it turned out to be this bet. I thought I could torment Su Mingyang. Wang Wan was not satisfied with the bet. Her younger brother and sister had to cook for 2 months. Compared to Su Mingyang, who only worked for a little bit every day for 2 months, it was not equal. It was a loss. Zhang Xiaobao didn't think it was so simple. He said, "Don't worry. When Su Mingyang loses, we'll know what Xiaobei and the others are planning. Su Mingyang probably won't be able to recover. Even if he wins, it will be the same. Xiaobei and the others must have a deep meaning. Just wait and see." Why do I feel like you've guessed it? Wang Wan asked suspiciously. There's no such thing. Zhang Xiaobao denied. Now that there was a competition with bets, everyone in the team felt that it was a little more fun. As they continued to walk in the mountains, Xiaobei's group of 9 spread out with their guns. Pan Er and Wang Wan had no choice but to go to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and let them take care of them. When Su Mingyang saw Xiaobei and the other 9 people take out binoculars, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. He had to look at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao didn't make things difficult for him and also gave him a pair of binoculars. As for whether he was proficient in using it or not, he didn't care. Su Mingyang's luck was good. As soon as he took the binoculars, he found a pheasant. The feathers on its tail were colorful and very beautiful, but he didn't know what species it was. He put down the binoculars and looked at the place where he found the pheasant. It was about 200 steps away. It was hiding in the grass. The distance was a little far. He held a gun and approached the pheasant. He didn't notice that Zhang Chong was following behind him. When they were about 100 steps away, Su Mingyang stopped. According to the method he learned 2 days ago, he lay down, raised his gun, and aimed. Just as he was aiming at the pheasant, he suddenly heard a loud bang next to his ear. He was so scared that he pulled the trigger as well. The result was needless to say. He didn't know where the bullet flew, but the pheasant also flew. It missed, Zhang Chong said regretfully. Su Mingyang was angry. He wasted a bullet for nothing. Each person only had 10 bullets, and now there were only 9 left. He sighed and asked Zhang Chong discontentedly, "Why are you following me? Why didn't you shoot earlier or later? Why did you have to wait until I was ready to shoot? You wasted one of my bullets." I didn't follow you. I also saw the pheasant. I didn't use your bullets. I didn't ask you to shoot with me. You really can't blame me if you can't hit it. I'll stay away from you. Zhang Chong was also very unhappy. He said this and turned to leave. At this time, there were a few more gunshots, followed by Xiaobei's cheers. When Su Mingyang returned to the team, he saw something that looked like a deer being carried over. When it came close, he saw it clearly. It was a musk deer, which was also a musk deer. He had lost the first round. He was angry, but he had nowhere to vent. He had to continue looking for his own prey. As a result, when he saw another pheasant, the same thing happened again. But this time it was Zhang Feng. After scaring away the pheasant, she muttered and turned to leave. Another gunshot came from Xiaobei's side. After a while, Su Mingyang went back to take a look. A leopard was unlucky enough to be shot. He was surprised and blamed everything on the child's ignorance. With 8 bullets left, he became vigilant. When he encountered a lone wolf, he carefully moved over. He looked back from time to time. When he didn't find anyone following him, he was relieved and quietly aimed. Who knew that when he was about to shoot again, there were 2 consecutive gunshots. The wolf in front of the muzzle was gone. Fortunately, he also didn't fire the bullet. Su Mingyang looked back angrily, but he didn't see anyone. He thought about it again and found that the gunshots just now didn't come from beside him. He shook his head helplessly and muttered, "Do I need to run further away? They obviously specially arranged people to target me. If I lose, I have to work at the dock." Chapter 11:25. Su Mingyang, who was moving forward, was not stupid enough to leave the group. He knew the situation in the 100,000 Mountains very well. He had been here twice in the name of traveling. This was the advantage of being the provincial governor. He had nothing to do usually. No matter where he wanted to go, as long as he was not too far away from Luzhou, no one would object. He wanted to go to the 100,000 Mountains to play and have others by his side to protect him. Therefore, he had also seen some of the situations in the 100,000 Mountains. Usually it was okay, but occasionally there were dangers, especially when they left the main road. There were all kinds of poisonous insects, snakes, and other animals that specialized in eating meat. The danger was not small. Usually, people who came to travel had to move forward according to the requirements of the people they were protecting. They were not allowed to leave the group casually. He did not think that all the animals in the 100,000 Mountains would obediently worship the emperor like the people. Therefore, even if he walked in front, he was still under the protection of the large group. However, there was a difference between the front and the emperor. There were relatively fewer guards, so there were fewer animals that were scared away. Some animals even saw that there were fewer people in front and wanted to ambush or something. This was his opportunity. There were only 8 bullets left. No matter what, he had to kill a few more prey. As for whether Xiaobei and the others would let others kill the prey, Su Mingyang was not worried at all. No matter how much the emperor liked Xiaobei and the others, it was impossible for him to be biased in this regard. Even Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were the same. Winning or losing was not important to their younger siblings. It was just cooking, not to mention practicing. How could a group of children make delicious food? Of course, even if it was not delicious, he was willing to eat it. He did not want to go to the docks to do heavy work with the people of Luzhou. It was not only embarrassing, but how could he carry a more than 100 kilogram sack? Was there a more than 100 kilogram sack at the docks? Probably not. It was at least 200 kilograms. The people who worked there were all very strong. With the idea of not doing heavy work, Su Mingyang became serious. He held the binoculars to look for prey. From time to time, he stopped to aim, but he did not shoot easily. Only when he felt confident, he pulled the trigger. After 2 hours, Su Mingyang finally finished firing the remaining 8 bullets. However, the result was not very ideal. He only managed to catch 4 prey, 2 chickens, a rabbit, and a snake. The last snake was really stupid. He knew very well that he had aimed at a bear, but in the end, he had killed the snake in the grass beside it. If it weren't for the fact that someone who specialized in scouting had picked it up for him, he would have thought that the shot had missed. Apart from the fact that he was able to hunt the prey, there were 2 points. One was that Su Mingyang now knew that he couldn't just aim and shoot the prey. He dared to bet that if he was given another 10 bullets, he would definitely be able to shoot better than now. This was because he had discovered a little trick, which was to control his breathing. When he was gasping for breath, it was best not to shoot. Even if he was lying on the ground, it would affect the accuracy of the gun. The second was that he knew that the bear could run so fast. When he didn't hit the bear with his shot, the bear turned and ran, not giving him a chance to shoot again. It seemed that in the blink of an eye, the bear had entered the woods and could no longer be found. The gunshots elsewhere also stopped. Su Mingyang didn't know how many shots Xiaobei's 9 children had fired, and he didn't have the energy to count. Even if he wanted to, he couldn't. This was because not only was there the sound of gunshots, but there was also the echo of gunshots in the mountains. Who knew how many people fired at the same time? The sound of gunshots rang in his ears endlessly. Putting away the gun, Su Mingyang asked someone to help bring the 4 prey to the middle of the team. He was very satisfied with his performance today. Usually, there was no limit to the number of bullets, and it was impossible for him to hunt more than 3 prey a day. Today, he was able to perform exceptionally well under pressure. But when he returned to Li Longji's side, he was dumbfounded. In front of him were a few small piles of prey. There weren't any big guys, only a bear. Looking at the wounds on the bear, he knew that the bear had suffered a lot of blows. It was bloody, and it was all wounds. It was definitely not caused by a single shot. Beside the bear, there were 6 other animals, a total of 7. There was no need to guess. Su Mingyang already knew that this pile of animals belonged to the person who had the most injuries out of the 9 children. However, he was very confused. There were a total of 7 animals that belonged to one person, But not every animal had only one wound on its body. Especially that bear. There was almost no wound on its head, and there was no bleeding at the heart. So, how did it get killed? Looking at the bleeding points in other places, he could guess. If he didn't guess wrong, it was definitely tortured to death by a single shot, or it bled to death. Su Mingyang, you only got 4 small things. Whether it is the number or the weight you lost. When you go back, you have to work at the dock. Hi, what a pity, we wanted to cook for you for 2 months, but you didn't give us the chance. It really made us speechless. Seeing Su Mingyang come back, Xiao Bei immediately ran forward, looked at the 4 prey, shook his head, and said with a regretful look. Su Mingyang's face became very ugly. First, he looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, and then looked at the emperor. He found that these people didn't have any other expressions. He knew that Xiao Bei and the other 9 people didn't have any other help. But he was still very dissatisfied and said, "Why are there so many bullet holes on the bear's body?" "Because there were so many bullets that hit it. Do you still need to ask?" Xiao Bei said confidently. "So many bullets hit it. Can it be considered a person's prey? You might as well say that it was 9 people combined. Compared to me, I definitely won't win." Su Mingyang really didn't want to work at the dock. Shameful. It was really too shameful. If he really went, it would definitely be known by others in the future. How could he raise his head in front of others? A dignified 3rd-rank provincial governor actually did such a lowly job. Others might not say anything to him in front of him, but behind his back, they would probably give him the nickname of living provincial governor. It would damage the prestige of an official, and was not something a gentleman would do. Xiao Bei didn't know what Su Mingyang was thinking. When he heard the question, he asked, "Let me ask you, Su Mingyang. Out of the 9 of us, 8 of us gave you a punch, and the last one hit you in the head with a brick. Who do you think killed them?" Naturally, it was with a brick. Su Mingyang answered without thinking. "Yes, there are 9 of us. That's how it is when we use guns to shoot a bear. 8 of us didn't kill the bear, and the last one killed the bear. Naturally, the credit goes to the last person." Xiao Bei followed Su Mingyang's words. "You just said it was with a punch." Su Mingyang reminded. "All right, I'll say it again. There were 9 of us, and 8 of us hit your arm with a brick. In the end, 1 of us hit your head. Who killed you?" Xiao Bei continued to play along with Su Mingyang's words. Li Longji and the others couldn't help but laugh. To Xiao Bei, Li Longji was all too clear. If she had to quote classics or something, she could only look for Xiao Yuan. But if it was a normal conversation, she felt that she could come up with a lot of fallacies. Especially when she was talking to you, she looked very serious. If you really thought that she didn't know anything and wanted to explain it to her clearly, she would definitely become more and more confused. Su Mingyang was a little confused at this moment. He raised his hand to rub his temples and said to Xiao Bei, "That's not what I mean. What I mean is, look, there are 9 of you and others helped to shoot. Even if the last shot was fired by the most important person among you, don't you think it's unfair to me?" "You're saying it's fair? Fair? Why is it fair? What is fair? What is fair? Is it even?" When Xiao Bei heard this, she also asked in confusion. She tried her best to tiptoe and gestured with her hand above her head. She really wanted to reach Su Mingyang's head, but even if she raised her arm, she couldn't reach Su Mingyang's head. She just tilted her head back and forth to level it. Su Mingyang was stunned and immediately became speechless. He understood what Xiao Bei was trying to say. She was saying, "If you want to talk about fairness with us, how old are you and how old are we? I'm not even as tall as you when I raise my arm, and you want to talk about fairness with us like this?" For a moment, Su Mingyang felt very embarrassed, but he still couldn't bring himself to admit defeat and work at the docks, so he asked, "When you were on the battlefield, did the enemy not hit you because you were young?" "No, then let me ask you. When you were on the battlefield, did you not shoot because you were alone and the other party was 9 people?" Xiao Bei stared and asked. "Ha ha ha." Li Longji laughed even more heartily. He didn't care who won or lost. He came out to play for fun, and now he felt that it was very interesting. Su Mingyang's expression became even uglier. "I don't believe that any of you can shoot so accurately. Every shot was at a critical moment and at a critical position. For example, this bear. How can you be sure that it was killed by the person who killed the other 6 prey? Can you be sure that it was him or her who aimed that shot intentionally? No, we can't compare to you. We're not like the snake you killed in the end. It was hiding in the grass, but in the end, its head was still smashed by you. Admirable, truly admirable. You scared away the bear beside you. I'm guessing that the bear will be scared and tell its descendants that there was a person with very accurate marksmanship. Thankfully, that person didn't aim at me, or there wouldn't be any of you. Back then, I came out to hunt with Brother Snake. In the end, Brother Snake wanted to trick me by making me stand at a conspicuous spot. In the end, that person saw through Brother Snake's trick. He wanted to eat the snake's gallbladder, so he pretended to aim at me, but he actually shot Brother Snake unexpectedly. Brother Snake sacrificed himself just like that. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. As Xiao Bei spoke to Su Mingyang, she held her stomach and laughed. Haha. When the surrounding people heard Xiao Bei's words, whether they were guards or waiters, they couldn't help but laugh. Li Longji even pinched his own thigh. He was laughing so hard that his stomach hurt. Su Mingyang was completely dumbfounded. He didn't expect Xiao Bei to be so eloquent. After pondering for a moment, he finally gave up on finding excuses. He gritted his teeth and said in a huff, "All right, I'll consider it your win. Isn't it just 2 months of work? 1 meal at a time. If I do it, I can get closer to the people." "All right, I guess you're right. Go back to work. I'll give you the bullets and you can continue to shoot. But we won't compete unless you can take out other stakes. The prey you've hunted now is yours. You have something to eat again. Congratulations," Xiao Bei said to Su Mingyang in a very magnanimous manner. She couldn't continue shooting today. Her arms still hurt. She would probably have to get her brother and sister to rub it with medicinal wine tonight. She could only try using a rifle the next day. For children there was no such thing as an adult. If they exercised too much today, their muscles wouldn't be able to adapt and wouldn't be able to recover for a few days. Usually, they would be fine after a good night's sleep. Su Mingyang suppressed his gloomy thoughts and asked for a lot of bullets. He continued to accompany Li Longji and the others as they moved forward to look for prey. While walking, he didn't forget to take this opportunity to get closer to the emperor and talk to Li Longji. "Your Majesty, this subject discovered a secret when I was fighting with Patrol Inspector Zhang and the others." Su Mingyang wasn't in a hurry to look for animals to shoot. Seeing the emperor looking around with binoculars, he said. In fact, Li Longji didn't have to hunt prey. He was looking at the terrain here and wondering if there was a place that could be used if there was a war. If he could pull a few troops over and have a confrontation exercise here, what kind of harvest could he get? Hearing Su Mingyang's words, he observed and asked, "What secret? Tell me." Replying to Your Majesty, this subject discovered that when shooting, it's best to hold your breath and then shoot. If you shoot, the gun will be very stable and won't deviate too much, unless there's an accidental situation. Su Mingyang replied. When he said that the gun wouldn't deviate too much, he would feel embarrassed if there was an accidental situation. Clearly, the snake that scared the bear away was one of his masterpieces. Li Longji didn't speak directly. After looking around again, he said, "This is the conclusion you came to? Do you know what are the 2 main points that we have to remember when we great Tang riflemen are training?" This subject doesn't know, Su Mingyang replied. At the same time, he had a vague idea in his mind. Sure enough, Li Longji said to him, "One of the points is that you must control your breathing before you fire the gun. The second point is to try your best to make the shot unintentional. That is to say, your subconscious mind controls your body to fire the gun in that instant instead of you deliberately pulling the trigger with all your might. This is especially true for snipers, as they have reached a level where they can fire at will. That is, there will be a moment when your body doesn't know whether to fire the gun or not, and the bullet will just fly out." How is that possible? Isn't that like telling a story? Su Mingyang couldn't help but ask in astonishment. How is that not possible? You know how to walk, right? Don't tell me that every time you take a step, you have to think about which leg to take first, how to take that step, how much strength to use and put your mind on that leg. You can reach this level after countless training. It's like how you walk. When you shoot a certain number of times, it's just like how you walk. When you move forward, you don't raise your leg to raise it, but to go somewhere. It's the same with firing a gun. You don't have to pull the trigger to move, but to hit someone. Your skills are still far from that. Work hard and take advantage of the opportunity to come here with me, Li Longji said to Su Mingyang. Then, he shook his head regretfully. It seemed that he wasn't understood by others. He continued to use the binoculars to look for targets. Su Mingyang stopped. Wei Wei followed behind and pondered over the emperor's words. Gao Lisher also slowed down slightly. He said to Su Mingyang, "That's how Lil Nen fired the gun earlier. She took only a short time to aim. When she actually fired the gun, it was completed in an instant." Xiao Bao and Cuckoo also fired the gun almost instantly. It's like how you write when you're not deliberately practicing calligraphy. If you want to write every stroke well, it won't be as comfortable as writing when you're not paying attention. Of course, no matter how you write, your handwriting won't look good. I've seen your handwriting before. Yes, I'll work hard to practice calligraphy in the future. Su Mingyang agreed gloomily. It was one thing that he couldn't win against others in terms of shooting, but now, it was related to calligraphy. Who could he complain to? Li Longji and the others stayed in the 100,000 Mountains for half a month before they returned to the construction site of Luzhou's railroad. They finally got to see how the railroad was built. On the flatland, the construction workers were all from Great Tang. They helped to carry the railroad tracks and the sleepers. They were very careful and did not ask for speed. They were all recruited from places around Luzhou. They were paid, and their meals were not bad. There were 4 shifts in total. Each shift worked for 6 hours. After that they could rest. However, they could do other manual labor. Moreover, because the beach was humid, they could drink some wine. When they encountered mountains or slopes, they would be replaced by people from other places. There were people from Xinyuan Island and Kunlun slaves. These people worked in 3 shifts. They were not as tired as Zhang Xiaobao said. It was not that they did not want to, but they could not. If they really did that, they would work for 8 to 18 hours a day. It was fine in the first few hours, but in the end, they would be exhausted. If that was the case, it would be better to let them rest. They would work for 8 hours and then sleep. After 4 hours of sleep, they would wake up and work for another 4 hours. They would eat and continue to sleep to ensure that they had stamina. However, when they worked they had to be fast. Those who were slow would be whipped. Moreover, because they had to rest for a long time, their meals were not good. There was no meat at all. The only meat was when they were cooking. When they were stewing in a big pot, they would sprinkle a spoonful of oil on it when it was almost done. There was a lot of oil in the bowl, and no matter who scooped it, there would be oil in the bowl. However, the dishes were not greasy. Under normal circumstances, the oil was used to keep the dishes warm so that the heat would not dissipate so quickly. The staple food was not very good. It was not comparable to the people of Great Tang. They ate rice, white flour, millet, sorghum, and the like. Generally, they ate highland barley, which was usually used to feed the animals. If there was something good, it would be the salted vegetables. They tasted good and were salty enough. Not only was there a lot of salted vegetables near the beach, but it was the same on other roads as well. They were afraid that the people who worked would not eat enough salt and would be exhausted. Even so, the people who worked felt that the food was good. This was because they could not see what the people of Great Tang ate when they worked. The captives who were captured on Xinyuan Island felt that the food in Great Tang was very good. At the very least, there was a wide variety of dishes. Moreover, the taste was more than twice as good as what they used to eat. When they were on the island, it was not easy for them. They were also very tired. Moreover, they had to hunt for long periods of time. Their meals were usually eaten or cooked in stone pots. How could it compare to the food they ate now? There were many good seasonings in the dishes, and the chef was skilled as well. The food tasted delicious. If there was a flaw, it would be that there was no meat. It was not that there was no meat at all. Since the people of Luzhou lived near the beach, the least valuable food was fish. Every 2 or 3 days, fish would be cooked for them. They were much better off compared to the people in some places in Great Tang. Su Mingyang was also inspecting the food. When he saw how happy the slaves were during the meal, he had a sad expression on his face. He said to Li Longji, "Your Majesty, I've realized that ignorance is a kind of happiness sometimes. They're content with food like this. How pitiful." Li Longji looked at Su Mingyang in surprise. He nodded and said, "It's because they're not from Great Tang. Don't you think so, Little Bei?" Li Longji asked Little Bei and the others. He wanted them to talk about the pride that Great Tang should have. Who knew that before Xiao Bei could reply, Little Hai would speak up. Yes, ignorance is a kind of happiness. However, when you think that others are ignorant and have a bad life, and you think that you know more and have a good life, it's sad. You think you have a good life, but don't you know that there are others who have a better life than you? Those who are willing to be ordinary are actually enjoying the results of those who are willing to work hard. Life is not about how you want to be ordinary because your food, clothes, and necessities are all provided by others. Hence, the true enjoyment of life is how much you can provide for others. Those who live in seclusion are the most hateful people. They don't even have the courage to stand up, unless they can refine their own things, get their own food, salt, and clothes. That way, they won't be a burden to others. Otherwise, their so-called leisurely life is built on the hard work of others. I hate people like that the most. They always have to do something, even if it's to go out and teach. Yes, my big brother Little Hai is right. Don't trample on the hard work of others and then say that you're noble. Look at me, I'm also working hard, even though I'm still young. Little Bei immediately supported Little Hai. Su Mingyang was stunned. He had never thought that Little Hai would be able to say such philosophical words. Regardless of whether these words were right or not, at the very least, these words should not have come from the mouth of a child. Suddenly, he looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were standing not far away. What he meant was, how many things did these two teach their younger siblings, and how to make them understand? Li Longji smiled and said, "You don't have to look at Xiaobao and Cuckoo. They never directly teach these things, they only guide them. You don't have to be surprised if Little Hai can't say anything else. The two of them don't teach the same thing. Every child may understand what they say differently, but there's no right or wrong." Su Mingyang didn't quite believe him and replied. Little Bei immediately said, "Su Mingyang, did you forget something? You haven't gone to work at the docks yet. Do you want to wait for us to leave before you go? Or do you want to run away after you get there? We have a bet, you know. You have to pay back your debts." Su Mingyang's face turned red. He did have this thought, and he wanted to delay it for as long as possible. He didn't expect that just as he made up his mind, Xiao Bei would point it out. He thought that Xiao Bei would forget about it as he played. After all, when they were on the mountain, Little Bei and the others had never mentioned anything about him working at the docks again. He did not expect Little Bei to remember and mention it now. "Tomorrow, I'll go tomorrow." Su Mingyang agreed. However, he felt sad inwardly. If this matter was exposed, many people would laugh at him in the future. Although he could make a name for himself, what was the use of a name? Lu Zhou was still the Lu Zhou of the Zhang family and the Wang family. Most importantly, a name was not necessarily a good name. He was the one who lost the bet. The people of Lu Zhou would definitely know that he was paying back his debt. If this were any other place, he would have shared the joys and sorrows of the people. He would have accepted it if the people said he was good. Oh my life! If I see the Zhang family and the Wang family in the future, I'll have to stay as far away as possible. It's not worth it. It's a promise. You'll go tomorrow. Don't repeat the same thing over and over again, Little Bei said. After that, he no longer mentioned the matter. He followed Li Longji and slowly walked around the construction site. He looked at everyone working hard and hoped that the railway would be completed as soon as possible. That way, it would be much more convenient for him to travel to Lu Zhou from the capital in the future. He did not need to take a boat. How could a boat be faster than a train? Early the next morning, Su Mingyang did as he said. He woke up and ran to the docks. He planned to work for a while before he went to accompany the emperor. However, when he got to work, he was dumbfounded. He had agreed to work for a meal. Normally, he would just have a meal. However, when he arrived at the docks, someone was already cooking for him. It seemed like they did not intend to bully him at all. At the docks, he was responsible for recording the goods going to and from his place. After recording for about 15 minutes, he wanted to leave. However, someone stopped him. The person who stopped him was from the Chamber of Commerce. "Provincial Governor Su, do you need to excuse yourself?" the person from the Chamber of Commerce asked. Excuse myself? It's not convenient for me. I'm going back. I've already recorded a lot. Su Mingyang thought to himself, I'm working. Are you going to keep an eye on me? The other party nodded. Oh, you want to go back? But it's not time for a meal yet. Do you want to renege on your bet? How is it not time yet? Isn't 15 minutes enough for a meal? Hurry up and eat. It's enough. Su Mingyang glared at the other party. In fact, he did feel that the time was shorter, but he had a reason. He ate so fast. There were people who ate faster than him. He didn't even mention it. Lord Su, could it be that you eat raw rice at home and don't need to cook? Think about it. Isn't that the case? Normally, when I eat, I have to cook. A meal needs to be cooked for a while before it can be eaten. If you really only eat raw food and finish it in a quarter of an hour, then you can leave now. I'll immediately report to Xiaobei and the rest of the girls. When the time comes, I don't know if someone is watching you eat in your residence. However, I still advise you to continue to stay there. It's already good that I didn't ask you to carry anything. The person from the Chamber of Commerce had no intention of backing down. He questioned Su Mingyang rudely. Su Mingyang glared at him again. You didn't say that it was going to be a meal like this. Speak honestly. Who would say that a meal includes eating when talking to others? But you didn't say it. Since you didn't say it, why should we follow what you said? Xiaobei said that if they lose, they will cook a meal for you every day. You can eat it when the time comes. Based on this, the bet should be the same. When they said it, they would cook a meal for you to eat. If you lose, why did you omit the cooking? If you think that we are too slow, I will go find Xiaobei and the others and let them cook for you. We will see how much time it takes. We can even give you the time to eat. After all, we said that we would cook. What do you think? The person from the Chamber of Commerce pointed at the person cooking. The threat in his words was very clear. Su Mingyang didn't expect the other party to be so shameless. However, after thinking about it carefully, the other party's words were reasonable. That's right. Since they said that Xiaobei and the others would cook a meal, then his meal should naturally be the time to cook a meal. However, it shouldn't be like this. The time to eat a meal could be long or short. Cooking a meal was even more so. Especially if Xiaobei and the others were to cook, wouldn't they need to prepare for half a day just to prepare the ingredients? By the time they finished cooking, the sun would have turned into the sunset. If they were really forced to come over and cook a meal, wouldn't they need to rest for a day and a night? Wouldn't he need to sleep? Su Mingyang turned his head to look at the person cooking. He was finally afraid and didn't want Xiaobei and the others to set a time. He asked, "What are they making?" In reply to Lord Su, "They are making something very nutritious for you. It's turtle soup for you. Just wait, it won't take long before you can eat it." The person from the Chamber of Commerce spoke as if he was concerned about Su Mingyang. He then gestured for Su Mingyang to sit back down and continue working. Su Mingyang's vision suddenly turned black. Looking at the stall and the slow fire below, a single turtle soup would take an entire day to cook. Su Mingyang returned to his seat and took down 2 notes. He couldn't help but ask, "Why is it this dish? Can't I change it? Could it be that you want to eat Buddha jumps over the wall? Oh, that's between the clouds and the water's signature dish. I'll change it for you tomorrow." The person from the Chamber of Commerce replied smoothly. No, I don't want Buddha jumps over the wall. You will need 3 to 5 days to prepare for Buddha jumps over the wall. By then, I will be buried in a hole and won't be able to jump over the wall. Su Mingyang shook his head vigorously. He had eaten it before and also heard the steps of Buddha jumps over the wall from the waiter. He couldn't wait. The person from the Chamber of Commerce asked again, "How about bear paw?" Bear paw takes even longer to prepare. I'll take this turtle soup. I want to nourish myself. Can you put an umbrella on top of it? You don't have sour plum soup, but you should have cold water, right? Su Mingyang finally accepted his fate at this moment. He felt that he should have thought about it. The idea that Xiaobei and the other 9 children came up with when they gathered together was definitely not that simple. No matter if he won or lost, his days wouldn't be easy. It was a pity that he was cheated by others. He had delayed working at the docks for a single meal. 2 months. 2 months. He didn't need to make anything else. The turtle soup would take at least 4 hours, right? Unless he used other methods to cook the turtle first, but the nourishing aspect was lacking. It was best to simmer it slowly. At noon, just as Su Mingyang thought, the turtle soup was not ready yet. He discussed with the people from the Chamber of Commerce to give him some lunch first. It was not counted as a meal and he had to continue working. Only then did the people from the Chamber of Commerce agree. In the end, he ate lunch at the docks. It didn't mean that he had to eat outside. There was a cafeteria at the docks. After receiving a tray, he could go in and choose the dishes. There were many types of dishes, more than 30. There was a combination of meat and vegetables. He could eat whatever he wanted, but there was a limit to the amount. There was enough staple food and egg soup. Su Mingyang admitted that the cafeteria at the docks was not bad. Not only was it free, but there were so many dishes. Not all construction sites would prepare more than 30 dishes for you. In other places in the Great Tang, food was also provided, but there were only a few kinds of food, and they had to eat it over and over again every day because it was cheap. Moreover, when it was time to change shifts, those who changed shifts would be given a cup of white wine. There were probably very few construction sites in the Great Tang that could provide such food. But it was good. What was his identity? He was a provincial governor. How could he eat with other people at the bottom? Listening to their messy words, when had he ever suffered like this? Except for the 2 days before when no one gave him food. Depressed, Su Mingyang didn't have much appetite. He ordered a vegetable dish with cucumber and scooped some soup. He found that the egg in the soup was too fragmented. He complained and poured it into half a bowl of rice. He hurriedly finished it with the rice and ran out to work under the umbrella. It was not until evening that he ate the boiled turtle. It tasted good, but he would rather not eat it. He only begged that he didn't need to come tomorrow. Su Mingyang took a free car back to his residence. He was not in the mood to see the emperor. He directly asked someone to boil a pool of water and soaked in it. He also asked 2 people to massage him. He groaned and went to sleep after washing. The next morning, he got up early and counted the days. Today was the school break. He called his youngest son, who was born by his concubine, over. He was 8 years old, about the same age as Xiaobei and the others. He gave his son a glorious and difficult task. He sent his son out to the amusement park to find Xiaobei and the others to play. The other children were also on break today. He estimated that Xiaobei and the others would be able to play with others at the amusement park. Su Mingyang told his family that they would send him sour plum soup at the dock at noon. Otherwise, he would die of heat. He rode a horse and rushed to the dock at the fastest speed. He estimated that he would not be able to come back for another day. The Zhang family and Wang family were too wicked. They would definitely not let him go. Sure enough, when he arrived at the dock, he saw someone cooking soup. He didn't even need to ask what soup it was. It was guaranteed that it would be cooked for a day. Cooking something can be fast and slow sometimes. Even if you put some lamb chops in it, you can't say anything about it for a day. The longer it was cooked, the more delicious it would be. At the same time, the amusement park was also like what he thought. When the children were on break, they all ran to the amusement park to play. He didn't know what was so fun about it. Every time they were on break, they would play, and they didn't get tired of playing. Xiaobei and the other 11 children also came to the amusement park by car. They didn't want to play any entertainment. They just wanted to have children to play with. Su Mingyang's youngest son had been waiting for a long time. His surname was also Su, and his name was Su Wan. He was far from the age of having a nickname. When the time came, he would give him a nickname that was opposite to Wan. Otherwise, the word Wan would not sound good. When he saw Xiaobei and the others, Su Wan came over and accompanied them according to his father's instructions. He didn't speak. No matter what Xiaobei and the others played, he would protect them. For example, when they were on the slide, or when he was thirsty, he thought that Xiaobei was also thirsty, so he ran to get water and bring it to them. At first, Xiaobei and the others didn't notice. They thought that it was just an ordinary child who was willing to play with them. There were other children around, chattering happily and playing with them. But after a long time, Xiaobei and the others finally realized that something was wrong. When other children came to play, other than talking, they also played by themselves. Why didn't this one play by himself and insist on accompanying him? He said that he wasn't thirsty, but he actually brought water 3 times in a row. Why couldn't he drink it if he was thirsty? Stop you! What are you doing? Xiaobei stopped Su Wan, who was about to run to the place where water was provided. I'm drinking water, Su Wan answered. Don't give it to us. Drink your own. We'll drink it when we're thirsty, Xiaobei reminded him. Su Wan shook his head. No, my father said that I must serve you well. Otherwise, I will be punished when I go back. Your father is? What's your name? Xiaobei asked again. Su Wan answered. Xiaobei and the others suddenly understood. Xiaobei said, You're Su Mingyang's son, right? You can play by yourself. Don't worry about us. Don't worry, your father won't dare to punish you when you go back. If he does, he won't go home tomorrow night and will continue to work at the dock. Seriously, he brought his son here. That's too disgusting. Isn't it just 2 months of work? This is called joining the masses. What a good opportunity. Su Wan shook his head. No, my father said that I can play with you. It suits your status. Other children can't. Why can't other children? What are our status? Status? We're 3rd-rank officials. Based on our status, you can do it? It's more appropriate for your father to come over and play with us. Our status now is that of children. Why can't other children? According to what you said, we don't have anyone to play with. Don't pester us. Just tell your father that we want to play by ourselves. Xiaobei was most disgusted by mentioning their status for no reason. They didn't have many people to play with. If they mentioned their status, wouldn't they interact with other children in the future? Then can you ask my father to finish his work earlier? When my father came home yesterday, he was exhausted. He really can't bear the hardship. Also, my father said that he already knows what to do. Just give him a chance. Su Wan said according to his father's instructions. Xiaobei shook his head. No, a bet is a bet. You can't do it after just 1 day? Other people don't say that they can't survive. How tired can it be to record things at the dock? If you say no, it means no. If you continue to pester us, we won't play anymore. We'll go back and teach your father a lesson. If you don't believe me, you can try. I'm so angry that I sold my son. Xiaobei actually knew what Su Wan meant. It wasn't that Su Mingyang knew what to do, but that he knew that he was wrong and was begging for mercy. But it was absolutely impossible. Work had to be done, and it had to be done for 2 months. It wasn't to punish Su Mingyang, but to gradually change his mentality when he was working. He always thought that as an official, he shouldn't have too much contact with the people. He should be high and mighty. Su Wan was frightened when he heard Xiaobei's words. He nodded and ran to the dock with his head down. He had to report to his father in case he was punished at night. Chapter 11:26. Seeing Su Wan run away, Xiao Yuan pondered for a moment and said, Why don't we go to the dock and help out? Let Su Mingyang see if he's that precious. If we can do it, why can't he? We have nothing to do anyway. Xiaobei and the others looked at each other and found that no one objected. Even Pan'er and her brother kept nodding. They probably didn't know where they were going and what they were going to do. They probably didn't care what their brothers and sisters did. As long as they could bring them along, it would be fun. Anyway, there was nothing they could help with. Their mission was to play. The more fun they had, the better. Hence, the 11 of them set off toward the dock under the protection of the guards. The children who were still playing in the amusement park looked disappointed. They also wanted to follow, but the dock had a rule that children were not allowed to get close. It was too dangerous. Xiaobei and the others were naturally not allowed to go. They also wouldn't cause any trouble at the dock. They naturally had someone to protect them, so there was no need for extra manpower at the dock. The dock wasn't very far from the amusement park. After traveling for less than half an hour by car, the group arrived. From afar, they saw Su Mingyang keeping count. Xiaobei found someone from the Chamber of Commerce and asked. Su Mingyang was in charge of keeping count for 2 groups of people. One group had 6 people, and 2 groups had 12 people. Su Mingyang had to keep count of how much work each person carried. Lu Zhou had never been idle at the docks. He was always busy. Moreover, He worked 24 hours a day, day or night. The person in charge of keeping count didn't look at how much work each person did and then pay according to the amount. Instead, he watched the people working and didn't allow them to carry too much at a time. They also didn't allow them to carry too many things at a time. They had to be within a suitable range. Every person usually had a hospital here to check their body and test their physique. Those who weren't sick and had a good physique were marked next to the person in charge of keeping count. This group of people could work more than others so they could earn more money. As for those with a normal physique, they were not allowed to work too hard. Otherwise, they would be tired and have problems. The monthly salary was definitely enough for their family to live a good life. However, if they were left alone, they wouldn't work more for the money. Because the dock was managed by the Chamber of Commerce, they would consciously work more to repay the Zhang family and Wang family. Therefore, the Chamber of Commerce had no choice but to arrange for someone to record the news. It was a waste of manpower, but it had to be done. Zhang Liuzi, it's time. You're not allowed to do it anymore. Go down and rest. Although Su Mingyang was not satisfied with his current job, he was still quite dedicated. He stared at a person named Zhang Liuzi and shouted, "I'm still short of 2 trips." Zhang Liuzi swung his arms and shouted. A supervisor came over and kicked him. "I said you're here, so you're here. Get lost. If you don't leave, I'll punish you. Rest for a while and drink some water. Come back in half an hour. Otherwise, I'll punish you." Zhang Liuzi had no choice but to grumble resentfully. She walked over to the shed that was specially used for them to rest. She scooped up half a ladle of water mixed with salt, sweet and sour and gulped it down. Then, she took a wet towel and wiped the sweat on her upper body. She found a stool to lie down and closed her eyes to rest. Xiao Bei and the others knew at a glance that this was a mountain person. The original mountain people, after coming down from the mountain, basically all changed their surname to Zhang or Wang. Not to mention those who didn't have a surname. In the various rest areas, from time to time, there would be people going back to drink water and rest. From time to time, there would be people getting up and continuing to work. No one was lazy, and no one was dawdling and not doing things properly. When Xiao Bei and the others arrived, the people at the dock immediately looked over. However, no one approached Xiao Bei and the others to speak. One reason was because they were afraid of wasting time, and the other was because they were worried about the safety of Xiao Bei and the others. If too many people came over, it would be easy for something to happen. Therefore, they did not allow others to come over. Su Mingyang turned his head and saw Xiao Bei and the others. His face suddenly became gloomy. He said in dissatisfaction, "You're here to laugh at me, right? Laugh as hard as you can. What's there to laugh about? We saw your son, a very cute child. He's still on his way here and will probably be here in a while. Those 2 are under your care, right? Look, they were carrying 2 bags just now, and now they're carrying 3. I'm talking about you. You still dare to run? Do you want to vomit blood from exhaustion? Put them down. If you get sick from exhaustion, our family still has to treat you. Do you think that medical equipment and medicine are free?" Xiao Bei said a few words to Su Mingyang, then pointed at the 2 people carrying the bags and shouted. The overseer immediately ran over and reprimanded them. The 2 people repeatedly said good things and finally carried the 3 bags over. They smiled in satisfaction, as if it was a kind of happiness to be able to do more work when no one was paying attention. "Are they always like this?" Xiao Bei asked a steward from the Chamber of Commerce. The steward quickly replied, "Yes, if we're not careful, they'll steal and do more work. If they carry the bags, it's not good to let them throw one down. The things inside are easy to break. It's like fighting all day long, so we have to watch them closely." As a result, the people recording the items and the overseer keep repeating the same thing with them. It's considered a fun thing to do at the docks. In fact, it's fine to carry more occasionally, but if we don't do anything, they'll carry more in the future. It's really troublesome to worry about them. A few days ago, 2 people carried more than 1 bag, and as a result, they strained their muscles and are still lying down. This shows that there are still loopholes in your supervision. You have to think of something. We'll think about it and let you know when the time comes. When Xiao Bei heard that someone was tired, he frowned and said to the steward, Yes, please take care of it." The steward could only agree and did not dare to refute. This was how the rules of the Zhang family and the Wang family were. If there was a problem with the rules, it would not be a coincidence. There would only be things that were not done properly. There was no need to explain. If they had the time to explain, they should think about how to perfect the rules. As expected, Xiao Bei and the others gathered together to discuss. When they saw people coming and going at the docks, they realized that those who wanted to do more work would usually unload the items from the ship and put them there. Originally, 2 people would carry 4 bags, 1 in front and 1 behind. However, the person in front would carry 3 bags and leave. Naturally, there would be more work. The person who delivered the goods from the ship had no choice. He would give 2 bags, but the other 2 bags would have to be given to the person behind immediately. Otherwise, it would be a waste of time. With this, a loophole appeared. The 9 children muttered to themselves for a while before they finally came up with a solution. Xiao Bei sighed and said, "When other places look for people to do work, the overseer is afraid that someone will slack off, and the person who takes notes is paid for recording the items. Lu Zhou is the opposite. What's there to be embarrassed about working with someone like this?" Su Mingyang, who was taking notes, turned his head abruptly. Xiao Bei was clearly talking about him. He glanced at Xiao Bei before he continued to stare at the 2 groups of people he was in charge of. He was also cursing endlessly in his heart. Xiao Bei ignored Su Mingyang's gaze and said to the steward, "Do you see the bags of goods?" "I see them. Some of them are cloth bags, some are gunny sacks, and they're divided according to the different items. There are also baskets. We have a standard here that varies according to the size and weight of the items. That's why it's easier to keep track of how much work each person can carry. Don't tell me you want to change the standard?" The steward did not understand what was going on. He thought the little ancestors had randomly come up with an impractical idea. Xiao Bei rolled his eyes at the steward. "What's the point of changing the standard? I don't think changing the standard will solve the current problem. Do you see the people moving in a certain order? That way, they'll be more efficient. Put a few beams above the place where you're going. If a person carrying 2 bags wants to carry 3, he'll have to go over the beam to carry the 3rd bag. If he wants to go over, he'll have to squat. Put a few more beams on the beam. I don't believe he'll be able to keep squatting. Even if you put more beams on the beam, do you think he'll be able to walk while squatting? If he collapses from exhaustion after a few tries, he won't do that anymore." "Ha! Put up beams? But their heights are different." The steward's eyes lit up. Then, he thought of another problem. "Can't you group them according to their approximate height?" Xiao Bei asked. "Yes, that's a good idea." The steward felt that it was a good idea and agreed. Xiao Bei continued to say, "Also, don't you think the pier looks uncomfortable? Don't you think you can make the pier slanted all the way to the carriages transporting the goods over there? Then, you can slide the things that aren't afraid of falling down. You can use metal plates or cement. If it's cement, you can use a big pulley with wheels underneath. Now, you can just make a place to slow down the carriage. Are you stupid? The Ministry of Works has already designed big tools for you. Why can't you think of small tools for yourself? You're so rigid. Have you become stupid after staying in one place for so long?" Yes, we've become stupid. Yes, we can design it. There are many things that don't need people to carry far away. If we want to put the carriage closer, the horses or mules won't be easy to handle. They're always messy and unhygienic. I'll go find someone else to think about it and make it." The steward didn't dare to refute. He couldn't refute. The little ancestor was right. He really hadn't thought about it. It was easy to make a place to slow down the carriage. He just had to make a bend, or add some sand or slope underneath. If the design was good enough, he could even slide onto the carriage. It was just making the area below lower. Go. Find 7 spots for us. 2 of us will go out to play with Pan and the others. The others can help record things together." Xiao Bei waved his hand and ordered. The steward immediately went to make the arrangements. Su Mingyang, who had been listening at the side, was surprised. He found that the 2 methods were very simple, but the effect was very good. Why didn't he think of it? "Su Mingyang, do you think you're stupid? You've been in Lu Zhou for so long, and you're always trying to find loopholes in the original rules to show off your ability. However, The opportunity is right in front of you. You've been to the docks a lot, right? In the end, you've accomplished nothing. Tell me, what's the point of being the provincial governor? We're just asking you to do some work, but you feel wronged and degraded, don't you? If you don't want to work hard, all right, learn from us. If you want to be a mind worker who governs the people, a mind worker who governs the people, a mind worker who governs the people, it's not impossible. But you have to work hard for once. You have to show your ability to work hard. In the end, you can't work mentally, but you don't want to work physically. We let you be the provincial governor. Do you know what you're doing? It's called a corpse eating a vegetable position. We hate people like you the most. You're clearly not capable, but you still want to put on airs. It wasn't easy to find a suitable position for you, and you're still complaining. People can't be so shameless. All right, your son is here, so I'll give you some face. I'll go do my work. Pan, let's go. I'll take you to do the most noble thing. Xiao Bei reprimanded Su Mingyang, causing him to stare blankly. Then, he pulled Panner and Panner away. Su Mingyang looked at the group of children and guards leaving. He suddenly came to his senses. He only came to his senses when his son, Su Wan, came over and spoke. He happened to hear his son say that Xiao Bei said no, and that he wasn't allowed to punish her at night. He immediately glared at his son. How old are you, child? You can't do anything well. Look at Xiao Bei and the others. They're almost the same as you. Which one of them isn't better than you? I can't see what you're capable of. All you know is to play and eat. Su Wan felt wronged. What did this have to do with him? Isn't Xiao Bei beside you now? If it was possible, didn't she agree to it? Then why are you throwing a tantrum at me? Neither of us succeeded. Why are you still in a daze? Think about it more. You're the same person, so how can you be worse than others? Su Mingyang continued lecturing his son. Su Wan didn't dare to resist. He only lowered his head and muttered, Zhang Zhong isn't much worse than you. Why is it that the Ministry of Works wrote a letter? Hey, you still dare to talk back? I'll teach you a lesson. When Su Mingyang heard this, he became even angrier. Although Zhang Zhong's rank wasn't much worse than his, and was slightly higher than his, he was a capital official, and he was a local official. Even if Zhang Zhong was a 5th-rank capital official, he was still better than him, a 3rd-rank local official. He was already full of anger. His son actually dared to lecture him. He raised his hand and was about to hit him. Su Wan jumped in fright. He turned around and ran. As he ran, he shouted, Father, Xiao Bei said you're not allowed to hit me. I went to play. I didn't get to play just now. You're pissing me off. When you came home at night, Xiao Bei said I'm not allowed to hit you. You think I just don't have the time. You only know how to play. When Su Mingyang shouted at his son, he was just about to say a few tough words, when he felt Xiao Bei's gaze on him. He immediately changed his words. He was afraid of being remembered by Xiao Bei. When that time came, he didn't know what kind of fierce revenge he would have to endure. Who knew that even so, Xiao Bei still had no intention of letting him go. He shouted in his direction, You only know how to complain about children. You compare children to others. Children are not allowed to compare their own elders to other people's elders? Only incompetent people scold children. Pan, be good. Let's not learn from him in the future, okay? Xiao Bei didn't forget to use Su Mingyang as a negative example. Pan nodded obediently. She made a face at Su Mingyang and waved her fist. She shouted at him very seriously, Incompetent, incompetent. Chapter 11:27. Su Mingyang was speechless when he heard Panner's tender voice. Apart from scolding his own son, who else in Luzhou would he dare to scold? Even Panner and Pan did not dare to scold them, let alone little Bei and the other 9. Similarly, even the children of the ordinary people in Luzhou were not people he could scold. His position as the provincial governor was just for show. Although he was called a 3rd-grade official, he was actually here to be a grandson. His only function was to use his official seal to stamp the documents from the county below. It was a situation where he had no choice but to do so. Su Mingyang was in a bad mood. It was not because he was here to work. Anyway, he had already done it. It was useless to complain. Even if he had to work for a day, it would be embarrassing. The only thing that comforted him was that no one at the docks laughed at him because he lost the bet and came to work. He still did not understand why no one laughed at him. While he was in a bad mood, he continued to think about it. When he saw 7 people from Little Bay's side doing the work, he finally figured it out after thinking for a while. He saw several groups of people in front of Danan. They did not need Danan to remind them at all. After doing a lot of work, they went to rest as if they were afraid that Danan would make things difficult for them. Only then did he understand that Little Bay and the other children had won the hearts of the people. In the eyes of the people of Luzhou, it was a very normal thing for him to lose. If he won, it would be abnormal. It turned out that he was so bad that he could not even compare to the children. It was no wonder that Little Bay belittled him and said that he did not educate the children well. It was true. If one said that Little Bay and the other 9 were born from a good mother, it was still possible to say that they were born from a good mother. They were that kind of child. Not only did they give birth to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, but they also had Little Bay and the others. However, among Little Bay's 9 children, only the children of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were born. There were 5 other children, and each of them was not bad at all. Coupled with Panner and Panner, no matter how one looked at it, they were better than children of the same age. Other children, like Panner and Panner, always liked to cry. However, Panner and Panner seemed to have never seen them cry until now. They were obedient when they should be, and when it was time to play, they were happy. None of this seemed to have anything to do with whose seed it was. But why? Other people's children were obedient because they were scared. When the adults spoke, especially when the father spoke, the children were afraid. They were afraid that they would be beaten or punished. On the other hand, Panner and Wang Wan didn't seem scared at all. They gave off the feeling that they could understand others, and they knew that they were still young, so they were very obedient. Especially when they looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, there was a trace of worship and desire in their eyes. Could it be that he really did not know how to educate his child? However, she had never heard of how Zhang Zhong educated his children. It seemed that his children did not need to be taught anything since they were young. They were very sensible and sensible. Sigh. Child, is it really that tiring to teach a child? He needs the adults by his side all the time. But the adults also have things to do. It's a pity that he's not familiar with them, so it's impossible for him to throw his child over and ask them to help teach him. Su Mingyang muttered to himself as he thought about it. Then, he suddenly came to his senses. He was afraid that he would delay things, so he looked at the people carrying the work. With just a glance, he was much more convinced. Ever since Xiao Bei and the children arrived, the people working at the docks suddenly became very self-aware. They didn't need anyone to control them at all. Those who had done enough work all went to rest by themselves. Moreover, they didn't cause trouble anymore. It was obvious what was going on. It was because the people working at the docks were afraid that Xiao Bei and the children would tire them out, so they all became obedient children. He was really a failure. He was not good at educating children, and he was still far behind when it came to the livelihood of the people. While Su Mingyang was blaming himself, he saw a person from the Chamber of Commerce bring a lot of people to the docks. Then, they waited for a ship that had just finished unloading and reloading the goods to leave. When he saw that, he instantly understood. He knew why the local people loved Xiao Bei and the others so much. It was not only because of the ability of their father, Zhang Zhong, who was once the provincial governor of Luzhou. It was also not because they shared weal and woe together. It was because they had always put their hearts and minds on the people. It was just as Xiao Bei had said. He had been in Luzhou for some time, but he had never done anything useful for the local people. It was not that he wasn't smart enough. It was just that he had the wrong idea when he first came to Luzhou. He had also strolled around the docks before, and understood the operation of the docks. However, what was his purpose? He didn't want to do anything for the people. Instead, he wanted to find a loophole in the rules set by the Chamber of Commerce that the Zhang family and the Wang family left here. He wanted to use this loophole to elevate his status and position. At that time, he didn't have the right idea. This was also why Xiao Bei and the others came up with various ideas after a discussion. To be honest, if he came up with this idea himself, he could definitely say that he had done a meritorious deed. After all, the Zhang family and the Wang family's work was not perfect. Otherwise, the person in charge would not have come here and let people work on the docks while the docks were empty. On one side there was a downward slope, and on the other side there was an upward slope. In this way, whether it was unloading or loading, it was very convenient. If that was the case, it meant that the original arrangement of the docks was not reasonable. There were improvements, but the other party discovered them. As a person who wanted to find faults, he did not think of it. Why? It was definitely not because the other party was smarter than him. It was because the group of children thought about how to make the people working at the docks more relaxed while he thought about finding faults. One was for the people, and the other was for himself. Their mentality was different, and their gains and losses were different. Naturally, they considered things from different angles. No system is perfect. We're just constantly plugging the loopholes. The more timely we are, the more honored we are. This is the foundation of sociology, Su Mingyang muttered. This sentence was written by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in the book. It was written at the top of the book on political economy. At the same time, they changed it slightly and wrote it at the front of the books on other subjects. It meant that we were always making mistakes. Our role was to make up for the loopholes and correct our mistakes while making mistakes. It was also because of this sentence that the craftsmen from the Ministry of Works and the people from the Medical Academy dared to try. They were not afraid of failure or difficulties. They just had to continue working hard and not put themselves in a position that was too sacred. After all, they were not gods. Therefore, the research progress of the Ministry of Works was very fast, and the development of the Medical Academy was amazing. What about him? What had he done? He did not seem to have done anything. There was only jealousy and filth left in his heart. Failure. This was a real failure. The others were not afraid of failure because of their actions, but his failure was because of his human nature. For a moment, Su Mingyang felt terrible. He realized that compared to a group of children, he was too narrow-minded. Moreover, it was a very small narrow-mindedness. I have to do something for the people of Luzhou. Even if it's just to help, it'll prove the value of my existence. Su Mingyang instantly had an idea. Then, he began to think about how he could help the people of Luzhou. He did not expect to be loved and respected by the people of Luzhou, but at the very least, he had to be worthy of himself and the days he spent in Luzhou. First he thought of children. This was because Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan valued children the most. However, it seemed difficult to start with children. Luzhou had the most luxurious amusement park. Although the children from the distant county would not always come to play, they would still come to play for a few days during the long holidays. The amusement park was well equipped. Not only did it have slides and mirrors, but it also had a maze and a small swimming pool. When the railway between Luoyang and the capital was being built, Luzhou had already built a small train in the amusement park so that the children could understand it and the adults could push it. If an adult were to carry a child on his back, he would probably only be able to carry 4 or 5 of them before he would be exhausted. However, if he were to push a small train, he would be able to move a train that could carry dozens of children. Although it was very strenuous, he could still succeed. Usually, there were 4 adults. At first, they would push it slowly, but later, it could move. It seemed like all the best things in Great Tang were given to Luzhou first. Even if the train was not a steam engine, it was still amazing. The children could play with it, and the adults could hear the children's cheerful laughter as they pushed the train while waiting for the train. Why was this so? It was said that it was because the friction was small. He had read in a book that the original sliding motion had turned into rolling, just like a wheel. Wheel? Carriage? Track? Train? As Su Mingyang thought about it, he suddenly scared himself. He thought of a very good idea. He saw the people working at the docks, and also saw the people unloading and loading the goods. Suddenly, he had a very strange idea. Steward Zhang, come here, come here. I have something to tell you. Su Mingyang shouted at the steward of the Chamber of Commerce who was watching the construction work. When the steward of the Chamber of Commerce heard the call, he immediately came over and said respectfully, Lord Su, what's the matter? Although he knew that he could ignore Luzhou's position as the provincial governor, he had to show a good attitude. Otherwise, people would think that the Zhang family and Wang family were not good at governing. Seeing the steward's attitude, Su Mingyang praised in his heart. As expected of someone from a big family, he was much better than his own family. Before he came to Luzhou, his status was not low. Therefore, even the gatekeeper would show a disdainful attitude to people who asked to see him. At that time, he thought it was normal. After all, his status was there, and the servants in his family were naturally superior. Now, he knew that arrogance did not mean that the more powerful the servants were, the better. It was like a dog. A dog that barked at everyone it saw was definitely not a good dog. Jealousy rose in Su Mingyang's heart again. He said to the steward of the Chamber of Commerce, "I've thought of a way to make the transportation speed of the docks faster. That is, we can install rails at the docks. When the goods are unloaded, we can put the goods in the carts on the rails and push them away according to the slope you designed. Even if it's not a slope, the rails will be easier to carry than people. It's the same when we load the goods. We can even directly connect one end of the rails to the gangplank of the cargo ship in front. When the time comes, we can just adjust the position slightly. What do you think?" When Su Mingyang said these words, he did not have much confidence in his heart. He put himself in the other's shoes. If he suddenly heard someone come up with such an idea, although he knew it was a good idea, he would try to find fault with it and then reject the other's proposal. Only in this way could he show that he was better than others and not inferior to others. He had done this before. His subordinates had given him a method, saying that it could increase the financial income by 1 or 2%, making the people slightly richer. When he saw it at that time, he sneered. It was only 1 or 2%. If he used it, wouldn't he be thinking too highly of his subordinates? What did it have to do with him if the people were a little richer? He had to suppress it. Otherwise, he would think that he had the ability. He even had to use the method of nitpicking, refuting that there was nothing good about it, telling him that he had to do his job properly and not be whimsical. The purpose was to consolidate his prestige. Even if he knew that it was a good idea, but if he did not use it, what could he do? Therefore, after saying his idea, Su Mingyang regretted it. He waited for the people of the Chamber of Commerce to use the same method to deal with him. In the end, after waiting and waiting, Su Mingyang did not hear any unpleasant words from the other party. He only saw the other party pondering there. Just as he could not help but want to change his words, the person in charge of the Chamber of Commerce suddenly said, "Good, as expected, the provincial governor is the provincial governor. No wonder His Majesty arranged for you to come here. Good idea. I will immediately have people to design the rail system of the entire dock. Lord Su, you have helped a lot. With your method, not only did it save labor, but it also shortened the unloading and loading time. Lord Su, don't worry, there will be great rewards." Su Mingyang said doubtfully. He did not expect things to go so smoothly. The other party had no intention of suppressing him at all, so he said with a smile, "Manager Zhang, I was just saying casually. It was all because of what Xiaobei and the others said before that inspired me. You can say that it was your own idea. There is no need to mention me. I will continue to do my own thing." Lord Su, don't be modest. Your method is your method. I dare not take it on myself. First, I don't want to. If I have the ability to think of it, then it is definitely my own. If I don't have the ability, then there is no need to be greedy. Second, once it is discovered, I am finished. The main family hates this kind of thing the most. Ability can be cultivated, but loyalty must be guaranteed. The main family's request is that if I am in charge of the affairs of the subordinates, and the subordinates come up with a good idea, they will be rewarded, and I will be rewarded even more. Even if their ability surpasses mine, I do not need to worry about losing my position. Therefore, you do not need to think about anything else. I will take care of it. When the time comes, you just need to wait for our reward. When we estimate the cost savings of this method, there will be a large sum of money for you." The manager of the Chamber of Commerce said to Su Mingyang, then turned and hurriedly left. He really did want to study what Su Mingyang said. Su Mingyang was stunned. He did not expect that the other party would say what he was worried about so clearly, and even give a guarantee. No wonder the subordinates of the Zhang family and Wang family were better than those of other families. It turned out that the subordinates of other families, even if they had a good idea in a certain aspect, usually did not dare to say it out loud. Directly telling the master of the main family? If the master of the main family valued it and did not care about the housekeeper's words, then the subordinate's good luck had come. If the master of the main family had an indifferent expression, but at the same time felt that the subordinate had overstepped his boundaries, then the subordinate would be in trouble. Even if the master of the main family did not deal with the subordinate, the housekeeper would find a way to persecute the subordinate. This was a provocation to power. He did not expect that the Zhang family and Wang family had another method. When the subordinates thought of a method, they could directly tell the manager, and the manager would report it. Once the method was effective, not only would the subordinates be rewarded, but the manager would also be rewarded. It seems that I have to learn from my own family. After all, one person's ideas are short. Who said that subordinates can't be smart? After all, the people who take care of the flower garden all year round are familiar with the situation of the land in the courtyard. The people who are in charge of the woodshed all year round must know what kind of firewood is good to burn. But they only remember it in their hearts and do not say it out loud. They are afraid that not only will they not benefit from saying it out loud, but they will also suffer. Su Mingyang looked at the departing figure of the Chamber of Commerce's manager and muttered. He finally figured it out and planned to learn from him. Otherwise, it would be troublesome to manage the affairs of the family in the future. The next day, when Su Mingyang arrived at the dock early in the morning, he saw that several places at the dock had been sealed off. The other ships had all unloaded and moved to another part of the dock. For a moment, it seemed crowded. Seeing this scene, Su Mingyang finally believed that his method was valued by the Zhang family and Wang family. His mood suddenly became better, and his whole body relaxed a lot. It was not because his method was valued, but because once it was used, he estimated that he did not need to continue to be afraid of the revenge of the Zhang family and Wang family. He thought that when he left office, not only would he get the money that he should have received before, but he would also receive additional gifts. Although the dock was a little busy now, he thought that after a few days, the railroad tracks would be finished, and he would be able to increase the throughput of goods. This was his own merit. He had to work harder and think of a better method. With this thought in mind, Su Mingyang was suddenly shocked. He found that he actually liked to do things for the Zhang family and Wang family, just to be recognized by them. After thinking carefully, he felt that this fact was really ridiculous. But why did he feel so good? Was he really a wretch? Perhaps this is the real charm of the Zhang family and Wang family. Others always want to be recognized by them. Even enemies, as long as they have been in contact with them for a long time, they will also have the same idea. No wonder so many people are willing to work for them and follow them from thousands of miles away. A new feeling appeared in Su Mingyang's heart. Just as he was sighing with emotion, someone did come from thousands of miles away, and also brought a few people with him. However, they did not come to claim credit, but to ask for punishment. There was a big ship at the dock today. Judging from the mark, it was Japanese, but the workmanship was from the Tang dynasty. It was probably rented from Japan. When the ship had just docked at the dock, and the gangplank was still shaking, a person impatiently jumped off. Chapter 11:28. People were still coming and going at the dock, and it did not change at all because of the arrival of a Japanese ship. Even though Lu Zhou's people knew what had happened in Jiangnan province some time ago, it was not that they did not hate the Japanese, but they did not take them seriously. For the people of Lu Zhou, Japan was not a threat. If Governor Zhang's family was willing, they could send a fleet directly from Lu Zhou. Even if they could not destroy Japan at once, they could at least prevent them from going to sea. If they wanted to eat fish, they could find the rivers on the various islands of Japan to catch fish. Therefore, when they found a Japanese ship docked at the dock today, the people doing business at the dock just glanced over and knew it was the Japanese, so they continued with their business. They were not interested in the purpose of the Japanese at all. The emperor, Xiao Bao, and Cuckoo were all there, so they believed that the Japanese were definitely not here to look for trouble. Su Mingyang was also watching. He knew a little more than the people of Lu Zhou, so he understood that the Japanese were afraid of being beaten. On the way to His Majesty's palace, Xiao Bei had received him. Someone had hurried back. Calculating the time, it was about time to meet the person who went back. He saw a person jump off the ship first, and then he waved at the ship. Many people followed him. Some of them were tied with ropes and were pushed to the shore. Yo! They are playing the trick of injuring themselves to gain sympathy and sending scapegoats? Poor people, poor Japanese ruling class. They are so scared. Unfortunately, it's useless. You don't know what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan are planning this time. They want your country to fall. It's not just a matter of extortion. Seeing the situation of the Japanese, Su Mingyang immediately knew what the other party was up to, so he sighed with emotion. He thought that he knew Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan well. The two of them would not let Japan go. Although they usually did things, they always liked to leave a way out for others, such as what happened to him a few days ago. However, leaving a way out referred to the people of Great Tang, not to the outside world. It was not so easy to talk to the outside world. Leaving a line for internal affairs is magnanimous, but leaving a line for external affairs is weakness. Especially when it came to the Jiangnan Dao, Su Mingyang felt that he could analyze it, let alone the people in the imperial court. The Jiangnan Dao incident seemed to be a joint effort of many small countries and tribes. It gave people the feeling that the law couldn't punish the majority. Everyone's plan had been seen through, so everyone just had to apologize and be done with it. But the matter itself was definitely not so simple. There had to be someone leading. If it was said that a group of people from a small place in the southwest would come out to lead something, Su Mingyang would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. Unless the Southwest Imperial Edicts wanted to exterminate them. Since it was impossible for them to be from the Six Zhao, then who was their leader? Clearly it was the Japanese. Duosha really did want to go to war with the Great Tang. To be more precise, the Great Tang made it look like it was going to attack Duosha. Ever since the Tibetans and the Turks no longer posed a threat and the Great Tang had submitted, the Great Tang's army had turned to them. Su Mingyang felt that even if he were the one making decisions about the Great Tang, he would still continue to expand, especially in the west. Whether it was in the southwest or the northwest, there were large tracts of land that had yet to be occupied. There was a road from that side that merchants would always use, and they knew that there were things that the Great Tang lacked. Of course, the northeast also had its fair share of good things, especially after Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had taken over, they had pushed quite a bit of distance into the northeast. Each year, they would send a batch of precious items to various parts of the Great Tang. But the winters in the northeast were truly too cold, and there were many wild beasts and few people. If they wanted to continue to occupy, there was no need to be in too much of a hurry. The natives there posed no threat. Thus, they could only set their sights on the Duosha. Who told them to have the power of religion? They could not be given a chance to develop, and they certainly could not be allowed to act prematurely. Thus, it was reasonable to say that the Duosha wanted to cause trouble. The problem was that the Duosha didn't seem to have a very good understanding of the Great Tang's Jiangnan path. Only the Japanese, who had the convenience of the sea, were able to establish a close relationship with the Great Tang seaports. At the same time they also had an intelligence network. The Duosha were nothing more than a support to confuse the people with religion. The Japanese were the culprits. They had a perfect plan, and at the same time they had integrated the resources of the other people, changed the religion, and arranged for the people of the Six Zhao, who were familiar with the mountains and forests, to be stationed at Mount Lu. Since that was the case, how could Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan not have thought of it? So, Japan could forget about having a good time. The people who came to Luzhou today, let alone the scapegoats of the various Japanese clans, even if their own clan leaders came, it would be useless. Su Mingyang watched as the Japanese disembarked from the ships, thinking to himself. The only thing he could not understand was why Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had not sent troops to attack Japan earlier. With the Great Tang's fleet, it would have been too easy for them to occupy a place to disembark. At that time, they would be able to continuously transport soldiers over, and then the cannons would open the way, the infantry would advance, and the navy would support them from the side. There would also be hot air balloons in the sky. In less than a year, they would be able to flatten Japan. However, the truth was that the two of them were indifferent. Apart from making a fuss, they did not do anything else. It gave the impression that they had endured this matter, and even gave the other party a chance to negotiate. Most of the Great Tang's forces were gathered in Jiannan. In the name of helping the Tubo disaster relief, many people had gone there, including those who could fight and those who could support logistics. They looked as if they were going to attack the Duosha. Then they just left the soldiers there and did not move. Instead, the imperial court sent out generals to attack and harass the Duosha. To be more precise, Wang Wan took advantage of the Great Tang's advantage of having many horses and the shortcoming of the Duosha, telling the Great Tang generals to go over and play a magnetic tactic with the Duosha. The Great Tang's army was divided into waves and engaged in actual combat. At the same time, the speed of the advance and the ratio of casualties were limited. What exactly was Wang Wan planning to play? If he were in the position of the two of them, with the current economic foundation of the Great Tang as a backing, he would have already attacked. Yet, the two of them were walking slowly, giving the impression that they were in their 70s or 80s. He had never seen such a clingy person. They actually brought His Majesty to Luzhou to play. Nominally, they were going to look at the railway, but what was there to look at? It did not matter whether they looked at it or not. Could it be that the speed of cultivation would double just by looking at it? I really don't understand. Could it be that they think that the Great Tang is already doing well and have lost the desire to improve? If that's the case, perhaps there will be internal strife in the Great Tang. While thinking about this matter, Su Mingyang walked to the side where tea and soup were provided. He asked for a bowl of hot tea, sat on a stool, and drank 2 mouthfuls before sighing in puzzlement. As soon as he finished speaking, a child's voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Su Mingyang, as an official of the imperial court, you don't want to build a good place. Instead, you're thinking about internal strife in the Great Tang. Do you know that your words will shake the hearts of the ordinary people? Su Mingyang was startled. He turned around and saw Zhang Xiaobei and 11 other people standing behind him. Each of them was holding an ice cream cone and eating it. Pan, and the other 2 little ones had eaten all over their faces, and their little hands were full of sticky juice. However, they still tried to eat and refused to let others help them. Su Mingyang hastily explained, I speak softly. Besides, this is Luzhou. How can the hearts of the people be shaken? How can I hear you if you speak softly? If you think that the people of Luzhou will not be affected by your words, then you should say it. After a long time you should develop a habit. Tell me, what is it that you don't know? I'll explain it for you. Don't make wild guesses. Xiaobei glared at Su Mingyang and said with a dignified look on his face. Su Mingyang smiled. He looked at Xiaobei and said, Oh, Inspector Zhang, do you know? Xiaobei nodded. I know a thing or two. I'm going to ask. I want to know why your brother and sister are not fighting Japan or Duo-Shi now. Su Mingyang did not hold back. Xiaobei took a bite of ice cream and said, Who said they are not fighting? Duo-Shi is fighting now. Isn't a small-scale war a war? A small-scale war is called friction, okay? If we can't kill one person in half a day, we won't get any results even if we fight for a year. Duo-Shi can keep sending troops. Even if they are further away, they can still make it in time. After waiting for a long time, their main force will be there and we will be caught off guard. Can you understand? Su Mingyang was amused when he heard Xiaobei say this to him. He decided to help Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan teach their sister. When the time comes, they should be able to owe him a favor, right? Unexpectedly, not only did Xiaobei not show an expression of being taught, but he curled his lips and said, Su Mingyang, do you know that they can gather many people after a long time? Not bad, you are a little smart. I want to ask you, how long will it take for them to gather, and how many people can they gather? In my opinion, a year's time is enough. Even if the journey is long, if you don't take the opportunity to destroy their vanguard now and occupy the advantageous terrain, when their main forces arrive, it will be difficult to deal with your family. You are fighting now, using cannons and guns. Your sister also stipulated that there should not be too many casualties. When the time comes, they should learn how to guard against it. When the army rushes in, if your sister wants to use cannons and other weapons to fight, the effect will definitely be far worse. If it were me, I would immediately go to Tubo, where your family's Qinghai Lake is located, and gather the troops to kill Duo-Shi's vanguard, so that they can't figure out the situation and understand our tactics thoroughly. Then they will continue to lead the army forward and take down all of Duo-Shi in one go. As Su Mingyang spoke, he picked up a broken shell on the ground and drew a map at his feet for Xiaobei and the others to see, not caring whether they could understand it or not. Xiaobei looked at the map, picked up a shell, and filled in the places that Su Mingyang didn't draw, and said to him, This is where Duo-Shi is. How long do you think it will take for us to fight our way there? So big. Su Mingyang really didn't know how big Duo-Shi's territory was. When he saw what Xiaobei drew, he also knew the difference between the distance on the map and the actual distance, so he said in surprise, How big do you think it is? Even if we advance at full speed, what do we use to push? Can our people adapt to the local climate? Do they have a good relationship with the locals? Have the intelligence troops infiltrated? Do you think that war is about who has more soldiers, who has more brave soldiers, and who has more advanced weapons? Brother and sister are fighting an all-around war. We will first carry out small battles here, giving Duo Shi a chance to get familiar with us. Let's make them not dare to immediately send all of their main forces to us without knowing our strategy. Let's add fuel to the fire and follow up on other aspects. We'll sow discord among them, bribe their local people to help, and destroy their economic foundation. Then, when we finally deal with them, I thought that you were smarter, but I didn't expect you to be so stupid. Do you see that the Great Tang's imperial court is now rich and think that you can squander it? Don't you see the crisis that the Great Tang is in now? There needs to be a purpose in war. Other than occupying other people and plundering their resources, we also need to shift the internal conflicts out. Our Great Tang won't take too long to. I won't tell you, so you can guess for yourself. In any case, it's not as easy as you think. When we really fight, we have to go back and forth. For example, when our logistics can't keep up, we need to stop and negotiate with them, giving them space to play. Once the logistics are ready, we can continue fighting, just like how I dealt with you, dragging you back and forth. If not for brother and sister speaking up, I would have tortured you for a period of time before I was satisfied. Xiao Bei acted like a teacher as he spoke to Su Mingyang. Su Mingyang's eyes went round and his mouth dropped open. This was especially true for the last sentence, which scared Su Mingyang. It turned out that he still had to thank Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. After Xiao Bei's explanation, Su Mingyang had a rough idea of what was going on, but he still refused to admit defeat. I know Duo Shi, but we have to take it slow. Japanese. Could it be that your family's fleet can't break through? What family? It's the Great Tang's, okay? Don't speak nonsense. My family only has a few servants assigned according to their rank and no other armed forces. Do you admit it? Xiao Bei hurriedly corrected him. I admit it, I admit it. The Great Tang's fleet. Why can't the Great Tang's fleet attack? Su Mingyang readily agreed. Because if we fight now, we will lack manpower to help build the railway. Once the war starts, the two countries will be hostile, and it will be much more troublesome to get people from Japan to help build the railway. Unless we capture their people, it will also be difficult to manage them. Once they flatten the railway, the Great Tang's railway will be delayed for a long time. It's not worth it, so we have to use a soft knife. Unless Japan takes the initiative to start the war, we can only use coercion to make the Japanese compromise step by step, like drinking poison to quench thirst. Even if the Japanese know that the final result won't be good, they won't dare to lightly start a war. They can only look for other ways to solve it. If they change a matter that should be a military conflict to diplomacy, the effect won't be worse than directly attacking, understand? You play here by yourself. I'm going back. I have to personally meet Takashita Junichiro. Come, let sister wash your face. You ate until you become a little kitten. Xiao Bei said a few words to Su Mingyang, then pulled Panner, who had just finished eating and felt that her face and hands were uncomfortable, over to the side to find cold water and wash her. Su Mingyang looked at the 11 children and left in the car. Recalling what he had just said, he muttered, "What's there to show off about? Wasn't it your brother and sister who told you? Children, do you really think you know a lot?" You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.